In this video, we are going to learn how to do networking via using the very useful library retrofit. Just before I start, I need to say that we will have other videos on retrofit in future because it's a very useful library and you can do a lot with retrofit. But in this video, we are going to have a quick introduction and the basic get and post methods. Okay, before everything, I need to add the dependencies. You can search for retrofit dependency in Android. You can use retrofit with Java as well. We are going to implement it in our Android project. From this GitHub page, you can find the dependency for Gradle. Also, you need to add another dependency into this Gradle file, and that's up in here. This converter factory. You can choose which of these you are more comfortable with. We have worked with json, so I'm going to use json in my project. But I tried this line of dependency and it doesn't seem to work. So let's search for json converter factory. We will see how we are going to use it. JSON converter dependency. The first link in here. I added this line of code and it doesn't work as well. Let's add it in our project and see what error it gives me. As you can see, I'm getting some errors in here, and the warning says that a newer version of this library is available. They say that by the time the newer version is 2.5.0, let's change this latest version to 2.5.0 and try once again. It has been added to our project successfully. It shouldn't behave like this because JSON library is on 2.8.5 right now, but it seems like they didn't update their converter factory. Okay, you just need to add retrofit and JSON converter factory or whichever you are more comfortable with from their GitHub page. Like before, in order to save your time, I created this simple layout file and initialized all the items. Let's take a look at that layout file. As you can see, it's a simple layout file which you can see your post. Once again, we are going to work with JSON placeholder website. In order to get our posts, I need to create a model like the previous video. I'm going to call it post. Just a simple model file, we have done it 1,000 times. The next thing that I need to create in order to work with retrofit is an interface called retrofit client, or you can call it whatever you want, but essentially it will be the endpoint of working with retrofit. We will see how we can use that. I'm going to call it retrofit client and change the kind to interface. In here, I can create the methods I need. For example, if I want to get only one post, I can create that method in here. It will be public, but you know that no matter what we say as the access state of methods in the interface, all the methods would be public. So I'm not going to add the public in here. The return type of our method is an object called call. This interface that comes from retrofit library. Call. In the diamonds, I will specify the type of object that will return from the web server. In our case, it's a post. I'm going to call my method get single post, and that's it. I just need to specify the method like previous video, which was get by some annotation. Once again, it's coming from retrofit library. I need to add the URL in here as well. I will add this URL later because we need to specify a base URL. I will explain that. You might wonder what this interface is. This will be the endpoint of all of your call to the web server. You will create your simple methods in here, whatever those are. For example, if you are receiving a list of posts, a single post, if you are sending a post, if you are getting a post, all those methods will be defined inside this interface, inside this retrofit client. Next, in your main activity, you can create an instance of retrofit by saying retrofit, let's call it retrofit, is equal to new retrofit.builder. The beauty of retrofit is that you can pass a base URL once in one instance of the retrofit object and then use it wherever you want. If you want to change your base URL, you can change it only once. The next thing is a converter factory. Add converter factory. I'm going to save it json converter factory, so json converter factory create. That's all you need from json converter factory. You pass this because you don't want to be worried about parsing JSON to Java files and Java files to parsing. In retrofit, you don't do parsing manually. Retrofit will do that all for you. Next, I need to build my object. As simple as that. I have an instance of retrofit. Let's quickly create a constant up in here for our base URL. PSFS as public static final string. Let's call it base URL is equal to, let's copy the URL from JSON placeholder. I'm going to put this whole address as my base URL and pass it down in here. Then I need to create an instance of this client. I can say retrofit client is equal to retrofit, our retrofit object dot create, and I need to pass my interface retrofit client dot class. Now that I have an instance of this client object, I can call different methods. I can say call once again of type post. Let's call it get single post is equal to retrofit client dot get single post. The return type of this method will be saved inside this variable, which is a call of kind post. Then I can simply enqueue that call, get single post dot enqueue, and like Wally, it will enqueue your request and will do the networking in a background thread. Inside this enqueue method, I need to pass a callback. I can say new callback of kind post, and it will override two methods for me, an on response and on failure. And as the names are applied, this will happen in case something wrong happens, and if you have a response, the response will be passed to this method. Let's add a logging in on failure, log d on getting single post. T, it will throw a throwable. We know the difference between a throwable and an exception, so I'm not going to explain. Up in here, this response has many useful features. For example, I can get the response code in here, for example, by saying response.code. And if you remember from previous video, we have different codes like 404. If retrofit object doesn't find the URL, we will see what other codes are. Let's add a logging in here. Response.code. Then, with the help of this response, I can create a post object. I can say post is equal to response dot body, and as you can see, it will return a post. As simple as that. Now you have a response from your server. Let's update the UI in here. This on response will happen in the main thread as well, so you don't need to be worried about worker thread and main thread. txt title.set text to post.get title. If you want to review everything, first we created a model for the return type, return object that we are going to receive. Then we created this interface in which is going to be our endpoint for our retrofit. I just need to pass the URL in here. I don't need to pass the whole URL in here. Retrofit will use the base URL, and we just need to pass the route in here. For example, if we are going to get a single post like this one from here, I just need whatever comes after that base URL. Also be careful about the slashes. You don't want to add them in two places. I always use slashes in my base URL, so I'm going to add it in here, and as you can see I have already added. Don't add them twice because those can cause some problems. After creating our client, I created an instance of my retrofit object with the help of this retrofit.builder. We needed to pass a JSON converter factory in here. You can customize this one as well, but we don't need anything from that yet. In future videos we will work with customization of this converter factory. Then I created an instance of this retrofit client and saved the value that is coming back from that method to a call object. After that I just enqueued that call, which will need a callback of kind post or whatever the object that we are going to receive. It will override two methods, a response and a failure. In failure, we are simply going to log some message and see what the reason was. In on response, we are updating our UI. This response has some useful methods like this code and this body, in which we can use for debugging our application. Okay, the last thing that I need to do is to add internet permission in my manifest file, and we should be good to test our application. Let's run it. And as you can see, we are receiving the data from that URL with the help of retrofit. With retrofit, you also can get a list of items. But before I get a list of items, I want to say that we can define an array list other ways as well. For example, let's define a simple array list in here. Up until now, we have defined our array list this way. We have set array list of, for example, kind post. Let's call it posts is equal to new array list. We have defined all of our array lists this way, but instead of this array list, I can say a list of posts. And as you can see, this list is an interface. It's not an object. You need to cast that later on to an array list, but you can use it this way, list, and simply pass your object type. This is another way of creating a new array list. Okay, I don't need it in here. In my retrofit client, I can create another method in order to get those 100 posts. Let's delete this one from here. In this URL, we have seen 100 fake posts. I'm going to get all of them. For that, I'm going to create another method in here, get with the URL posts of kind call. It's public, so no access state. Inside this diamond, I'm going to say a list of posts. It will return, as the name applies, a list of posts. Let's say get all posts. Inside this parentheses, in here you can add different items. For example, if you need a key for querying the database, if you need an authorization token. We will talk about all of those in later videos. We will work with different items that you can pass inside these parentheses. For now, you just need to know that you have much more capabilities with using retrofit. Okay, I have created this method in here as well. Then, after this line of code, after everything, I can create another call object of type list of post or whatever you are going to receive. Let's call it get all posts is equal to retrofit client our interface dot get all posts. Next, we need to enqueue this call. Let's say get all posts.enqueue. Once again, you need to pass a callback of kind list of posts. This on response and on failure once again. I'm not going to update any UI. I'm just going to log some message in here. One for the response code and another one for, let's say, the second posts item. Let's say code. I can say response.body, which will give me a list of posts or whatever the return type of this call is in here. Then I know that it's an array list. I can say .get. I can pass my index, which is 1 for our second item, let's say get title. As simple as that. Let's try it. If we take a look at the logcat and let's search for title in here, on response second post title is this phrase in here. And if you want to make sure, yes, the second item title is exactly as we just saw in here. It seems like we are doing fine. We also can post objects via using retrofit by saying add post. These are annotations that I'm using if you are wondering. You need to pass your end URL in here, which if we take another look to this website, jsonplaceholder.com, the routes for post was only this one in here. I can say posts. After posting a new post, I'm going to receive a post object. It's always useful for debugging. You can return whatever you want in your backend, but the type code will return the exact object that you send to them. Of kind post, let's call it send post. Inside these parentheses, this time I need to pass the item that I'm going to send to the server. I can say post, but before that I need to add another annotation called body. This body annotation will specify the kind of object that you are trying to send to the server. And by passing it before this post item in here, it will set this post to the object that is going to be sent to the server. Later on in my main activity, I can create another call of kind post, let's say send post this time, is equal to retrofit client dot send post. I need to pass a post in here. Let's create one quickly. New post as ID. Let's say 2. No matter what we put as ID in here, we know that IDs in jsonplaceholder.typecode.com are auto-incremental and they won't attend to our ID. User ID, let's say 5. Title, first post, and the body. Hello, I have a typo in here. I just need to enqueue this call. Send post.enqueue. New callback. Once again, I'm just going to log some messages. One for the code, and another one for the item that we are receiving. Response.body. We know that we'll return a post dot to string, let's say, and another log for on failure. Let's try running our application. Let's take a look at the logcat, and the post that we are sending is this one. It has been sent to the web server, and this is the result that comes back from the server. Okay, I think that's enough about retrofit in this video. As I said, you can do a lot more with retrofit, which we will see in future sessions. I think in external library session. one of the libraries that we are going to dig into is this retrofit. I'm going to end the session in here because it was a simple session. I don't think we need a challenge. In the next video, we are going to create our second major application. So stay tuned for the next session. In this video, we are going to learn how to do networking by using the very useful library retrofit. Just before I start, I need to say that we will have other videos on retrofit in future because it's a very useful library and you can do a lot with retrofit. But in this video, we are going to have a quick introduction and the basic get and post methods. Okay, before everything, I need to add the dependencies. You can search for retrofit dependency in Android. You can use retrofit with Java as well. We are going to implement it in our Android project. From this GitHub page, you can find the dependency for Gradle. Also, you need to add another dependency into this Gradle file, and that's up in here. This converter factory. You can choose which of these you are more comfortable with. We have worked with json, so I'm going to use json in my project. But I tried this line of dependency and it doesn't seem to work. So let's search for JSON converter factory. We will see how we are going to use it. JSON converter dependency. The first link in here. I added this line of code and it doesn't work as well. Let's add it in our project and see what error it gives me. As you can see, I'm getting some errors in here. And the warning says that a newer version of this library is available. They say that by the time the newer version is 2.5.0, let's change this latest version to 2.5.0 and try once again. It has been added to our project successfully. It shouldn't behave like this because JSON library is on 2.8.5 right now, but it seems like they didn't update their converter factory. Okay, you just need to add retrofit and JSON converter factory or whichever you are more comfortable with from their GitHub page. Like before, in order to save your time, I created this simple layout file and initialized all the items. Let's take a look at that layout file. As you can see, it's a simple layout file which you can see your post. Once again, we are going to work with JSON placeholder website. In order to get our posts, I need to create a model like the previous video. I'm going to call it post. Just a simple model file, we have done it 1,000 times. The next thing that I need to create in order to work with retrofit is an interface called retrofit client, or you can call it whatever you want, but essentially it will be the endpoint of working with retrofit. We will see how we can use that. I'm going to call it retrofit client and change the kind to interface. In here, I can create the methods I need. For example, if I want to get only one post, I can create that method in here. It will be public, but you know that no matter what we say as the access state of methods in the interface, all the methods would be public. So I'm not going to add the public in here. The return type of our method is an object called call. This interface that comes from retrofit library. Call. In the diamonds, I will specify the type of object that will return from the web server. In our case, it's a post. I'm going to call my method get single post. And that's it. I just need to specify the method like previous video. which was get by some annotation. Once again, it's coming from retrofit library. I need to add the URL in here as well. I will add this URL later because we need to specify a base URL. I will explain that. You might wonder what this interface is. This will be the endpoint of all of your call to the web server. You will create your simple methods in here, whatever those are. For example, if you are receiving a list of posts, a single post, if you are sending a post, if you are getting a post, all those methods will be defined inside this interface, inside this retrofit client. Next, in your main activity, you can create an instance of retrofit by saying retrofit, let's call it retrofit, is equal to new retrofit.builder. The beauty of retrofit is that you can pass a base URL once in one instance of the retrofit object and then use it wherever you want. If you want to change your base URL, you can change it only once. The next thing is a converter factory. .add converter factory. I'm going to save it json converter factory, so json converter factory.create. That's all you need from json converter factory. You pass this because you don't want to be worried about parsing JSON to Java files and Java files to parsing. In retrofit, you don't do parsing manually. Retrofit will do that all for you. Next, I need to build my object. As simple as that. I have an instance of retrofit. Let's quickly create a constant up in here for our base URL. GSFS as public static final string. Let's call it base URL is equal to, let's copy the URL from JSON placeholder. I'm going to put this whole address as my base URL and pass it down in here. Then I need to create an instance of this client. I can say retrofit client is equal to retrofit, our retrofit object dot create, and I need to pass my interface retrofit client dot class. Now that I have an instance of this client object, I can call different methods. I can say call once again of type post. Let's call it get single post is equal to retrofit client dot get single post. The return type of this method will be saved inside this variable, which is a call of kind post. Then I can simply enqueue that call, get single post dot enqueue, and like Wally, it will enqueue your request and will do the networking in a background thread. Inside this enqueue method, I need to pass a callback. I can say new callback of kind post, and it will override two methods for me, an on response and on failure. And as the names are applied, this will happen in case something wrong happens, and if you have a response, the response will be passed to this method. Let's add a logging in on failure, log d on getting single post. T, it will throw a throwable. We know the difference between a throwable and an exception, so I'm not going to explain. Up in here, this response has many useful features. For example, I can get the response code in here, for example, by saying response.code. And if you remember from previous video, we have different codes like 404. If retrofit object doesn't find the URL, we will see what other codes are. Let's add a logging in here. Response.code. Then, with the help of this response, I can create a post object. I can say post is equal to response dot body, and as you can see, it will return a post. As simple as that. Now you have a response from your server. Let's update the UI in here. This onResponse will happen in the main thread as well, so you don't need to be worried about worker thread and main thread. txt title.setText to post.get title. If you want to review everything, first we created a model for the return type, return object that we are going to receive. Then we created this interface, in which is going to be our endpoint for our retrofit. I just need to pass the URL in here. I don't need to pass the whole URL in here. Retrofit will use the base URL, and we just need to pass the route in here. For example, if we are going to get a single post, like this one from here, I just need whatever comes after that base URL. Also be careful about the slashes. You don't want to add them in two places. I always use slashes in my base URL, so I'm going to add it in here, and as you can see, I have already added. Don't add them twice because those can cause some problems. After creating our client, I created an instance of my retrofit object with the help of this retrofit.builder. We needed to pass a JSON converter factory in here. You can customize this one as well, but we don't need anything from that yet. In future videos, we will work with customization of this converter factory. Then I created an instance of this retrofit client and saved the value that is coming back from that method to a call object. After that, I just enqueued that call, which will need a callback of kind post or whatever the object that we are going to receive. It will override two methods, a response and a failure. In failure, we are simply going to log some message and see what the reason was. In onResponse, we are updating our UI. This response has some useful methods like this code and this body, in which we can use for debugging our application. Okay, the last thing that I need to do is to add internet permission in my manifest file, and we should be good to test our application. Let's run it. And as you can see, we are receiving the data from that URL with the help of retrofit. With retrofit, you also can get a list of items. But before I get a list of items, I want to say that we can define an array list other ways as well. For example, let's define a simple array list in here. Up until now, we have defined our array list this way. We have set array list of, for example, kind post. Let's call it posts is equal to new array list. We have defined all of our array lists this way, but instead of this array list, I can say a list of posts. And as you can see, this list is an interface. It's not an object. You need to cast that later on to an array list, but you can use it this way, list, and simply pass your object type. This is another way of creating a new array list. Okay, I don't need it in here. In my retrofit client, I can create another method in order to get those 100 posts. Let's delete this one from here. In this URL, we have seen 100 fake posts. I'm going to get all of them. For that, I'm going to create another method in here, get with the URL posts of kind call. It's public, so no access state. Inside this diamond, I'm going to say a list of posts. It will return, as the name applies, a list of posts. Let's say get all posts. Inside this parenthesis, in here you can add different items. For example, if you need a key for querying the database, if you need an authorization token. We will talk about all of those in later videos. We will work with different items that you can pass inside this parenthesis. For now, you just need to know that you have much more capabilities with using retrofit. Okay, I have created this method in here as well. Then, after this line of code, after everything, I can create another call object of type list of post or whatever you are going to receive. Let's call it get all posts is equal to retrofit client our interface dot get all posts. Next, we need to enqueue this call. Let's say get all posts dot enqueue. Once again, you need to pass a callback of kind list of posts. This on response and on failure once again. I'm not going to update any UI. I'm just going to log some messaging here. One for the response code and another one for, let's say, the second post's title. Let's say code. I can say response.body, which will give me a list of posts or whatever the return type of this call is in here. Then I know that it's an array list. I can say that get. I can pass my index, which is 1 for our second item, dot, let's say get title. As simple as that. Let's try it. If we take a look at the logcat and let's search for title in here, on response second post title is this phrase in here. And if you want to make sure, yes, the second item title is exactly as we just saw in here. It seems like we are doing fine. We also can post objects via using retrofit by saying at post. These are annotations that I'm using if you are wondering. You need to pass your end URL in here, which if we take another look to this website, jsonplaceholder.com, the routes for post was only this one in here. I can say posts. After posting a new post, I'm going to receive a post object. It's always useful for debugging. You can return whatever you want in your backend, but the typing code will return the exact object that you send to them. Of kind post, let's call it send post. Inside these parentheses, this time I need to pass the item that I'm going to send to the server. I can say post, but before that I need to add another annotation called body. This body annotation will specify the kind of object that you are trying to send to the server. And by passing it before this post item in here, it will set this post to the object that is going to be sent to the server. Later on in my main activity, I can create another call of kind post, let's say send post this time, is equal to retrofit client dot send post. I need to pass a post in here. Let's create one quickly. New post as ID. Let's say 2. No matter what we put as ID in here, we know that IDs in JSON placeholder.typecode.com are auto-incremental and they won't attend to our ID. User ID, let's say 5. Title, first post, and the body. Hello. I have a typo in here. I just need to enqueue this call. Send post.enqueue. New callback. Once again, I'm just going to log some messages. One for the code, and another one for the item that we are receiving. Response.body. We know that we'll return a post dot to string, let's say. And another log for on failure. Let's try running our application. Let's take a look at the logcat. And the post that we are sending is this one. It has been sent to the web server, and this is the result that comes back from the server. Okay, I think that's enough about retrofit in this video. As I said, you can do a lot more with retrofit, which we will see in future sessions. I think in external library session. One of the libraries that we are going to dig into is this retrofit. I'm going to end the session in here because it was a simple session. I don't think we need a challenge. In the next video, we are going to create our second major application. So stay tuned for the next session. Hey guys, my name is Maysam, and in this session, we are going to create this online grocery application. So let's talk a little bit about the application that we are going to create. In the main activity, I have put 3 simple recyclerviews in which you can select between different items. For example, if I click on some item in here, I can see the price and image. Also, I can rate the item that I'm going to buy, for example, 3-star. I can see the items available. I can add a review in here. For example, let's add one. By adding, it will be added in here, and if I go back or even if I close the application, the review will stay in here. Also, I can add it to my cart. If I add it in here, I can see a list of items in my cart, which is 1 right now. Also, I have added the whole buying process. Let's add an address in here. It's kind of awkward because my test code is buggy. We will fix this situation in here, but for now, let's just type something and go with the buying process. By clicking next, I can choose a different payment method, and this is not going to be a real payment. I just faked a payment by sending a request to some website with using a retrofit. By clicking on this finish, after a while, we will see an accepted payment or maybe a failed payment. We have other things in here as well. For example, this navigation drawer, we haven't seen this one so far. We are going to learn how to create this one. Also, this bottom navigation view, we haven't used this in our project so far. Also, in search activity, I can search for different items. For example, let's search for cucumber. I can search it and the item will be shown. Also, if I click on this see all categories, I can see a list of categories. For example, let's search for all the foods. I can see a list of foods available in my store. Also, in my home activity, I have a list of items down in here, these suggested items. I have personalized these recyclerview items for every user that is using our application. I'm tracking users' behavior all over the application, and depending on his or her behavior, I'm going to suggest some items to him or her. Also, it's important to know that we are not just going to practice everything that we have learned so far. We are going to learn how to create this navigation drawer, this bottom navigation view, also other things like shared preferences and etc. Beside that, we are going to practice everything that we have learned so far. Things like activities and fragments, services and background threads, also networking with retrofit, and a lot more. So I suggest that you follow this session. It will take something like 5 to 4 hours to create this application, and in my opinion, that's not that bad. So let's start coding. I'm going to start with creating that navigation drawer that we just saw. In order to create that navigation drawer, we need to implement a design support library to our project. So let's add it to our Gradle file by searching design support library. You can find the design support library from Android developers official website. Just copy this line of code and paste it in your Gradle file. Also, as probably you have noticed, I'm using Android X in my project. That's not necessary, but I'm just going to use it anyway. In order to create that navigation drawer, the first thing that I need to do is to create a navigation header. I can do that by creating a new layout file. Let's call it navigation header. In order to save your time, I cut the writing process. It's a simple layout file and you can do it yourself. It's a simple linear layout. It has the gravity of bottom so that my items come to the bottom of this layout. Also for the height, I use this 176 dp, which is the default value if you let Android Studio create this navigation drawer for you, and you can do so by creating a new activity from your project pane. Let's take a look at that. You can create a new activity and a new navigation drawer activity. If you click this one, Android Studio will create an activity with this navigation drawer for you, which the default value for the height of this header is 176. I'm just going to use that. You can change this one to wrap content. Also, the color in here, you can search for HTML color picker and select different colors if you want. Change the orientation to vertical and to text views and an image view. I'm going to use another image view instead of this pre-default launcher icon. I have an icon in here. I can copy this one and in my project, in the drawable or in my map folder, I can paste it. Let's call it my app icon. Let's pass that in here instead of this IC launcher. But as you can see, it seems a little big for our little layout. I can change this one, for example, to 70 dp. Okay, our header layout is ready. Next, I need to create a menu item for the items that I'm going to show in my navigation drawer. For that, I need to create a new Android resource directory called menu. And in here, let's create a new menu resource file. Let's call it navigation drawer menu. Before we add any item to this menu, I'm going to add 4 or 5 icons by right-clicking on this drawable folder, new image asset. Let's add from action bar and tab icons. For example, let's search for cart in here. Name it IC cart. IC stands for icon, as you probably know. Change the color to a black one. I'm going to skip adding the other icons because the process is the same. Now that we have the icons, I can create items in here by saying item. Let's add a title to my item. For the first one, I'm going to say cart. For the ID, let's say cart. For icon, let's search for cart. I'm going to use these 4 simple items as the items that are going to be shown in my navigation drawer. Next, in my main activity, I'm going to add this navigation drawer that I'm going to create. For that, I'm going to change this constraint layout to drawer layout, the one that comes from Android X libraries. Let's delete this text view as well. If you want to create a navigation drawer in your activities, you can't have both navigation layout and also the activity layout in the same file. For that, I'm going to create a frame layout, and later on I will create something called a main fragment, and inside that main fragment I will create the layout file that I need for my main activity. Also, I'm going to use another element called toolbar so that we don't use the default action bar that Android system provides for us. So let's create that quickly. These are the two items that I was talking about. After this relative layout, I need to create my navigation drawer, the one that comes from this material library. Wrap content as the width and match parent as the height, and ID. Let's call it navigation drawer. I have an attribute in here called menu, app, menu, which I can pass the address of the menu item that I just created. And also another one for the header. Header layout. Let's search for our header, navigation header. But as you can see, this drawer is taking the whole screen. I don't want that. And there is another attribute to overcome this problem called Android layout gravity. Layout gravity equals to, let's say, start. But right now I can't see my navigation view item, and that's because by default it's in its closed state. I can overcome this problem by adding another line in here, tools open drawer to start. As you can see, we have our navigation drawer. Let's just change this one to closing tag. Let's add an ID for this whole layout. Let's call it drawer. Okay, in my main activity, I need to initialize those items. Now that we have initialized our items, let's add the toolbar as our action bar. Set support action bar to our toolbar. But if we want this line of code to work in our styles, I need to change the style or the theme of my application. In values, styles.xml. In here, this one should be no action bar, because we are passing our own action bar or toolbar. Next, I need to create an item called action bar drawer toggle. We will see what that is. New action bar drawer toggle. You need to pass few items in here. The first one is your context. Next is the drawer. Next is your toolbar. And for the next two items, you need to pass two strings. It's for debugging purposes and it really doesn't matter anything. For that, I'm going to create two string values, r.string.drawer open and r.string.drawer closed. Let's add these two to our strings file. Next, I need to pass this toggle item as the listener to my drawer. I can say drawer.add drawer listener and pass my toggle. We will see what this toggle is when we run our application. There is another line of code that I need to write, toggle.syncState. We will see all about this toggle. Right now, we should be able to see our navigation drawer, so let's give it a try. This icon in here is the toggle that I just created. If we click on it, we can see our navigation drawer. This toggle.syncState will add some animation to our toggle. For example, if I try to open my navigation drawer, you can see that its state will change. If I close it, you probably can see that animation there. But right now, I can't click on different items, and that's because I hadn't defined a listener for my navigation view items. Let's add that listener. I'm going to implement on navigation item selected listener, the first one. The second one is bottom navigation view listener. We don't need that right now on navigation item selected listener. And of course, we need to override the method. You probably could have set your navigation view listener this way, dot set on navigation item selected listener, but this is another way. Dot set on navigation, you can pass this. This will refer to your main activity, and because it's implementing this listener, it will accept this object as its listener. In this method, I can create a switch statement on menu item, the item that we are getting in here, dot get item ID. And depending on different item IDs, I will act differently. I'm using the IDs of the items that I created in this menu file, our navigation view menus. Down in here, navigation drawer menu.xml, I'm using these IDs. I will write the proper logic for all of these situations, but for now, let's just show a toast message in case the user clicks on this card item. If I click on the card, you can see the toast message. Seems like our listener is working fine. Let's add a to-do in here so that we don't forget to write the logics in here. In my onCreate method, after initializing all the items and setting different listeners for those items, with the help of support fragment manager, I will navigate to the main fragment that I was talking about. So let's create the layout for that fragment. I will create this layout in later videos, but for now, let's just add a text in here in order to show that we are inside this fragment. Let's create the relevant Java file as well. In my main activity, in this onCreate, I can call fragment transaction, get support fragment manager.begin transaction. Then I can say transaction.replace r.id.fragment container, which is the ID of that frame layout that I created in my main activity layout file, and a new main fragment. Don't forget to commit your changes. Okay, let's run our application and see if we are inside that fragment. As you can see, we are inside that fragment. Okay, I think that's a good point to stop the video. In the next video, we will work on the bottom navigation view that we have seen in our application. So see you in that next video. Before we start coding, I would like to say that I have uploaded the source code for the previous video, and also I will upload the source code for future videos on my GitHub page and also my website, which you can see the links on the screen. Feel free to take a look at them if you need, and I would like to see your opinions and comments on them. Okay, let's start adding that bottom navigation view that I was talking about in the previous video. Before everything, I need to create a menu resource file for the items that I'm going to show in my bottom navigation view. Let's call it bottom navigation menu. My bottom navigation view will only have 3 items, one for search activity, another for main activity, and one for card activity. Just three simple items and the icons which I have already added to my drawable folder. Next, I need to go to my main fragment layout and add that button navigation view. From design support library, there is an item called button navigation view. The first one, it comes from material design library, and you can use it for the widths. I'm going to save with match parent and try to wrap content. An ID and an alignment to parent end. But for that, I need to change this one to a relative layer. Align parent button to true. Also, there is another attribute called menu, which I can pass my menu resource file, and it will set the menus for me. In my main fragment Java file, I will initialize that button navigation. We can set an unclick listener for this button navigation view by calling button navigation view.set on item selected listener. Let's do that in another method. Button navigation view.set on item selected listener on navigation item selected listener new on navigation item selected listener. Once again, in here I'm going to create a switch statement on menu item that get item ID, and of course I need to return true after we are creating the listener. In case it's r.id.search will do something. For now, let's just show a toast message on this cart item. Right now, my button navigation view should be ready and we should see it in our application. As you can see, I am getting the button navigation view, and if I click on this cart item, I should see the toast message. But as you have noticed, the first time that I run my application, the button navigation view stays on the search, but I'm in main activity. For that, I'm going to set the default item in this button navigation view to this form. For that, before initializing this unclick listener, I can say button navigation view dot set item selected ID to r.id dot home activity, for example. Let's run it once again. As you can see this time, the default item is our home. We will deal with these other items in later videos. For now, let's just add to-do message in here. Okay, let's move on. Before everything, I'm going to create a model for all the grocery items that I'm going to show in my project. For that, I'm going to create a package and put all of my models inside that package folder. A new Java file called grocery item. My grocery item will have an ID. We will increment this one by every time that we create an object. It will have a name, a short description, and image URL. Also, we will categorize our grocery items. This available amount is the number of items that we currently have in our store. We have a price for every item. I define this popularity point so that every time the user buys a grocery item, I'm going to increment this number, and later on in my main activity, I will create a recyclerview adapter for popular items so that we can show them in the. Also, I define this user point, and by tracking users' behavior in different parts of our application, I'm going to increment or decrement from this user point. Later on, we will use this to show different suggestions to current user that has been logged into our application. We will see how it will work. Also, I need another field in here for reviews. For that, I'm going to create a new model for my reviews, and we will add an array list of reviews inside this grocery item. Inside this review object, I need an integer indicating the grocery item. Let's call it grocery item ID. I will be needing a string of username indicating the name of the user that has entered this review. Also a date, and of course the text of that review. Seems like I have a typo. Okay, let's create a constructor in here and getters and setters. A toString as well. I'm going to make this review object parcelable because I think we will move this object from part to part in our application. It doesn't harm. Okay, let's go back to our grocery item, private array list of review, called reviews, and that's all I need in my grocery item. Let's add a constructor for all of these fields. Let's add something first so that we could see them. I'm going to modify this constructor because there are a few items that I don't need to initialize at the time of initializing every item. For example, this popularity point, I know that it will be 0 at the time of initializing. Instead, in here, I'm going to pass 0 manually. This user point won't be needed as well. This will be 0. And also, we know that at the time of initializing, we won't have any review, so it will be a new array list. I don't need this ID every time that I'm going to initialize my item. Instead, I'm going to create another method to increment ID every time that we create an item. But for that, let's create another Java class called utils and do that incrementing in that Java file. Utils. It will have a static number variable called ID. Initialize it to 0. And we will have a public static method for getting that ID. I'm going to increment ID every time that I call this method and then return. Now that my method is public and static, I can use it in my grocery item by saying utils.getID. And because it's static, I don't need to be worried about the different instances of this class because we know that the static variables and methods are all the same in all of our application. And let's create the getters and setters and also a toString. Let's make this one parcelable as well. If you are wondering how am I popping up this window, I'm using Alt-Enter to show these messages, or you can alternatively click on this red light bulb in here and your options will be shown to you. Up until now, I have used static values to save data in my entire application, but that wasn't a good point for a few reasons. One of them was when we closed our application, the values and the data would gone. They will no longer be available, and if we change them somehow, those changes won't be permanent. And the other reason is that static variables and data are saving in memory RAM, and they will use a lot of memory for your application. I have few options. In the database session, we will work with all of those options, but in here, I'm going to introduce a simpler method called shared preferences. Shared preferences are a type of permanent database that will save the data in your device's storage. Those are really useful for the small amount of data and also the data that don't need to have any kind of special structure. We can create an instance of shared preferences like this. For example, in our main activity, I can say shared preferences, it's an interface. Let's call it shared preferences. I can say get shared preferences. As simple as that. I need to specify a name in here. Let's call it fake database. And I need to specify a mode. Mode private, for example. There are other modes as well. For example, mode global or world readable and world writable, but these are deprecated from Android API level 17, I guess. Basically, these methods means that your data will be accessible only from your application or others can write or read those data as well. For all my instances of shared preferences, I'm going to use mode private. Next, in order to put data to these shared preferences, I can call another interface called editor or shared preferences.editor. Let's call it editor, shared preferences.edit. Then I can say editor.put int, for example. To save an integer, we need to pass a key and of course a value. After that, I just need to commit those changes. As simple as that. And now we have saved this number permanently in our device's storage. So if we close our application, this number will be saved with this exact key in here, and it won't be deleted. This was the simplest way that you could put data into your shared preferences. You have another option instead of this editor.commit in here called editor.apply. The difference between apply and commit is that apply will do the saving in memory asynchronously and it won't block the main thread. So it's useful for the operations that you don't need the data immediately, so you can save the data asynchronously. But commit will save the data synchronously. It means that it will block the UI or the user from working with our application. I can save different values into these shared preferences. For example, put a string. As you can see, my options in here are really limited. I can only save primitive data types and also this string and string set. But I can manipulate this way of saving data by, let's say, using json library to parse Java files to JSON strings and then save them into shared preferences. And at the time of getting back the data from shared preferences, first we need to parse them into Java files and then work with them. We will see how it all will work. Okay, let's delete these shared preferences from here. I don't need them in here. Instead, in my utility class, I'm going to initiate my database. We don't need to return anything, so public void, let's call it init database. We are going to pass a context to this method because we will need it at the time of initializing our shared preferences for that mode that we are going to pass to our shared preferences. Let's add a logging up in here. And also we will need a constructor because these methods are not static. I can instantiate my shared preferences by saying shared preferences is equal to context.get shared preferences. Once again, I need to pass a name. I can create a constant up in here. And then pass it in here. Like before, we need the editor. And in here, I can put different values into this editor. But before that, let's import JSON library to our project. You can find the dependency from their GitHub page. Just copy it to your project. Now that we have added JSON to our project, I can save an instance of a grocery item to my project by saying grocery item, new grocery item. Let's define the grocery item. Next, I need to parse this item to a JSON file. I can use JSON for that by saying json.toJSON, and I can simply pass my item. Let's save it into a string. I can say editor.put a string. Let's say cheese, for example, and pass our JSON file. After everything, I need to apply these changes. Now that we have created this method, in my main activity, I can get this value from shared preferences, or in my main fragment. For example, after initializing our bottom navigation view, I can say shared preferences get activity.get shared preferences. And of course, I need to pass a mode. For getting the values from shared preferences, you don't need to instantiate that editor object. Instead, you can say shared preferences.getString and pass your key. Also, I need to pass a default value in here, which I'm going to pass an empty string. Once again, with the help of JSON, I can cast it to a Java object. Let's save this value from here. We can say grocery item cheese is equal to json.fromJSON. I need to pass my string, which is return value, and also the object. Let's log the cheese name, for example, in here. Let's toast the cheese name, for example, in here. But right now, if I run my application, this will give me some exceptions because I didn't instantiate my database. I didn't call this method. I can call it from main activity or main fragment or wherever you want. For example, I can create an instance of my utils class, and I can call that method. I can pass getActivity as the context. Let's run our application and see if it's working or not. You can see the cheese name has been appeared on the screen. Okay, I think that's a good point to stop the video in here. I just want to give you a demonstration of how shared preferences work. In the next video, we will save data to our database the way that we want. See you in the next video. Okay, it's time to create our fake database. I keep saying that it's a fake database, but I never mentioned that what the real usage of shared preferences are. As their name applies, they are used to save the user's preferences for your application. For example, different settings and things like themes and ringtone and those kind of things. But they are not limited to that. They are also used for saving small amount of data and the data types that don't need a special structure. I created these shared preferences in previous video in my main fragment, but I don't really need them in here. I'm going to keep all the working with shared preferences in my utils class, just to be organized. In this utils class, I don't need this cheese item. I made it just for an example. In here, I'm going to create an array list of grocery items, and later on I will cast it to JSON and save it in my shared preferences as all the items that I'm going to show to the user. Let's call it all items. Just to save your times, I have added a few items to this array list. I have created some grocery items like cheese, cucumber, and others. Add a description, a name, image URL, a category, the numbers that are available, and a price for each item, and added them to this array list just to see how will it look in our application. After adding all of these, I need to cast them to JSON and then put them in my shared frequency. Let's create a JSON object. JSON.toJSON. I can pass my all items as the object. Editor dot put a string. Let's say all items and pass our final string. Editor dot apply. But this is not a good place to save these values to our shared preferences, because later on I will call this method from my main fragment, and it will be executed every time that we run our application, meaning that every time that we run it, no matter what the values in shared preferences are inside this database, they are going to change to the values that I have initialized in here. For that, before this array list, I will check that if my shared preferences is empty or not. If it is empty, means that it's the first time that user has run my application. So I do need to add all of these to shared preferences, but if it is not null, so I'm not going to add them. For that, I'm going to create another array list of find grocery items. Let's call it possible items is equal to JSON, but I don't have my JSON in here. Let's move this JSON file up in here. JSON dot from JSON. This time I need to pass my shared preferences that get a string. Once again, I need to pass a key and a default value. As the key, I'm going to pass all items, and as default, I'm going to pass an empty string. But after that, I need to pass another thing for this JSON to work. Up until now, we have cast the JSON objects to Java files via using this from JSON method, and all the things that we have cast so far were simple objects. But in here, I'm going to cast that JSON string to this array list. For that, I need another element in here, and that's a type. I can create a type by saying type, the first one, the interface. Let's call it type is equal to new type token. Inside these diamonds, I need to specify the type that I'm going to pass to the JSON library, an array list of grocery items. After the parentheses, an opening and closing anchor bracket, dot get type. It seems a little bit weird, but I think this is the only place that you would need to define your own type. Just copy this line of code if you are confused. And after everything, inside this parentheses of this from JSON method, I need to pass that type. Now, my JSON file that has been saved into shared preferences can be cast to this array list. After getting that array list, I'm going to check if it's null or not. If it is null, then initialize these items. Let's move all of them to another method. Let's cut all of these. But of course, I need to create my JSON and shared preferences. Let's copy from here. I need to pass the context as well. Okay, seems like we have a bug report. I just don't need this editor inside this method because we are not going to use that. So to review the flow of things once again, if it's the first time that user is running our application, we are checking it in shared preferences and saving the JSON, the all items value. We are saving it to this array list. Later on, we are checking that if that array list is null. If it is null, meaning that it is the first time, so execute this method. And this method will initialize the fake database. Nothing special in here. I have read the documentation about this apply. They said that this apply method will change the in-memory data immediately, and after that, it will save it in the storage asynchronously. I didn't really get their point because what's the limit for, let's say, saving to the storage? When can I use that? So, because after executing this method, we are trying to showing them, for example, in some adapter of that recyclerview, and we are not going to count on the amount of time that this apply is going to take, so I'm going to stay with commit. It might take some time, it might even block the user from UI, but for now that we are not working with databases and live data, I'm just going to stay with this commit. However, our data are not that large and it shouldn't take that long. Now that I have created these two methods, I need to call them my main fragment, which I already have called them. Okay, let's create a recyclerview adapter in order to show all of these items in a recyclerview. I just added these three dependencies to my project, the recyclerview, cartview, and glide. We have searched and added all of these before. You can easily find them, or you can use my versions of these dependencies. Okay, now I need to create the list item for my adapter, list item layout, new layout resource file. Let's call it grocery adapter list item. Once again, just to save your time, I have created this simple layout file. It's basically a cart view with some attributes containing this cart elevation with an ID. I also added this relative layout, which contains of an image view, the image of the item that we are going to show, a text view indicating the price of that grocery item, and also a text view for the name of that item. Nothing more in here. I'm sure you can do it by yourself. Okay, let's create the Java file. First, add a login. Next, I need to create my view holder class, which needs to be public. Public class. Let's call it view holder. It will extend from recyclerview dot view holder. We need a constructor in here, and also we need to initialize our UI elements. Let's just quickly make sure that I have addressed them all right. Item image checks the item name, text price, and parent. Let's move to that list item. Parent as the card. Also item image, that seems right. TXT price and TXT item name. Okay, those seems fine. Next, I need to extend this adapter class from recyclerview.adapter, and I need to pass my viewholder class. Of course, I need to implement three methods and also create a constructor. An empty constructor and another one for the context that we are going to receive, so that we can show our images via glide. But first, let's create a context variable in here. And also, we need an array list of grocery items as well. Don't forget to initialize your array list. Now let's create the constructor. I need a setter method down in here for my list of items. After setting that, I need to notify that the dataset has been changed. Inside this onCreateViewHolder method, I need to create a view. Let's call it view is equal to layoutInflator class dot from our parent dot get context. From this context dot inflate our dot layout dot our list item. Our parent once again as the root, and false as attached to it because it's redundant. We are already attaching our layout to the parent in here. We don't need to do that in here. Next, I need to create a viewholder object and return it. Viewholder holder is equal to new viewholder. I need to pass my view. Let's return our holder. And unbind viewholder is where the magic is happening. Holder dot name dot set text to items dot get pass the position dot get name holder dot price dot set text to items dot get position once again dot get price, which is returning the double, and I need to cast it to a string. For that, I can say string.value of this cell in here. For my image view, I can say glide.width our context dot as bitmap dot load from items dot get as position dot get image URL dot into our folder dot image. We have done all of these a ton of times. I'm just redoing all of these because I'm guessing some of you might be new to the course and haven't watched along all of these with us from the beginning. Folder dot parent dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener, and we need to navigate to another activity. In this get item count, I need to pass the size of my array list. I think that's all with this adapter. Let's move on to our main fragment. In its layout file, I'm going to add 3 recyclerviews. In here, I created this layout file. I'm sure you can do it as well, but to just have a review, I created this nested scroll view just in case that our items would go out of size and they won't fit in our screen. Our nested scroll view needs only one child, so I created this relative layout, a text view, which you can see it in here, a recycler view, another text view, another recycler view, another text view, and another recycler view. And we have this button navigation view at the bottom. But you might be wondering, how is this nested scroll view is standing above this bottom navigation view. Well, with the help of this attribute in here, layout above, I'm not sure if you have used it before, but here it is. We are putting it above our bottom navigation view. Let's initialize all of these items in our main fragment. I just added these recycler views. I don't need those text views IDs or a reference in their Java code, and initialize those recycler views down in here. Let's minimize all the methods that we don't need for now. Just a simple initialization. Next, I need to create a tree adapter, private grocery item adapter, new items adapter, popular items adapter, suggested items adapter. I don't think that I need to explain why I'm creating three recycler views. I think their name talks for themselves. After initializing our fake database, I'm going to init my recycler views. Of course, I'm going to do that in another method. Private void init views. For the items of the adapter, I'm going to get the array list from shared preferences and later on pass them to the adapter. But I'm going to create that method in here as well inside this utility class. It should be a public method. Public return type will be an array list of grocery item. Let's say get all items. JSON is equal to new JSON. Type is equal to new type token. Applying array list of grocery item. Dot get 10. Array list of grocery items. All items is equal to JSON dot from JSON. I need to create an instance of my shared preferences as well. Is equal to, I need to pass a context in here as well. Context dot get shared preferences. A fake database which I have the constant which I'm going to pass mode file. Then shared preferences dot get string all items and null as the default value for my array list, and also the type. Then just return your all items. But we need to be careful about this null that I'm passing in here as the default value. If for some reason we couldn't get the shared preferences with this key, so our array list will be null. Later on in my main activity, I need to check for null values as well. After initializing this recycler views, I can say array list of grocery item, all items is equal to, let's move this utils so it could be a member variable, so we can use it in all of our methods. Okay, down in here, utils dot get all items and get activity as the context. If null is not equal to all items, then our new items adapter that set items to all items. Let's just check that if this one is working or not. After that, we will set the values for these other two recycler views as well. But before running, I need to add internet permission in my Gradle file as well, because I'm using Glide, and that will need internet permission. Okay, let's test our application. And as you can see, our beautiful recycler view is working fine. Right now, we haven't defined any unclick listener for these items. If I click, nothing happens. We did define, but we didn't navigate to another activity. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we will work on these popular items and maybe suggested items. See you in the next video. Welcome back, guys. Let's initialize the items for these other two adapters as well. If you remember, in my grocery item model, I have created an integer called popularity point. Let's take a look at that integer. This integer in here is going to represent the popularity of our grocery item. I'm going to increase this popularity point every time that a user buys our item. I'm going to increase that by 1, and later on in my main fragment, I will order all of the items depending on that popularity point, and will pass the items to this popularity adapter. Here is how we can order our array list the way that we want. First of all, I need to create an object called comparator. It's a Java interface. Comparator with inside the diamonds, I'm going to pass the type of the item. Let's call it popularity. Comparator. It's equal to a new comparator. It's a callback, and will override this method compare for us. This method is going to compare two objects that has been passed to it, and depending on which one is greater, if the first object is greater, it's going to return a positive number. If the second one is the greater one, it will pass a negative number, and if both are equal, it will return 0. But it will compare the whole objects, the value of the class that is going to pass to this method. If I want to sort different items by some field, I can do that manually in here. I'm going to do that in another method. Private integer compare by popularity. It will receive two grocery items. In here, I'm going to create an if statement. If item 1.get popularity point is greater than item 2.get popularity point, then return 1, just a positive number. It doesn't matter what you return in here, it should be positive. Else, if item 1.get popularity point is less than item 2.get popularity point, return negative 1. Once again, it doesn't matter what you return as long as it's negative. Else, in the other case, which is the two objects, popularity point is equal, I'm going to return 0. Then in here, instead of returning 0, I'm going to return the value of this method. I need to pass my two objects. This comparator object will handle the comparing between all the items in my array list, and later on we will see how we can sort my item depending on this comparator. I could have simplified this if statement to something like item 1 dot get popularity point minus item 2 dot get popularity point, but it's much more readable this way. so I'm going to delete. Later on, after initializing this comparator, I can say collections.sort and pass my all items array list and also the comparator that I just created. This will sort our array list. It's going to work, but it will order different objects in my array list in an ascending manner. But that's not what we want. We want to show the items with the most popularity point first. For that, before this sort is in here, I need to reverse my array list. For that, I can say collections.reverse order, and inside the parentheses, I can pass my comparator. This collection.reverse order will return another comparator for me. The comparator that will sort items in my array list in a descending manner. I can save that comparator by saying comparator grocery item. Let's call it reverse popularity point. It will save the comparator for us, and later on inside this collections.sort method I can pass that reverse. Right now my array list has been sorted and I can pass it to my adapter. So let's say popularity adapter dot set items to all items. As simple as that. But if I try to run my application right now, because the popularity point for all the items inside this all items array list is 0, and there would be no real sorting. Let's manipulate this, for example, in this utils class. When we initialize our database, in here in init all items method, I'm going to create a new item and change its popularity point manually. Next, before adding this screen to my array list, I will set its popularity point to, let's say, 10, for example. You know that ice creams are popular. Then I will add it at the end of my array list. You can do it wherever you want. I'm just going to add it in here and see if we can order different items depending on the field that we want. All items not add, let's say ice cream. But right now, because I have a condition up in here inside this init database method, we are checking that if we don't have any object saved with this all items key, then we are trying to initialize that. So this init all items won't be executed right now because we already have these all items in our shared frequency. For now, let's just manipulate it by calling it once again context so that we could change our shared frequencies. If I try to run my application, I should see ice cream first. And as you can see, even though I added ice cream last in my array list, it's appearing at the first. But as you probably have noticed, it has changed the order of things in this new items adapter as well. I don't want this behavior. I want my new items to be sorted by their, let's say, ID. You know that ID increases after every time we initialize some item. So it could be used to sort different items by the time they have been added. So let's add another comparator for our new items adapter as well. I can do that in my main fragment. Let's change all of this a little bit. I'm going to change the name of this one to new items, and I will use it to compare new items, but I will create another array list and I will pass it in here. Right now it shouldn't be this way. Let's create another comparator for our new items. I can say comparator grocery item like before. Let's say new items comparator, new comparator. Instead of creating a new method, I'm just going to return object1 dot get ID minus object2 dot get ID. You know the logic, it's basically doing the same thing that is happening inside this method, but of course it's comparing the ID instead of popularity point. I just didn't want to create another method. But as you know, it will sort different items by their ID in an ascending manner. So I'm going to change that by saying comparator, grocery item, reverse, new items comparator is equal to collections dot reverse order and pass my new items comparator in here. Then I can say collections dot sort and I will pass my new items and my reverse comparator. Of course, I need to call this one after this sorting. Now let's get another array list for our popular items. Array list of grocery item, popular items is equal to utils dot get all items. I need to pass a context, which is my activity. Then in here, instead of these new items, I will pass my popular items. Also in here as well. This way, we have separated the whole process of sorting for different array lists separately, so they won't be confused with each other. Let's try running our application one more time and see if we are doing okay. And as you can see, my new items are being sorted by their ID, but my popular items are being sorted by their popularity point. Let's add the array list for suggested items as well. For suggested items, I'm going to use that field that was user point. Let's take another look at that. I'm using this user point. I will change it in different places in my application. I will explain where we need to change this. But in my main fragment, I will use that to sort different items in my suggested adapter. First, we need to get that array list of grocery item. Let's say suggested items is equal to utils dot get all items as your activity as the context. Next, we need to create our comparator. Suggested items comparator is equal to new comparator, and I will just return object1 dot get user point minus object2 dot get user point. Let's reverse it like before. Comparator, grocery item, reverse suggested item comparator is equal to collections dot reverse order suggested item comparator. And finally, we can say collections dot sort my suggested items depending on the suggested item or reverse suggested items comparator. But once again, because the user point for all the items is 0 right now, it won't be any sorting. I can check it in my utils like we did for popularity point. For example, before adding ice cream, I can say ice cream dot set user point to, let's say, 5. This way, ice cream should be the beginning point of our suggested items array list as well. Let's add this array list to our suggested items adapter. I can say suggested items adapter dot set items to suggested items. Let's test our application. And as you can see, once again, ice cream is the beginning of our suggested array list as well. Okay, now that we have initialized all of our recyclerviews, first of all, let's delete these ice cream.setPoint and ice cream.setPopularity point because we have added them just for debugging, and also this line of code in here. We only need to initialize our shared preferences if we don't have any object saved by this key. Okay, let's move on. Now that we have our recyclerviews initialized, I need to create that activity that I'm going to navigate to. Let's create that activity in here. I'm going to call it grocery item activity. First of all, let's create the layout file. Let's change this one to a relative layout. First of all, a button for adding to cart, match parent for the width and wrap content as the height, the margin left and right of 15 dp, for example. Then I need to create a nested scroll view because the description for our item would be too long. So we want to be able to scroll. Let's give it an ID. I'm not sure that we need an ID, but I'm going to give it anyway. And let's move it below our button. Margin top as well. Inside this nested scroll view, I can only have one child, so a relative layout. In here at the top, I'm going to show the name and the price of my item. So let's create another relative layout. Match parent as the width and wrap content as the height and ID. Let's call it first relative layout. We just need to text it. Let's add a padding from here for our nested scroll view. Padding left and right. Let's say 10 dp for each one of them. Another text view down here for the price. Also, I need to move it to the end of my layer. So align parent right, which let's increase its size. Below this relative layout, I'm going to show the image. So image view, let's say 2050 dp and 2050 dp for both width and height. Height and image, let's say center it horizontally and move it below your first relative layout. Okay, that seems about fine. Just a margin maybe of 10 dp. Below this image view, I need the text about the availability of this item. So let's add a text here. For placeholder, let's say no item available. Let's add a description in here, another text view. I'm going to add 3 more stars in here so that the user can rate the item and from 1 to 3 star. But I need to add the 6 elements in here, 3 empty star and 3 filled star. Before that, let's add 2 icons in here in our Drawable folder. And I'm going to create the stars in a separate relative layout, wrap content and wrap content. Let's say ID stars, rel layout. It needs to be below our availability text. And also I'm going to move it to the right of the screen. So align parent right, 2, 3. In here, for each star, I'm going to create a new relative layout, ID, first star, rel layout. There are probably different ways of doing this, but I'm just going to do that this way. In here, I just need 2 image view, one for empty star and another one for a filled star. But I'm going to change the visibility for now to gone. Let's copy the whole relative layout for the other 2 stars. But I need to move this whole relative layout to right of first star relative layout. Let's copy this one more time. This was my whole stars relative layout. We added 6 image views, 3 relative layouts, and we will change their situation in our Java code dynamically. Okay, let's add the reviews down in here. First of all, the text view. Also, you can set 2 styles for your text this way. For example, if I want to add both bold and italic, I can use this or and say bold or italic. Let's move it below our description. Margin top maybe. And the margin left maybe. Then I need a recycler view to show all the reviews. Let's just add another text view in between this reviews text and this recycler view for adding another review. Let's create a relative layout in between here. Wrap content and wrap content. Let's give it an ID. I'm not sure second relative layout. We need to move it below our previous text. I need another icon in here. Let's add that icon. let's change the idea of this relative layout to add review relative layout. And let's move this recycler view below that relative layout instead of putting it below our use text. Okay, seems like we have our layout file. Let's just add a placeholder for use image as well. There is a launcher, I guess, that I can use as my placeholder. Let's just format it by pressing Ctrl Alt L. You can reformat your code, it's much more readable. And also when I put the source code to GitHub page, you can see them much more organized. Okay, let's move on to our Java file. I have initialized all my items. There are too many of them, and it's a really easy process. You can do it yourself. So I will skip the process. Okay, I think that's a good point to stop the video in here. In the next video, we will work on setting up the values for all of these UI elements, and maybe we would have some time to add functionality for this add review relative layout. But before I end the video in here, I would like to say that I will upload the source code in both my website and my GitHub page, which once again you can see the links on the screen. Feel free to check them if you think something is complicated, and I would like to see your comments on them. See you in the next video. Okay, let's continue creating our grocery item activity. But before that, I'm going to pass the item from my grocery item recyclerview adapter. From here, if you remember, we had a to-do inside the grocery item adapter, and the to-do says that we should navigate to grocery item activity. I'm going to create a new intent and navigate from the context that we received before to our grocery activity .class. Also, I need to pass the item that the user is going to click on. For that, I can say .put extra item as the key and items .get position as the index as the value. Context .start activity pass your intent. Okay, let's switch back to our grocery item activity. First of all, I will receive that intent. We need a try catch because our intent could be null. Let's save the incoming item to a member variable up in here. Private grocery item, let's call it incoming item, and let's initialize it in here. Get parcel level extra. Next, we will set the item's values depending on the incoming item that I'm going to receive. Let's do that in another method. Let's add a comment up in here so that we know what our code is doing. I'm not sure if I introduced this way of commenting, but this is another way, a slash and two star, and pressing enter, it will give you a comment. Let's say responsible, setting the initial values for reviews. Txt name dot set text to incoming item dot get name. Txt price dot set text to string dot value of incoming item dot get price. Let's add a $sign at the end as well. Next, txt availability set text to incoming item dot get available amount plus, let's say, number available. Next, txt description dot set text to incoming item dot get description. After that, let's set the image view glide dot width, this as the context, that as bitmap dot load from incoming item dot get image URL dot into image item image. Let's see, what do we have? btn add cart. Let's set unclick listener, new unclick listener. For now, let's just add a to do in here. Add item to the cart. We will deal with these stars later on in future video because I think those can take some time. But for now, let's deal with this review. For showing the reviews, first of all, I need to create an adapter for my reviews recyclerview adapter. But even before that, I need to create a layout for the list item in that adapter. Let's call it review adapter list item. It's a simple relative layout, and it just has 3 text views. Nothing special in here. I'm not going to define an unclick listener for this whole relative layout or anything else. Just we are going to show those reviews. Okay, let's create the Java file for our adapter. Let's just check that we are passing the right ID. Username, this one review text, and the other one txt date. That's fine. I think our recyclerview adapter is ready. Let's jump to our grocery item activity and continue there. I need to create an adapter up in here. I need to initialize my adapter down here, maybe. Then recyclerview.set adapter to the adapter, and also recyclerview.set linear layout manager or layout manager to a new linear layout manager, which I need to pass my context. Then I need to get the reviews related to this grocery item in here. Once again, I'm going to do that in my utility class because that's a connection to database. Let's minimize all of this so you don't be distracted. Public array list of reviews. Get review for item. We need to get the item ID. Once again, I need to call my shared preferences. Also, I need to pass a context to this method, but I don't like the way that we are passing context in each method. Instead, I'm going to receive it in the constructor, and we will save it to one member variable up in here. This way, we only pass it once. This.context is equal to context. But of course, I need to change a few things, for example, in my main fragment and in my grocery item activity. Now that we have a context, let's get our shared preferences with our constant and a mode private. Next, I need to create a JSON object. Then I need to get all of my items and look for the specific item that I'm going to look into. I can say JSON dot, but of course before that I need to create a type. New token type or type token of kind array list of grocery item that get type. Then I can say JSON dot from JSON from our shared preferences dot get string with the name of all items and null as the default value. Of course, I need to pass my type. Now that we have all of our items, first of all, we need to check that our item is null or not. Then a for loop for grocery item inside my items array list. If item.get item ID, if it is equal to the ID that we are receiving, then return that item.get reviews. But if we didn't pass these conditions, just return null. Let's quickly fix the main fragment so that our code be bug-free. In our main fragment inside the onCreate method, I need to pass a context, which is getActivity in this case, to the constructor of this class. Then I can remove this context because now I'm using the member variable. Now that we have a bug-free code, let's switch to our grocery item activity. In here I can say array list of reviews is equal to utils, but I never initialized that class as well. Let's quickly initialize it. Private utils in your onCreate, before everything, initialize that class. Utils is equal to new utils, and of course you need to pass a context. Reviews is equal to utils dot get reviews for item, and you can say incoming item dot get ID. Now that I have the reviews, first of all I'm going to check if that array list is null or not, because we did return null in some cases in our utility class. If null is not equal to reviews, then adapter.set reviews to reviews. Let's add an unclick listener for this relative layout, review relative layout. I can say add review relative layout dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener, and in here I'm going to show a dialog. Let's create that dialog. It's a linear layout. We have added a text up in here so that we know which item we are adding a review to text views for that. After that relative layout, I have added two edit text. For the first one, I have set the lines to 5, so we have more spaces to write the reviews. Also, I'm not sure if I talked about this gravity in edit text. If you set it, for example, to a start, this review hint will be at the start point, or even if the user types something, it will start from the beginning. If I remove it, it will be moved to the middle. Also, another text view in here for the warning, which is empty right now. If the user gets any warning, I'm going to show that in here. And a button, of course, to add this review to our item. I will instantiate my alert dialog object in here. Alert dialog.builder. Builder is equal to new alert dialog.builder. I need to pass context in here. Then let's say set title to add review. Set view to view. After everything, just return builder.create. Let's initialize our UI items. Private. We have to edit texts. We had two text views, one for the name of the item and another one for the warning. Also, we had a button. Now that we have initialized our items, let's set their values. I'm going to pass the item via a bundle to this dialog. Get arguments. Grocery item is equal to bundle.get parcelable item txt item name.setText to item.getName. Let's add an unclick listener for the button. Begin add review.set unclick listener. New unclick listener. Let's do the job in another method. Add review. Down in here, private void add review. Of course, I need to save the ID of this item up in here in order to use that in other methods. Private int item ID, initialize it to 0. Down in here inside the try catch, you can say this dot item ID is equal to item.getID. Let's get the text of those two texts, edit texts. String name is equal to edit text name.getText.toString. String review text is equal to edit text review.getText.toString. Also, I'm going to get the current date so that I can save it inside the review item. For that, let's do that in another method called get current date. Private string get current date. I can get the current date by saying date is equal to calendar dot get instance dot get time. Then with the help of simple date formatter, I believe we have seen all of these. I'm not sure, but this is the syntax. I can say new simple date format, and I need to pass a pattern inside the parentheses. For example, let's say day, month, and 4 digits for the year. Next, I need to return sdf.format, and I need to pass my current date. It will format the current date to this pattern that I passed in here. It will return it in a string, so I can save it up in here. Now I can create my review object. Review is equal to new review. First of all, I need to pass the grocery item ID, which I have saved up in my member variables. Then I need to pass the name. I need to pass the review text. And also I need to pass the current date. In order to pass this data to your parent activity, you need to create a callback. Let's create that up in here. Public interface, add review. I have a typo in here. Void on add review result. We will pass our review object to this callback. Of course, I need to create an instance of that interface. Private add review. I need to initialize it. For example, here might be a good place. Of course, I need to try that in try catch block and catch class cast exception, in order to be sure that our parent activity is implementing this interface. E.print stack trace. Then I can say add review is equal to add review and get activity. After that, or even inside the try catch, I can say add review dot on add review result, and I can pass my review object. I think we are done inside this dialog. We don't need anything else. In our grocery item activity, I need to implement that interface up in here. Implement add review. Implement the method. We are adding plus review.toString just for debugging purposes. In here, I'm going to update this item in my database and add a review to that. So because I'm going to connect to my database, I'm going to do that in my utility class. Public void, or maybe boolean, just for checking that if we add it successfully. Add review. You need to receive a review. First of all, I need to get shared preferences. Context.get shared preferences. Our database name as the key and mod private. Then json. Then a type. New type token. Upline arraylist of grocery item. Get type. Then our arraylist of grocery items is equal to json.fromJSON shared preferences.get string all items, null as the default value and type. Then if that item is not null, Let's create another array list of grocery items. New items is equal to a new array list. Then I can create a for loop for grocery item inside my items. If item dot get ID, if it is equal to review dot get grocery item ID, I need to get the array list of pre-existing reviews inside that item is equal to item dot get reviews. Then I can say reviews dot add the review that we are receiving up in here. Then I can say item dot set reviews and pass my new reviews. After this if statement, I'm going to add the item to my new items. And after the for loop, now that we have the new updated array list of items, I can call the editor is equal to shared preferences.edit. Then I can say editor.string. I can say all items. And for the value, I can say json.toJSON my new items. After everything, I can say editor.commit. If we reach to this point, I'm going to return true as the result of this method. But if none of this condition is true, I'm just simply going to return false. I think we are done in here. In our grocery item inside this implemented method, I can say utils.addReview. I can pass my review item. As simple as that. Let's just test our application and see how this adding review is working, and after that finish off this video. We have some compile time error, and if we take a look at them inside our package, I'm not sure where those are, but I can get some hints from here. Init database, I need to delete this one because we no longer receive a context in here as well. That's all because I have changed the constructor of this utils class. The other one in here, just remove the get activity from all the red warnings. I'm not sure if there is any more compilation time error, but let's just run our application and we could see the warnings if there is any. It seems like we don't have any more compile time error. If I click on some of these items, for some reason I'm not getting the values. Let's check the logcat. It's saying that my views are null. And that's because in my onCreate, I have called this init views after setting the view values. I need to move this one above in here. Let's give it another try. Let's click once again. Now I can see the values, the name, the price, the image, the numbers available, the description, and reviews, which is none for now. These stars shouldn't do anything right now because I haven't defined an unclick listener. Also, this button doesn't have an unclick listener. Let's run it the third time. Let's try adding a review, and this unclick listener isn't working because I never showed my dialog. I have added a to-do in here, but I never showed my dialog. It was add review dialog, new add review dialog. I need to pass a bundle within it. New bundle, bundle.put parcel over, let's say item, and the incoming item. Add review dialog dot set arguments to a bundle, and add review dialog dot show. get support fragment manager, and a tag for debugging purposes. Also, in my add review method in here, add review result, after adding that review to our shared preferences, I need to update the recyclerview adapter so that we could see the items immediately. For that, I'm going to get the reviews once again from our shared preferences utils.get reviews for item review.get item ID. Then I can say if null is not equal to my reviews, adapter.set reviews to reviews. I think this time it should work. Let's give it a try. Add a review, Mason, and some text. Nope, it's still not working. Let's take another look at our logcat. Seems like our text view in our dialog is null. I should have put the wrong ID for this text view. Let's see what the ID was. Txt item name. Let's take a look at our dialog add review. Item name. Yes, we have put the wrong ID. One more time, please work this time. Linux, add a review. Mason. It was soft. Yes, we are getting a review. But I don't know why this text has came here and the date has moved up in here. I don't want them this way, but I will fix this in future video. Let's just take a look at if we close our activity and come back. Yes, the review is still there. Okay, in the next video, first of all, we will fix this situation in here, and after that, we will continue on creating the unclick listener for our stars. See you in the next video. Okay, let's fix the problem with these reviews in here. I figured out that at a review dialog, at the time of initializing my review, in here I misplaced these two items. I need to put date first, and after that, the review text, because the constructor needs date first. There was no other special reason. Okay, let's close this one. And let's handle the situation of these stars. If you remember, I had a to-do, I think in setup views values in here about the handling the star situations. Let's create another method and do all the work in there. I will create my method down in here, private void handle the star situation, log d. But before everything, let's save the current rate of the incoming item in some member variable up in here. Private int current rate. We will see why we are saving this. And in here, after receiving the incoming item, I'm going to save its current rate. I can say this dot current rate is equal to incoming item dot get rate, which I can't see in here. It means that I didn't initialize it in my grocery item model. I don't know why. Let's quickly add that private int rate. And also let's add it to our constructor. We know that at the time of initializing, our rate would be 0, so I'm not going to pass it to the constructor. Also, I need to change this whole parser level as well. I need to recreate them. Let's delete all of them. And also the toString. I need to change that as well. But before that, let's add a getter and setter for the rate, a toString, Now let's change this one to parse level. Okay, now that we have the rate, I can say get rate. We are saving the current rate of our incoming item to this variable up in here. Later on, we will see how we're going to use that. Okay, inside my handle star situation, let's minimize all of these methods so we don't be distracted. In my handle star situation, I need to set different unclick listener for my stars. For that, I can say first empty star dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener. Inside this unclick method, I'm going to check that if the rate is going to change. For example, if the user has already rated for some item 2-star, and if he or she is clicking once again on the second empty star, so we are not going to change that in our database once again, because those are basically the same. For that, I'm going to check the current date with, for example, in here first empty star, which will set the rate to 1. Let's say check if the rate has changed. And also I need to pass the rate that this item is going to take after clicking on this, for example, first empty star. For that I can pass 1. We know that after clicking on first empty star, our item will have a rate of 1. Private void, let's say boolean, and pass a true or false in case it has been changed. Int new rate. First of all, I'm going to check if new rate is equal to current rate. So return false, means that it hasn't changed, but else, in other cases, return true. That's all this method is going to do. Later on, we are going to check if this condition is true. So change the visibility of different stars. Once again, I'm going to do that in another method. I need to pass the new rate as well. After that, I will update my database. Let's create a switch statement depending on the new rate. And in case it's 0, so the visibility of all the yellow stars should be gone. So let's do that. I can say first field star dot set visibility to gone. Second field star dot set visibility to gone. And also third field star dot set visibility to gone. And also all 3 of the empty stars should be visible. And that's all I need in case the rate is 0. Break, add another case. In case it's 1, let's copy all of them once again and change a few of them after. First field star should be visible, and first empty star should be gone, and the others are the same. In case it's 2, first and second field star should be visible, and first and second empty star should be gone. In case it's 3, all 3 field stars should be visible, and all 3 empty stars should be gone. and another case for default, I'm going to stay with this condition. So all the three empty star be visible in case something else happens. That's all I need in this method. Let's create the other method, update database. Private void update database. Once again, because I'm going to connect to database, I'm going to create the update in the utils class. Let's minimize all the unnecessary methods. Let's add it in here. In here, I can say public void update the rate. I need to receive the grocery item and of course the new rate. I need to get my shared preferences. I need to create my JSON object. It was probably better that I moved all of the initializing of these shared preferences and JSON to a constructor of this class, but now that we have done it up until here, I'm going to stay with that. I need to create a type of array list of grocery item. Next, I can say array list of grocery item items is equal to json dot from JSON shared preferences dot get string all items null as default value and type. If null is not equal to my items, let's create another array list of grocery items. New items is equal to new array list for grocery item, or let's say I. And items, if I dot get ID is equal to item dot get ID, then I dot set rate to the new rate, and after this if statement, new items dot add I. Outside of this for loop, once again I need to set the data inside the shared preferences, set these new items. I can call my editor shared preferences dot edit. I can say editor dot put string all items and json dot to JSON my new items. I think that's all we need in update the rate method. Let's call it in our grocery item activity. I can say utils dot update the rate, incoming item, and the new rate. It will update our database. But I think it's better to first update the database and then change the visibility. Let's add the unclick listener for other stars as well. Second empty star dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener. If our rate has changed, this one the new rate is 2, then update the database to 2 and also change the visibility of items. Third, empty star dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener. If our rate has been changed, this time 3, then update the database to 3 and also change the visibility. Also, I need to do the same for fill the stars. That's all I need inside this method, but also I need to change the visibility of the stars in this onCreate method as well. So when we create our grocery item, that can be updated as well. For that, I can say change visibility inside this try catch block and pass my current rate. I think our stars should work fine. Let's give it a try. By clicking on one of these items, the first star is working fine. The third star is working fine. But when I click on this 2 star, it doesn't seem to work fine. Let's see why. I think in my change the visibility, I have made some mistake. In case it's true, oh yes, that's it. This third empty star should be visible. Let's try it once again. For Kleenex, let's try 1, 2, and 3. 1 once again, 3, this time 2. Yes, the visibility is working fine, but right now it has 2 stars. Let's go back. Let's take a look at logcat and see why this is not working. Let's clear out logcat. Hit on 1 star. It's checking that the rate is changed or not. It's trying to update the database. It's calling the method from the utils class. And also it's changing the visibility. Let's take a look at the utility class. Utils. I think the problem should be here. We are defining the type arraylist items, setting the rate, adding it, editor. Oh yes, I didn't commit the changes for this editor. Let's try it once again. Next, 1 star, 2 star. Let's go back. It doesn't seem to work, and I think I know the reason this time. Because, for example, if I rate this item 1 star and go back, my recyclerview adapters are not updating. I'm updating them in my onCreate method. Let's take a look at main fragment. Inside the onCreate view, I'm calling this initialize view, and in here I'm updating the recyclerviews. But when we come back from that activity, this onCreate method won't be called. Instead, we are calling onResume. So I need to do the same thing in onResume as well. So whenever we come back from our other activity, we update the recyclerview adapters. For that, I'm going to move all of these to another method and call it both in here and in onResume. Let's cut all of these. Add them in here. We don't have any error, that seems fine. Once I'm going to call that method inside this onResume, and another time after initializing my recyclerview. So whenever we launch our application, this onCreate will update the recyclerview adapters. Let's try one more time. I think this time it should work. Next, it has the 1 star from before. Let's change it to 2. Go back. Take another look. Yes, that seems fine. Let's close our application and run it once again. Next, it has 2 stars. Let's try for 3. Yes, it's working fine. Now that we have fixed the star situations, let's add an unclick listener for this add to cart button. Let's close all the unnecessary classes. I think I had a to do in here. Set views values. Yes. We have done this to do, so let's delete it. I'm going to update the database, so I'm going to create a method in my utility class. Let's minimize all the unnecessary methods. Public void add item to cart. I will receive an integer indicating the ID of that item. In here, I'm going to create an array list of integer. Make sure to type it this way because array list can't accept primitive data types. It will give you some warnings. But this integer is an object, not a primitive data type. I'm going to create this array list and save only the IDs of different items into that array list and later on save it in my database. There is no special reason for that. I'm just going to lighten the weight on my database. This is not that much heavy object, but for example, if you have, let's say, millions of users, and if you try to save the whole object, that can be database consuming, resource consuming. Let's call it cart items is equal to new array list. Once again, I'm going to get my shared preferences, context.get shared preferences, json. I need a type, new type token, array list of integers this time. Let's move these cart items array list down in here. Let's delete this new array list. Instead, I'm going to say json.from JSON shared preferences.getString. This time, instead of all items, I'm going to say cart items. We haven't saved any value to shared preferences with this key, but I'm going to do that in here. We will see how. I'm going to check if my cart items is equal to null. Cart items is equal to a new array list in that case. But if it's not null, I'm going to just add this ID to this array list. For that, I can say cart items.add ID. After adding it, I need to update my database. Editor is equal to shared preferences.edit. Then I can say editor.putString for the key cart items. And as a value, json.toJSON, my cart items. Editor.connect. I think that's all we need inside this add items to cart. Let's call it in our grocery item activity in here. I can say utils.add item to cart and pass my incoming item.getID. That's all I need to do in order to add an item or an item ID to be specific to cart items. Later on, in onCreate method of my cart activity, I will receive this array list. Okay, that's all we need in our grocery item activity. In the next video, I will start creating the search activity. See you in the next video. Okay, let's start creating our search activity. I'm going to start with layout as always. Let's also enable this preview. I'm going to change this one to a relative layout. I need another relative layout in here. Match parent and wrap content. And edit text. Once again, match parent as the width and wrap content as the height. Let's add a hint. An ID. Let's add an image view in here. Let's say 30 dp by 30 dp. For the source, I have an icon IC search. Align parent right to true. Let's make it a little bigger. An ID. Let's say btn search. And let's move this edit text to left of that image view. btn search. Also, let's add a padding for this whole relative layout. Padding, let's say 15 dp. That seems fine. After this relative layout, let's add ID. First relative layout. I'm going to create a linear layout in here. Match parent and wrap content. An ID. A linear layout. And an orientation of horizontal. I need 3 text views in here so that I can show at least 3 of my categories. Let's move this whole linear layout below our first relative layout. And maybe add a margin. Let's add a margin to this edit text as well. Margin right. Let's say 70. That seems fine. After this linear layout, I'm going to create another text view. Below this text view, I need a recycler view. Match parent and wrap content. ID. Let's say recycler view. Also, I need the bottom navigation view as well. Bottom navigation view. I can even copy it from my main fragment. Make sure to add this align parent button attribute. Okay, I don't think I need anything else in here. Let's quickly initialize all of these items in my search activity Java file. Now that we have initialized our items, let's add an unclick listener for that btn search, which is actually an image view. Set unclick listener, new unclick listener, initiate, and search, let's say. I have a typo, of course. Initiate search. First of all, I need to get the text of that edit text. I can say string text is equal to our search bar dot get text dot toString. Then I'm going to search my database
for this text. For that, once again, I'm going to create a method in my utils class. The reason that I'm doing all of these database connection to this utils class is that in future videos, when we learn about databases, as a challenge, maybe we will change this utils class. So for that reason, I'm putting all the database connection inside this class. Now that I have the list of all my items, I can search for the item that has the same name as this text that has been passed to this method. But of course, first of all, I need to check that if my array list is null or not. And for grocery item inside my items or all items, if item that get name, I can use that equals in here, but a better choice is that equals ignore case, this second one. It will ignore the lower and upper cases. If it's equal to text, then add it to an array list, which I'm going to create up in here. Now I can say search items that add item. This is not a good way for searching different items in your database. Later on, when we learn about SQL language and when we work with database, there is a really simple process which you can just say like instead of equals, and it will return to you all the items that are like the item that you are searching for. Even in here, I have few options. For example, I can split the item's name, and after that, check the equality between this text and all of those splitted text. It can be useful, for example, if the user search for ice cream and we in our database have multiple ice cream types, for example, vanilla or chocolate or something else. It can be useful in those cases as well. Let's add that functionality to our little search engine as well. After this if statement, I'm going to split this item.getName. I'm not sure if we have splitted strings before, but this is how you can do it. Let's say splitted string is equal to another typo in here. Item.getName dot split. Inside this parenthesis, you can pass the thing that you are going to split your string depending on that. For example, I can pass spaces or maybe commas or whatever I want. In here, I'm just going to pass a space. The result of this split method will be saved inside this array list, and each item inside this array list will be a substring of this item.getName. I can create another for loop for, let's say, int I is equal to 0, I less than splitted string.length I plus plus. I can say if a splitted string with an index of I, if it's equal to or equals ignore case to our text, then I will add it to my array list. But before that, I need to be careful about duplicate values. I don't want to add an item twice in my array list. For that, I can create another for loop in here for grocery item, let's say search item. Inside my search items array list, if search item dot equals the item If it is equal, then we don't want to add it to our search item, meaning that it already contains that item. And for that functionality, before this for loop, I can create a boolean. Let's say does exist, initialize it to false. And inside this if statement, if we found an equal item, I can say does exist is equal to true. Then outside of this for loop, I can check that if does exist is not equal to true, then add this item, the item that we are looking at right now, to our search items. Search items.add item. It seems a little bit complicated, but if you take a closer look at it, it's not that much complicated. After everything, after this if statement, I need to return my search items. That's all this method does. Let's move back to our search activity. But of course, I need to initialize the utils class. For that, I can say utils, and I need to initialize it in my uncreate. Utils is equal to new utils. I need to pass the context. Then I can say array list of kind grocery item items is equal to utils dot search for item, and I can pass my text. I could have even split this text in the cases that user enter 2 or maybe more words in our search bar. But for our simple application, that doesn't seem to be necessary. Then I need to pass these items to the recyclerview adapter, which I haven't created or initialized. Private grocery item adapter, let's call it adapter. Let's initialize it in here. Then I can pass the items to that adapter. But of course, before calling this method, I need to set this adapter to my recyclerview. Let's do it in here. Recyclerview.set adapter to adapter, and recyclerview.set layout manager to a new linear layout manager. That's all we need to do for searching, but I haven't initialized this bottom navigation view, so let's initialize that. I can even copy it from my main fragment. Down in here I have this method, which I can copy. Let's take a look at it. I don't need this get activity. Instead, I'm going to say search activity.this. But this time, instead of adding a to-do in here, I'm going to navigate the user to home activity by clicking on that home icon. For that, I can create an intent from search activity.this to our main activity. I don't need to pass anything, I just need to set 2 flags. Intent.clear task or intent.new task. Start activity and pass your intent. Of course, I need to call this method from my onCreate method. Let's do it after this init views, init button navigation. For these 3 text views, I can set 3 simple categories. I don't think any special order is needed, but I'm going to do the connection in my utils class. Let's copy some of the items from here. We can create another array list of type string. Let's say categories. is equal to new array list. I can create a for loop in here for int I is equal to 0, I less than all items dot size, and I plus plus. But as the warning says in here, it can throw a null pointer exception, so I need to move this for loop inside the if statement if null is not equal to all items. I only need 3 categories, so I can say if categories.size is less than 3, then add some values to that category. But like before, I need to be aware of duplicate values. For that, I can create another for loop for a string s inside my categories. If all items that get I dot get category, if it is equal s, once again I need a boolean before this for loop. Let's say boolean does exist is equal to false initially. If we found an equivalent object, I can say does exist is equal to true. Then outside of the for loop, I can check for that. If not does exist, then add the items category to our array list. Categories.add all items dot get I dot get category. After everything, I need to return my categories array list. Return categories. This way, we are only returning 3 categories, nothing more. Inside my search activity, I can call for that method that I just created. Let's move all of that inside another method. We need 3 text views. I can say array list of string, let's say categories, is equal to utils dot get 3 categories. Then I can create a switch statement on categories.size because our category size can be 3 or less than 3. In case it's 1, I can set only the first text view. For that, I can say first category.set text to categories dot get with an index of 0. In case it's 2, let's copy this line of code one more time. For the second item, set text categories dot get 1. In case it's 3, once again I need to copy these 2 lines of code. And also third category dot set text to categories dot get 2. I need a default as well because the size of this array list can be 0, just break in that case. Also, in case categories.size is equal to 1, I'm going to hide these other 2 text views. For that, I can say second category.set visibility to gone. In here, I just need to do that for my third item. Let's quickly add an unclick listener for our see all items text view and finish this video. And it seems like I haven't initialized that text view. Let's add it in here. txt see all categories. Initialize it in your init views. Up in here inside this uncreate, after this btn search, I can say txt all categories that set unclick listener to new unclick listener. I'm going to show a dialog for all the categories, so I will create that dialog in the next video. Just added to do that, we make sure that we won't forget it. Show a dialog. Before I finish this video, I would like to mention once again that I'm uploading the source code after every video in both my web page, my website at makecode.org, which you can see the link on the screen, and also my GitHub page. So make sure to check them if you need. See you in the next video. Before we continue with our code, let's just test the search activity that we just created and see if we can get any result back by searching. Let's go to search activity. I think I didn't define an unclick listener for this search in my bottom navigation view in my main fragment. Let's go there. In here, as you can see, I put a to do, but I never created the intent. We don't want anything in our backstack, so let's say intent.setFlags, intent.clearTask, or intent.newTask. Start activity. Let's run it once again. Let's go to search activity, and we are getting crashes. Let's take a look at the logcat. It's saying that invoke a virtual method on a null object. My recyclerview seems to be none. Let's go to search activity and see what's wrong. In my uncreate, yes, I have put this init view after I used my recyclerview. So that created that null pointer exception. Let's go to search activity by clicking on search. As you can see, this bottom navigation view has been popped up to the window above the keyboard. We don't want that. We will deal with that later on. For now, let's just check our search bar. Let's search for cucumber once again. By clicking on search, I'm getting the results back. Let's click on that cucumber. Yes, it's working fine. And let's search for ice cream or ice, let's say. I can't see the ice cream, even though I just typed ice. That seems fine. Let's deal with this problem. For that matter, I can go to my manifest file, and inside the search activity opening tag, I can say Windows soft input mode, which is basically our keyword in this case. I can say adjust pan or adjust resize. These two in here will resize all the items, or they pan all the items, so there will be room for your keyboard. Let's see how this works in our application. This time by going to search, by clicking on this search in here, now we can see that our bottom navigation view has not been popped up. But this is not generally a good idea, because sometimes you don't want to resize or pan different items. And we will deal with this problem later on when we create our cart activity. For now, let's just move on. We don't have anything special in here that we don't want to resize. So I'm going to stay with this attribute in my manifest. And as you can see on the screen, these three text views has been condented to each other. Let's add some margins between these three text views. In my search activity layout, these three text views need margins. Let's enable the preview. Okay, seems like our search activity works fine so far. Let's show all the categories. If you remember, inside my search activity, in here I had a to-do that says show a dialog to show all the categories. Let's create that dialog. For the layout, I just need a simple list view, nothing more. I can even change this linear layout to a list view. Of course, I need to delete this orientation. Let's give it an ID. And let's move on to our Java code. It needs to extend from dialog fragment. We need a logging in here. On create dialog method. We need our view. Then we can create our alert dialog object by saying alert dialog.builder. Then after everything, I need to pass my builder.create. Let's get our list view in here. Then I need to get the list of all categories, which once again I'm going to create that method in my utils class. Public array list of string. I can probably copy some of these from here. Let's copy all of them and we will delete the part that we don't need. We don't want to limit our array list to 3, so let's delete this if statement. I think that's all the change that we need to do. We just need to return our array list after everything. Return categories. Let's also format this code so it looks a little bit nicer. In my show all categories, first of all I need an instance of my utils class. Then I can say array list of a string categories is equal to utils that get all categories. Then I can create my list view adapter. I can do so by saying array adapter of kind string. Let's call it adapter is equal to new array adapter. I need to pass a context and also I need to pass the typing. Then I need to pass the layout for every item, which I'm going to use the pre-built layout. That's simple list item 1. Then I need to pass my categories array list. Then I can say list view.set adapter to adapt. I need an unclick listener for this list view items as well. For that I can say list view.set on item click listener, new on item click listener. By clicking on every category, I'm going to navigate the user to another activity so that he or she can see a list of all the items in that category. But first of all, before that, I need to pass this data to the parent activity so we could dismiss the dialog. For that, I'm going to create an interface up in here. Select category, let's say. Then, before this unclick listener, I can create my try catch in order to catch class cast exceptions. I can say select category is equal to select category get activity. Then inside this unclick listener, I can say select category dot onSelect category result as my categories dot get position. Let's implement this interface in our search activity. Let's add a logging. Let's create the other activity that we are going to navigate to. Inside this activities layout, I need only a text view and a recycler view and nothing more. Let's move all of these into a relative layout. And below this relative layout, I need a recycler view. It's a good point to mention that this tag constant in here only can accept 23 characters. And if you have a longer name like I have in here, it will just cut the name. It's not a big problem, but here is why, because this is not a complete text. Let's set this adapter to our recycler view. Also, let's set a layout manager for our recycler view, but instead of linear layout, this time I'm going to use grid layout manager. I need to pass the context and the number of columns that I want, which is 2 in this case. Next, I will receive the data that is going to come via the intent. The string category is equal to intent.get string extra category. Then we will search in our database for all the items that has this category. Let's create that method in here. Public array list of grocery item. Let's copy shared preferences and json from here. I think I can use them. We now have all of our items. If null is not equal to all items, and for grocery item inside my all items, if item.getCategory, if it is equal to the category that we are receiving, then let's create another array list in here. Then let's add this item to our array list. And after everything, we will just return our new items. Let's switch back to this activity. I can say array list of grocery items is equal to, but of course I need to instantiate my utils class. Items is equal to utils dot get item by category, and I can pass my category. After that, I can say adapter dot set items to items. Also, I need to set this name to the category that I'm looking to. Txt name dot set text to category itself. I think that's all we need in this activity. Let's pass data to this activity from our search activity when we implemented this method. We are receiving that category. I can say intent is equal to new intent from search activity or from this to category show items by category activity.class. I need to pass my category. And I don't need any flagging here because we do want to be able to go back. Now that everything has been created, I just need to show my dialog inside this unclick listing. Let's delete this to do. I can say show all categories dialog is equal to new show all categories dialog and show all categories dialog dot show. Get support fragment manager and tag. Let's run our application and see if it's working or not. Let's jump to search activity. By clicking on the see all activity, I can't see a list of all activities. Let's click, for example, on this food. I can see a list of my food. That's nice. But this name up in here hasn't been set for some reason. Let's see why. Let's take a look at logcat, and as you can see, our text view is now. Let's go to that class, and let's take a look at the layout file and see what we have put for this ID. txt category, and at the time of initializing, I put txt name. But because we have set that txt name inside this try catch block, which is catching null pointer exception, we didn't get any crashes. Let's see if it's working this time. Search, see all categories, food. I can see the category food. That seems nice. Also, let's set three unclick listener for these three items in here as well, so that the user can go to that show items by category by clicking on these as well. In my search activity inside this init3 text views, I can say txt first category, that's it, unclick listener, new unclick listener. I just need to create an intent. Intent dot put extra category as the key, and as the value I can say txt category cat dot get text to string. Let's copy this 3 line of code. txt second category dot set unclick listener. I need to change this one to txt second. txt third category dot set unclick listener. Unclick listener. txt third category. Okay, let's do another check and see if these text views are working. By clicking on food, I am seeing food, vegetables, and drinks. Yes, those are all working fine. Also, I have noticed that I never set a default value for this bottom navigation view in my search activity. Let's quickly do that and finish off this video. Inside my init bottom navigation view, I need to change this one to search. Let's take another look. This time it's highlighting the search. Before I end this video, I would like to say that I am uploading all the codes on my GitHub page and my website at makecode.org/codes after every video. So make sure to check them if you need, and see you guys in the next video. Now that we have created our main activity and search activity, it's time to create our cart activity. So let's create that. In its layout file, I will create a frame layout and my bottom navigation view. And later on, I will create 3 fragments in order to get data like user's address or number or email or something like that. And I will navigate between those fragments by using this frame layout. Also, I added my bottom navigation view at the bottom of my activity. Nothing more in here. Before everything, let's initialize this bottom navigation view in our cart activity. I can say button navigation view dot set selected item ID r.id.cart. Then an unclick listener for its items, set on navigation item selected listener, new on navigation item selected listener, and our famous switch statement in here. Now that we have created this button navigation view, let's create those three fragments step by step. In here I have a simple layout as well. It's basically a relative layout which is containing this text view up in here and also a recycler view. Below that recycler view I have this sum in order to show the total price of all the items in that cart, which is basically containing these two text views. Also, I have added this text view in here, which if I change its visibility to visible for now, it says that no items is available. And we will show this text view whenever the cart is empty. After that, I just have a button. Let's initialize these items in my Java file. But before that, let's create that Java file. Okay, now that we have initialized our UI items, let's create this recycler view. But before that, I'm going to create a list item layout file for my recyclerview adapter. Once again, because it's a simple layout and you can do it by yourself, I'm just going to paste the layout in here. It's basically a relative layout which contains a text view, a price, and also another text view with this background of color accent in here, which you can click and delete your item from the cart. Let's create the related Java file. Let's extend the adapter class from this recyclerview.adapter and pass our view holder object. I need my array list up in here, array list of grocery item. And I don't think we need any context in here. So let's just create our constructor and let's move on to these methods. For now, let's just add a to-do in here. We will show the dialog for deleting the item later on. Let's add a setup for our array list. Let's jump to our card first fragment and initialize our recycler. Recyclerview.set adapter to adapter. Never define the adapter up in here. Private. Card view adapter, 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 or I can initialize it down in here. Is equal to new card view adapter. Then recyclerview.set adapter to our adapter and recyclerview.set layout manager to new linear layout. Let's get the data from our database inside utils class. Let's minimize this one in here. Public array list of grocery item. Get cart items. Let's copy shared preferences and json from here, and even this array list. But of course I need to change this one to cart items. And the name as well. Okay, let's move on. Then I need to return my cart item. But of course this one can be null, so we need to check for null values in our first fragment. I can say array list of grocery items is equal to, let's instantiate our utils class. Our items is equal to utils dot get cart items. We need to check if null is not equal to items. Then our adapter dot set items to items. Let's add the text for this txt price. I'm going to show the total price of all items in that cart. For that I can go to my cart view adapters and create a new method. We will see when we are going to call it. Private void and calculate price. I can say for grocery item inside my items. Before this for loop, we need to create a double. Let's call it total price. Initially it's equal to 0. Then after each time of looping, I'm going to increase that number. Total price plus equal item.getPrice. As simple as that. After this for loop, I need to pass this data to the activity or fragment that we are going to show the total price. So let's create an interface above in here. Public interface get total price. Void on getting total price result. And let's pass our double. Let's create an instance of that interface. I need to create another member variable in here, and we will see why in a minute. It's going to be a fragment. And of course I need a constructor to get this fragment. We will see why. In my calculate price method, before this double, I need to instantiate my get total price object. I can say get total price is equal to get total price our fragment. But of course I need to surround it with a try catch block and catch plus cast exceptions. After this, in here, after the for loop, I can say get total price dot I'm getting total price result, and I can pass my total price double. Later on in my cart first fragment, I will implement this interface. Get total price. But now that we are using or we are passing this fragment to our adapter, I need to change the constructor of this adapter. In here I need to pass my fragment, which is this in this case. If you don't use it, it will use the constructor that receives no fragment, and of course, because your fragment will be null in your cart view adapter up in here, and this fragment will be null, then your interface won't be cast to that class. So make sure to change your constructor. Above in here, I will receive the price. Let's log it. And let's set our txt price to this price. Of course, the string.value of this price, because it's a double. Let's add the dialog for deleting the objects. In my cart view, cart recyclerview adapter, in here I'm going to create an alert dialog. Builder is equal to new alert dialog.builder. I can say fragments.getActivity. The fragment that I'm passing to this adapter class, I can use its activity. Let's say that's a title to delete item. That's set text for message to some message. We will deal with that later. Set a negative button. Let's say no. We are going to ask the user that if he or she is sure of deleting this item. That's all I'm going to do inside this dialog. Let's set positive button. Let's say yes this time. And a new listener as well. I will pass the item from here to the parent fragment, and from there I will delete it from my shared frequency. Let's finish off the sentence in here. And of course, because I'm going to pass data to the parent fragment, I need to create another interface. And public interface, delete cart item. I need to instantiate this interface in my unbind view folder before this hold listener. I can say delete cart item is equal to delete cart item. Once again, I can use the fragment. And later on, inside this positive button, I can say delete item cart.onDelete result. I can pass my items, which I can get by items.get, and pass my position. I don't need this to do anymore, so let's delete that. I think I have done everything in my adapter class. I just need to call this calculate price at the proper time. I think the proper time for this calculate price is here inside this set items. Because after every time that we are trying to set new items for our recyclerview, we are going to call this method, and by setting new items, we can get its total price. So it would be a good place to call that method. Let's implement that delete method into our fragment. Let's go to the next line. Let's log it, attempting to delete plus item dot string. Then I will delete it from my database, which once again I'm going to do that in my utils class. Public void delete cart item. I need to get grocery item. Let's copy json and shared preferences and cart items. If our cart item is not equal to null, I need to create another array list of grocery item. Let's say new items is equal to new array list. Then a for loop for grocery item I inside my cart items. If I is not equal to our item, then add the item to our new items. New items dot add I. After this for loop, I need to edit my shared preferences. So let's call editor is equal to shared preferences dot edit editor dot put string cart items, and as the value I can say json dot toJSON our new items. Don't forget to apply or commit your changes. After this line of code, I'm going to return these new items to wherever I call this method, so that we can update our recyclerview adapter items. So let's change the void to arraylist of grocery item. And after this statement down in here, let's return our new item. For that, I need to move this one to above this if statement. Return new item. That's all we need in here. I can say array list of grocery item. New items is equal to utils, which I haven't initialized. Private utils. Initialize it in your create view. Utils is equal to new utils. Get activity as the context. And here I can say utils dot delete cart item and pass your item. After that, I can say adapter dot set items to new items because we are receiving new items. Let's add an unclick listener for this btn next as well. btn next dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener. We will create a to do and we will create the other fragment in next video. Navigate the next fragment. But in some cases, I don't want my button to be enabled. In cases like when my adapter's array list is empty and doesn't have any value, meaning that we don't have any item in our cart. For that, I can check that in here. I can say if items.size is equal to 0, then btn next dot set visibility will gone, and also btn next dot set enabled to false. But if not, let's copy this to and change this to true and this one to visible. The same thing in my onDelete result method. Because, for example, if user has put only one item in the cart, and if he or she delete that item, we know that we no longer have any item in our adapter array list. So we are going to do the same here. New item. Also, in case the array list size is equal to 0, we do want to disable our recyclerview, set visibility to gone, and we want to show our other text, which I haven't initialized, I believe. I need to change its visibility to gone or to visible, and vice versa in other case. Let's once again copy this whole if statement and apply it, and then next we need to navigate from our cart activity to this cart first fragment. Let's go to cart activity. After initializing our button navigation view, I can say fragment transaction is equal to get support fragment transaction manager dot begin transaction. Then I can say transaction dot replace r.id dot fragment container, the ID of our frame layout, and I can say new cart first fragment transaction dot connect. Let's test our application and see if it's working or not. By clicking on this part, I think I haven't defined the unclick listener for this part in my main fragment. So let's take a look at that. Main fragment. In my init button navigation, for cart, I'm just showing a toast. Let's delete that toast and create a new intent. Let's run it once again. Let's go to cart activity, and we are getting crashes. Let's see why. Null point exception. Our button navigation view is null. Let's see if we have put the wrong ID in our layout file. Cart activity for this whole button navigation view in our cart activity. Yes, the ID was different. Sorry for that. Let's go to cart activity. This time we are not having any crashes. We don't have anything in our cart yet, but seems like the other thing is working fine. Let's go to home activity and add something to our cart. Also, we need to create an unclick listener for this add to cart item, but I think we have defined the process of adding that item to cart. We are getting another crash. Let's see what. In here, the error is illegal state exceptions. Seems like something wrong has been happened about our shared preferences. Cart items, let's see if we have put the right keyword when we add items to our cart. Yes, the keyword is right, but I forgot that I'm saving the IDs and not the whole object inside my cart items array list. So I need to get an array list of integer in here. And of course I need to change this one to array list of integer. Later on in my cart first fragment, I should get some error. Then here, change this one to integer. And if your items is not equal to null, depending on the IDs, you need to get the related objects. Let's change its name to item IDs. You can refactor or rename your object by pressing Shift F6 if you are wondering. Items IDs, let's say. But we need to change this one as well. Let's move on for now. Let's create a method. Public array list of grocery item. Get items by ID. We will receive an array list of integer. Let's call it IDs. Let's copy shared preferences and all these statements from here. We will delete what we don't need. For the last one, I need to change this one to all items. Let's change this one to all items as well. And after that, create a for loop for int id inside my IDs. You can say if null is not equal to all items, then create another for loop for grocery item inside my all items. But I'm getting an error in here because I forgot to change this one to grocery item. Inside the for loop, I can say if item.get id, if it is equal to the id that we are looking at, then add it to an array list, which I need to create up in here. Array list of grocery item, result item is equal to new array list. Then inside this if statement, when we are sure that the ID of the item that we are looking at is equal to the ID of the item that we are looking at inside this for loop, then we can add it to our result items. That add, we can say item. After everything, I can return my result items. Now in my cart first fragment, in here I can say array list of grocery items is equal to utils.get items by id. I need to pass my array list of integer of IDs, item IDs. Then instead of checking the item IDs, I can check items, and I need to pass items to my array list. The same process should be done for deleting an item, but since it's going to take too long, I'm going to do that in the next video. See you in the next video.
Okay, let's fix our cart situation. But before that, let's run our application and see if we can see our cart items. By clicking on cart activity, I'm getting crashes. Let's take a look at the logcat. In here, once again, JSON is not accepting my values. Let's take a look at our utils class. I have defined the wrong type. Because I'm getting an array list of integer down in here, I need to change this grocery item to integer inside my array list when I define my type token. Now let's test it one more time. Let's take a look at cart activity. Once again, I'm getting crashes. And if we take a look at logcat this time, seems like we have a problem in our cart first fragment. I don't know why, but for some reason, I set the text of this text view to view.font. I need to change it to set visibility. Also up in here. We do want to make our text view visible or gone. We don't want to change its text view. Let's test it one more time. This time it should work. By going to cart activity, I can see my cart activity and our cart is empty right now. Let's add an item to our cart activity, to our cart, by going to some item, add to cart. We do need to fix these buttons unclick listener, but I think we have added it successfully. And if we take a look at cart activity, we can see the Kleenex that has been added to our cart. Now let's fix this delete situation. Right now, if I click on it, nothing happens, and that's because in my adapter, in cart review adapter, after creating this builder item, I need to show that builder.create.show. And also, if you remember from previous video, our delete needs to be changed. Up in here, inside this onDelete result,
First of all, I need to get the item by its ID because we are saving items by their ID in our database. I can do so by saying array list of grocery item, let's call it items, is equal to utils.get item by ID. I need to pass an array list of ID, which I can define up in here. We are going to pass only one item, but because we are using this get item by ID in other places, we do need to pass an array list. For that, I can create another array list of type integer. Let's call it item IDs is equal to new array list. Then I need to pass my items ID to this array list, but add item.get ID. And then I can pass this array list to this method in here, item IDs. After doing so, we have an array list of grocery item, which contains only one element, and that's the item that we are going to delete. In here, I can check that if my items dot size is greater than 0 or not. For that, I can say if items dot get dot size is greater than 0, then do all of these. But of course, in here, instead of passing this item, I need to pass my items dot get with an index of 0, which contains the only element that we are trying to delete. After deleting, it will give us these new items, and we can set the items in my adapter to new items. Let's run our application by going to cart activity, by pressing on delete. I can see the dialog, but I can't see the message, and that's because I have put an empty string inside my cart recyclerview adapter. But if I press no, we should dismiss the dialog, and by pressing on yes, I'm getting crashes, and that's because in my utils class, I need to change the type once again. Inside the delete cart item, first of all, I need to change this type to integer. Then I need to change this array list to integer. And after that, I need to change this for loop. Let's delete it and rewrite it. For int I inside my cart items, if item.getID is not equal to I, then I can say new items dot add I, and of course I need to change this one to integer as well. I'm going to change the return type of this method to integer, and later on in my cart fragment, I will get those IDs. I will change the name of this new array list to new items IDs. Let's change this one in here as well. And after this if statement, I can say array list of grocery item new items is equal to new array list, or I can say utils dot get items by ID, and I can pass my new items IDs. Okay, I think I have fixed everything for deleting process. Let's change the text of that message that is going to be shown in our dialog. Let's say, are you sure you want to delete this item? Let's run our application and see if we have fixed everything. By going to cart activity, we have a Kleenex in our cart. Let's try to delete it. We can see the message. By pressing yes, we are getting crashes. Let's take another look at logcat. Seems like I forgot to change these two text views to set visibility. Same problem that we had before. Set visibility, and let's take another look in our application. We shouldn't see anything in our cart because we have successfully deleted the item. Let's add an item. Of course, I need to fix this button on click listener as well. Cart, delete. Yes, we are successfully deleting our items. Let's fix that buttons on click listener in our grocery item activity. In here, this button add to cart. After adding it to our database, I need to define another intent and navigate the user to cart activity. From grocery item activity dot this to cart activity dot class. Also, I need to clear my backstack. Intent.set flags, intent.clear task, and for intent.new task. Start activity and intent. Let's see how is it looking. Let's add an item. Linux. We are navigating to the cart activity and everything seems fine. Okay, let's move on and let's create our cart second fragment. First of all, I need to create my layout file. To save your time, I've added this simple layout in here. It's a nested scroll view, a child relative layout, and a relative layout for address. I have defined this address lines to 3 lines. Another relative layout for zip code, another one for phone number, one more for email, and 2 buttons down below. Okay, let's initialize all these items in a Java file. I have initialized my 4 edit text and 2 buttons. Let's add an unclick listener for each of these buttons. btn back.set unclick listener. Unclick listener. And btn next.set an unclick listener new unclick listener. In btn back, I'm just going to navigate the user to the previous fragment. So get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r.id dot fragment container and new cart first fragment dot commit. In btn next, I am going to check that if user has entered anything as the address or not, and later on we'll pass the data to the next fragment. But in order to pass the data, I'm not going to do that in a bundle or something. Manually, I'm going to create another object called order, and I will pass the items inside that order. Let's create a model for our orders. Inside this order class, first of all, let's define an ID. Next, we need an array list of grocery items because one order can contain more than one grocery item. Items. We need the address. We need the email. We need phone number. And after everything, we need zip code. I need another string for payment method. We will see that in our third cart fragment. Let's call it payment method. And also I will define a boolean in here called success. We will see how it can be useful. Basically, we are going to send this order to our web server, and we are going to manipulate our web server because we are not going to do an actual payment. For that, I'm going to define this success in here, and I will make it false or true in case we want to see the failure message or successful message after payment. You shouldn't do this in your Java code, you should do it in your web server, but because we are not going to do an actual payment,
I'm just going to define it in here. There is one more thing that I need inside this order, and that's total price. Private double total price. Okay, let's create our constructor. I don't need the ID in here. I'm going to increase our ID with the help of a static method like we did in our grocery item in my utils class. So let's go to utils. Inside this utils class, I will define another static integer, private static int, let's say order ID, initialize it to 0. And in here, let's create a getter like we did in here. In public static int get order ID. I will increase my order ID, and then I will return order ID, like we did in here inside this get ID. Okay, now that we are increasing it, I can use it. I can say ID is equal to, or this.id is equal to utils.get order ID. Let's create the getters and setters. Also a toString. And also let's make this class parseable. Implement the parseable interface. Okay, that's all we need inside this order. In our second card fragment, first of all, I need to check that if a user has entered something in those edit text, validate data, let's say. Let's create that method down in here, private boolean validate data, add a log first. I can check that if address.getText.toString, if it is equal to an empty string, then return false. Also another check, if email.getText.toString, if it is equal to an empty string, then return false once again. And if we successfully manage to get to this point at the end of this method, I'm going to return true. Let's minimize this and also this initView methods. In here, I can check that if validate data, let's pass our data to the next fragment. I can say pass data, and I will create that method down in here. Private void pass data. Although I'm going to pass the data to my third fragment, but before that I'm going to receive some data from previous fragment. For that, let's go one more time to our part first fragment and create our order item in here. I'm going to define an unclick listener for this button next, and I will pass the total price and also the cart items within this unclick listener. So let's create that unclick listener. We have one in here with a to-do that says navigate to next fragment. In order to pass data via this button, I need to save my total price and also my array list in a member variable. So let's do that. Total price, initialize it to 0, and also an array list of your items. First of all, let's initialize this array list in our onCreate. I can say items is equal to new array list. There are two places that I'm changing these items. First, in init recyclerview, before passing the items to the adapter, I can say this dot items is equal to items that we have received from our database, and another place in my undeleting result. I'm changing the items in here as well. I can say this dot items is equal to new items. For saving the total price, inside onGettingTotalPrice method, I can save the return price. I can say this dot total price is equal to the price that we just received. Now that we have saved these two items inside my button listener, I can create my order object, new order. But of course I need another constructor inside my order class, because we are going to pass data gradually to our order. I need an empty constructor here. Also, there are two options in here. You can pass the whole grocery item to your database, or you just can pass their IDs. The second way is much better because it will lighten the usage of data by your application. So I'm going to change this one to integer, this one as well. Also, I need to implement this whole parcel level method one more time. So let's delete them. This one should be integer, this one as well. And let's delete these two and implement our parcel level one more time. You can pass your grocery item, but it's not that data consuming. Now that we have fixed our order object, and let's pass data, I can say order dot set total price to total price, order dot items, set items. I can pass my items. But now that I'm passing IDs instead of grocery items, I need to change this one to integer. And also for saving our items IDs, I can say this dot items is equal to item IDs and not the items itself. One more time, in our onDelete result, I can say new items IDs, because we are going to pass IDs, not the grocery items themselves. Now inside my button listener, I can create a bundle, new bundle, bundle.parcelable, let's say order, and pass our order. Let's create our cart second fragment is new cart second fragment, cart second fragment dot set arguments to bundle. Then with the help of support fragment manager dot begin transaction, I can say r.id dot fragment container, and I can pass my cart second fragment. Don't forget to commit your changes. Inside my cart second fragment, now I can receive that bundle. In onCreateView, before everything, let's create that bundle. Bundle is equal to get arguments if null is not equal to bundle. Then I will receive that incoming order. I need to do that in my fields. Private order, let's call it incoming order. Incoming order is equal to bundle.getParcelable. And I need to pass this order item inside this pass data method, which we have created down below in here. I can create another bundle, new bundle, bundle.putExtra, parcelable, order, and incoming order as our value. Okay, I think that's a good point to stop the video in here. In the next video, we will create our third fragment and we'll pass this bundle to that fragment. See you guys in the next video.
Okay, it's time to create our third card fragment. Let's begin by creating our layout file. To save your time, I have prepared this layout. It's basically a nested scroll view in which we have a child relative layout, another relative layout for this total payment and payment text. Also, we have a text view down in here to show the shipping details, things like address and email. Also, a radio group down in here to choose between different methods of payment. Below that nested scroll view, I have two buttons, back and finish. Let's initialize all of these items inside our Java file, which I need to create first. We are going to pass a bundle to this fragment in which contains the order. So first of all, let's get that bundle. Let's save that bundle in our fields up in here. Private order, incoming order. Incoming order is equal to bundle.getParcelable with the key of order. Then after the start catch, I will check that if that incoming number is null or not. If it's not null, then txt price.setText to our incoming order.getTotalPrice. But it's a double, I need to cast it to string. Let's create a string for our shipping detail. Let's say final string is equal to items, a \n, a \t to go to new line and add a tab. Then I can say address plus incoming item or incoming order.getAddress plus \n/t email plus incoming order.getEmail. Then I will set this text to my txt shipping details. Let's define an unclick listener for our button finish or button next, as I called it. New unclick listener. Let's do the job in another method. I'm going to call it go to payment. Let's create that method down in here. Private void go to payment. First of all, I need to get the selected payment method. For that, I'm going to create a radio button in here. Radio button is equal to getActivity.findViewById, and as ID, I'm going to pass the radio group dot get checked radio button ID. This way, we are passing the ID of checked radio button and save it inside this radio button in here. Then I need to pass this to my incoming order.set payment method. I need to pass radio button.getText.toString. Now my order object is completed. I just need to define the failure or success condition of the payment in here. In a real world application, you probably would want to do that in your backend, in your web server. You will send this order object to your web server, from there to payments, PayPal, Visa, or wherever that is. And when you get back a result from that payment, you will navigate back to your application. Then show a success or failure message to the user. But since we are not going to do an actual payment,
I'm going to define the success or failure of the payment in here. Later on in future videos, we'll probably create a backend for this problem. I can say incoming order dot set success to, for example, true, in order to see a success message. Next, I'm going to create a retrofit object in order to send this order to the web server. In this case, I'm going to use JSON placeholder once again. We know that whatever we post to JSON placeholder, we will get back the exact same result. So in order to use retrofit, I need to implement its library in my Gradle file. In your Gradle module app, just copy these two lines of code, or if you want the newer versions, you can search for retrofit dependency. Retrofit. You need the JSON converter factory and also the retrofit itself. Let's sync our project. It has successfully downloaded and added retrofit to my project. Now let's create the retrofit endpoint, which is basically an interface. Make sure to change the kind to interface. I'm going to post something, so use this post annotation. We will pass the URL later on. As I mentioned before, the result of this post is going to be the exact same object that we are sending. So we are going to receive an order, go to fake payment, let's say. We are going to pass an order, so body, order. That's all we need inside this retrofit client. Let's go to third card fragment and create our retrofit object. Retrofit is equal to new retrofit.builder.base URL. We will pass this later on. .add converter factory, JSON converter factory.create .build. Then I need to instantiate my retrofit client is equal to retrofit.create, and I need to pass my class. Then my callback object, call of kind order, let's call it call, is equal to retrofit client dot go to fake payment, and we can pass our incoming order. Then I need to enqueue my call, new callback. In here I'm going to check for the response code, so logd response.code. I'm going to put another check in here if response dot is successful, or if it's not successful, then return. This 3 line of code will check that if your response is successful or not. If it's not successful, it won't execute the line after that. It will just return. And since the return type of this method is void, so we are not going to return anything. We are just going to cut the execution. Then after that, I'm going to navigate to another activity or another fragment to show the success or failure message. Go to payment result. Let's create that method down in here. Or before that, let's just log our trueable message. t.getMessage. Private void. Go to payment result. Log it. I will pass the order to this method, which is basically response.body. I need to receive it in here. Order, and we'll need to create a switch statement or an if statement. If order dot is success means that if we had a successful payment based on different conditions, I will show a new fragment. I will create those fragments in a minute. For now, just let's add it to the navigate to the other fragment. Let's add the URL for our retrofit object. You can copy it from jsonplaceholder.com. Let's copy it above in here. And also, because we are using post, the route for post is this /posts. I'm adding a slash in here, so make sure to not add it in your interface. So I'm just going to say posts. Everything should work fine when the user clicks on finish. Let's add an unclick listener for btn go back. btn back.set unclick listener, new unclick listener. Let's do that in another method as well. In this method, I will create a new order object, new order, and then I can say order.set total price to incoming order.get total price, and also order.set items incoming order.get items. I'm just going to simulate the navigation to second fragment. If you remember, in our first fragment we have passed these two items and to the bundle and later on to the second fragment. By pressing go back, it's like that we are navigating from first fragment to second fragment. Then I need to create a bundle, new bundle, bundle.putParcelable, order as the key and our object as the value. Then I need to create my second cart fragment, and set its argument to this bundle. Then, with the help of support fragment manager, .begin transaction, .replace, r.id fragment container, and my cart second fragment .commit, I will navigate the user back to the second fragment. Okay, let's minimize these methods. Seems like I didn't initialize my view or didn't call this method. Let's do that before everything. Init views, and I need to pass my view. Let's create those two fragments, one for a success message and another one for failure. Let's just copy some XML file in here. It's basically an icon. I will change it to a check icon, and also text that indicates your payment was accepted, and a button to go back to main activity or anywhere you want. Let's add the icon in our driver folder. Also, I need another icon for failure. Let's do that. Let's add the two icons in here. For the first one, green check. And seems like our XML file has some problem. I can just rebuild my project and those problems should be gone. Okay, let's create a related Java file. Let's do the same for our failure fragment as well.
Same layout, just different icon and different text. Let's create the Java file. I could have created only one fragment and pass different values to it, but it's okay this way. That's all we need to do for these two fragments. I think I have a typo in the name of my successful payment, so let's change that. Refactor and rename an extra L. Okay, let's close all of these except these third fragment. Inside, go to payment result. I will navigate the user to each one of those fragments depending on the success or failure of the order. You can say get activity dot get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r.id dot fragment container. Let's create our fragment above in here. Bundle dot put parcelable order and our order object. Then I need to say successful payment dot set arguments to my bundle. Don't forget to commit your changes to fragment transaction. Let's do the same for our fail. Also, let's delete these to do. We don't need that anymore. I think we have done everything for this fragment. Let's just call it from our second card fragment. Inside this pass data method, let's create third card fragment and I can say third card fragment that set argument to my bundle. Once again, get support fragment manager. My application is ready for a test. Just before testing, I need to delete items from my database inside success payment fragment. At the onCreate time, I need to delete items. Once again, I'm going to create that method in my utils class. Public void remove cart items. I don't need to get anything. Let's copy this shared preferences from here. And also let's add a log before all of that. Then I can call my editor is equal to shared preferences.edit. After that, I can say editor.remove and pass cart items. Editor.apply. Be careful about this remove because this remove method will remove all the items that are being saved inside shared preferences and has this keyword. Also be careful about this remove because, for example, if you are going to add an item to your editor or to your shared preferences, no matter what you put after or before this remove always will happen first. So don't use items first and then remove them because those are not countable. Your remove always will happen first. Okay, now I can call this method from my success payment fragment. But before that, I need to initialize my utils class. I can pass get activity as my context. Let's say utils dot remove part items. As simple as that. Before we finish off this video, let's just test our application and see if everything is working. Let's add some items to our cart. Like Kleenex. Okay, let's hit next. That's fine. We are going to the next fragment. Let's add an address. I'm just going to enter some text. Once again, we have the same problem with this bottom navigation view. I will fix this in the next video, but for now, let's just test our little payment process. Okay, let's hit next. And here I can see the details of my shopping. Let's choose PayPal, hit finish. After some time that the order has been sent to the server and came back, you are receiving this and your payment accepted. In the next video, first thing I will work on that keyword situation, and after that, maybe we will debug our payment process. And also maybe if we had time, I will fix some of these dialogues in here. For example, right now these aren't doing anything. I will fix some of these. Before I finish this video, I would like to say that I'm uploading all the source code both in my website at mako.org/codes and also my GitHub page, which you can see the links for both of them on the screen. See you guys in the next video. Before we move on to fixing our keyboard situation, I would like to add another thing in my successful payment fragment. In here, after the removing cart items, I'm going to add a number to the item's popularity point because, as I mentioned at the beginning of creation of this application, every time that the user buys an item, a grocery item, I'm going to add a number to its popularity item. Let's do that in my utils class. In here, after everything, just create a public method, public void add popularity point. We will need to receive the array list of items that has been in my cart. It can be one or more. Let's copy shared preferences and json from somewhere above, like here. We have shared preferences, json, token with the right type, and also right keyword in here. I'm receiving all items, and before everything, let's create a new array list for our new items. Grocery items, new items is equal to new array list. Then our for loop for grocery item, I inside my all items. Let's define a boolean. Boolean does exist. Initialize it to false. Basically, whenever you define a boolean, its initial value is false, and we don't need to initialize it ourselves. But for just more readability purposes, I'm initializing to false every time that I define a new boolean. I need another for loop in here. I'm going to check that if I in here, which is an item inside my all items array list, if that I.getId is equal to the items that I'm receiving up in here, which this one should be integer, because I'm saving the item IDs and not the items themselves. I'm checking that if I is equal to one of these items, then I'm going to change the value of this boolean to true. So I can say if int, let's say j this time, j inside my items, I can say if I is equal to j or I.get ID. If that is true, then change the does exist to true. After the for loop, I'm going to check if does exist is equal to true. Then I can say
i.setPopularity_point to i.getPopularityPoint +1. As simple as that, I can increase my item's popularity point. And after everything, I can say new items.add. I can pass my I. That's all the logic that I need for my for loop. After the for loop, I need to call my editor and edit my shared preferences. I can say editor dot put a string all items as the key and json dot toJSON my new items as the value. Editor dot apply. Okay, let's call this method from our success payment fragment. But before that, let's get the item IDs. If you remember from my third card fragment, in here, if order is successful, I'm passing this order object via a bundle to my successful payment fragment. I can receive that by saying bundle is equal to get argument a try catch. Let's receive our order object is equal to bundle.getParcelable order as the key. Let's define an array list of integer. Let's say item IDs is equal to order dot get items. Now I can call my utils class. Utils dot add popularity point to my item IDs. Okay, let's move on to our keyboard situation in my second card fragment. But before that, let's just run our application and see what's the problem. As you can see in my second card fragment, by clicking on one of these edit text, my bottom navigation view is popping up above my keyboard. I don't want this. In my manifest file, like before, I can add adjust pan, like I did in my search activity down in here, Windows Top Input Mode, adjust pan, or adjust resize. In this case, I think we don't need adjust resize, I just need adjust pan. Let's add it and see what difference does it make. Adjust pan. Let's check that change. Cart activity. Next. This time the bottom navigation view hasn't popped up, but I can't scroll over my nested scroll view. Also, I can't dismiss the keyboard unless I click on this back button. Let's fix that. I can close my soft keyboard from wherever I want in my code. I just need to create this logic. Let's say private void close keyboard. First of all, I need to get the view that has the focus is equal to get activity because we are inside a fragment dot get current focus. This get current focus will return a view that has the current focus as the name says for itself, and we are saving it inside this view object. Then we need to check that if it's null or not. If it's not null, I can define an object called input method manager. Let's call it IMM is equal to, we need to cast it to input method manager, get activity dot get system service, and I need to pass input method service as the flag for this method. Let's see what have I just done and what have I created. This input method manager is a system service that will manage the input methods of the system, like keyboard or touch events or something like that. With the help of that, I can say imm.hideSoft input from window, which is basically our keyboard in this case. The first one, which needs a iBinder and a flag. For the iBinder, I can say view.getWindowToken, and as the flag, I can pass 0. This view.getWindowToken will return a unique token that will identify the window that this view is attached to. And this flag in here is probably always 0 unless you want to implicitly close or let's say show your keyboard. We are going to pass 0 in here as this flag, and we just need to call this method from wherever we want in our application to close the keyboard. I'm going to define an ID for the whole relative layout of this fragment second card. Let's see where am I talking about. For this whole relative layout, I'm going to give it an ID, and by clicking on that, I'm going to close the keyboard. ID, let's say parent. Also, if you take a look at this one, this relative layout, this one, I'm going to close keyboard by clicking on them as well. Also, for the nested scroll view, not by clicking, by scrolling the view, I'm going to close the keyboard. Let's give it an ID for now. Okay, let's define these two. The others, I believe, they have an ID. And yes, we have an ID. Let's define an unclick listener for each one of these relative layouts. Let's do that in another method. Initial layouts. As you can see, for my 5 different relative layout, I'm setting an unclick listener, and also by clicking on them, I'm closing the keyboard. Also, for my nested scroll view, I can set another event listener that's set on a scroll change listener. This one. Let's say new on a scroll change listener. This one will be triggered whenever we scroll the page. So that can be useful. In those cases, I'm going to close my keyboard. Let's test our application and see how is it behaving. My cart activity. Let's go to second activity. This time, you can see the keyboard by clicking anywhere. The keyboard will be closed. Also by scrolling, I can close the keyboard. That seems nice. Okay, let's move on. I think we have a little time left, so let's fix these items inside this navigation driver. I'm going to navigate the user to cart activity by pressing this one. I'm going to show all categories dialog. For about us, as usual, I'm going to just show a simple dialog. For terms and licenses, a dialog as well. Let's create the first one. Let's switch to our main fragment or main activity. Let's close all the others. We don't need them for now. Down in here, inside this on navigation item selected, I can simply create an intent and navigate the user to part activity. Let's clear the backstack as well. Intent.set flags, intent.clear task, or intent.new task. Also, let's delete these to do and this tools message. For categories, if you remember, I had a dialog show all categories is equal to new show all categories dialog. I can simply say show all categories dialog.show. I need to pass my support fragment manager and a tag for debugging purposes. For about, let's create an alert dialog. Alert dialog.builder. Set title to about. Set message, let's say instructed and developed by Mason. Let's set a positive button as well. Set positive button. Let's say OK, on positive or unclick listener. We are going to create a web view activity and show our URL in there. For now, let's just add it to do. And after everything, I need to say builder.create.show. Let's do the other two as well. That doesn't seem to take too much time. An alert dialog, I can even copy some of these. Let's change the message. That seems fine. We don't need anything else in this terms dialog. Let's do the license dialog. It's important to know that whenever you are using external libraries like json, like retrofit, and like a lot of things that we have used in this application, you must show their licenses of copyright in your application. You can find their licenses, for example, from their GitHub page or wherever you are copying the dependency. I have prepared the text and I'm just going to copy that in here. But before that, let's create a dialog for showing our licenses. First of all, I'm going to create its layout file. As you can see, it's a simple layout file, a linear layout, a nested scroll view, a relative layout, and at the end a text view to show the licenses. Let's create a Java file. I have created this dialog and added the licenses. As you can see, it's a long text, and I have copied it from the external libraries that I have used in my application from their GitHub page. I don't need anything else inside this licenses dialog. Let's just show it in my main activity. In here I can say licenses dialog equals to new licenses dialog, licenses dialog.show. Okay, let's test our application and see how is everything working. In my drawer navigation, by clicking on cart, I am navigated to this cart activity. By clicking on categories, I should see the dialog for all categories. About us, I am seeing the dialog. I can dismiss it, but
I will set an unclick listener for this OK later on. Terms, no extra terms, enjoy. By clicking on OK, it will dismiss, and the licenses, of course. And as you can see, it's a nested scroll view, which I can scroll. Okay, seems like everything is working fine. It's also good to add a button to dismiss these licenses. Right now, I can't dismiss it. Let's add a button in its layout file after the nested scroll view. But of course, now I need to change this one to wrap content. Okay, let's initialize this button in our licenses dialog. It should have a simple unclick listener. We just need to dismiss our dialog from this unclick listener. Let's test everything. Navigation drawer, licenses. I can't see the licenses. But of course, it was probably better that I moved this text view above this button, but that doesn't seem to be necessary. I will fix it. You can do it by yourself. Okay, I think it's a good point to finish off this video in here. In the next video, I will work on this suggested items logic. If you remember at the beginning of this session, I said that we are going to personalize these recyclerview adapters items. So let's see how we can do that in the next video. See you in the next video. If you remember, in my grocery item model, I have defined this integer called user point. Later on in my main fragment, I have sorted different items depending on this user point and showed those items inside my suggested items recycler. In this video, we are going to increase this user point in different part of our application. If you have a background on, let's say, social engineering or maybe psychology or something, it can be useful in here. The formula that I'm going to use to increase this user point is something like this. I'm going to increase the user point by 1 whenever a user visits some item or if clicks on some item. I'm going to increase it by 2 for each star that the user has rated the item. For example, if he or she has rated our item 3 stars, I'm going to add 6 points to this user point. For every time that a user leaves a review in our item, I'm going to add 3. For every time that user search for some item and appears on the search activity, I'm going to increase the user point by 3. And also, if user has previously purchased an item from the same category of our item, for every purchase, I'm going to increase that number by 4. And also, for every minute that the user has been looking at our item, I'm going to increase the user point by 2. You can use different numbers and different variables for your AI, for your artificial intelligence in your application, but this is going to be my formula for user point. So let's implement it. First of all, let's create a method in utils class to handle the rating. Let's go to utils. Let's minimize all the unnecessary methods so we don't be distracted. Public void increase user point. We are going to receive the grocery item and also an integer indicating how much we are going to increase that user point. Let's say points. Let's create our shape preferences. Our json. our type, then let's get our grocery items, all of our grocery items. First of all, let's create an empty array list for our new items. Then a for loop for grocery item, I inside my all items. If I dot get ID is equal to the item dot get ID, then I dot set user point to I dot get user point plus the number of points that we are going to add to that item. After this if statement, I can say new item dot add item. After the for loop, I'm going to call editor. Editor dot put a string all items json dot to json our new items. Editor dot commit. This is the whole logic that we are going to use in order to increase user point. Now let's implement each one of these one by one. For number of clicks, I'm going to increase that inside my grocery item activity. For every time that user is going to visit our grocery item, I'm going to increase the user point by 1. Inside this try catch, after we are sure that we are receiving an item, I can say utils dot increase user point our incoming item by 1. Let's add the logic for our stars, but before that I need to check that if my stars has been changed or not. Inside this if statement, we are checking that if rate has changed, we are updating the database, and also we are changing the visibility. It's a good place to increase or decrease our user point. Let's create another method and do the job in there. Let's call it change user point. I will pass a number which for first empty star is 1, the number of stars. Let's create that method. Down in here, private void change user point int stars. I can say utils dot increase, but I have used poor names because sometimes we might decrease user point. For example, if user previously had rated our item 3 stars and now is going to rate 2 stars, we are decreasing from user point, but I'm not going to change that anymore. For our incoming item and for points, I am going to say the number of stars minus current rate. Of course, I need to increase it by 2. Let's say times 2. For example, if it's the first time that user is going to rate our item, let's say 2 star, for the first time the current rate is 0, 2 minus 0 is 2, by 2 is 4. We are adding 4 points to our item. If, let's say, for some reason the user has decided to give 1 star to our item, 1 minus 2 is equal to negative 1 times 2 is negative 2. We are decreasing from our incoming items point. That's all we need to do inside this method. Let's call it for all the stars. Inside the if statement, I can say change user point to 2 for this second empty star, and so on. Let's add the next logic, which is review times 3. I can do that up in here when I receive the review or when I successfully add the review. After utils.addReview, I can call utils.increase user point by 3 or for incoming item by 3. The next one is search times 3 whenever we are going to show the item in our search activity. Let's go there. Inside my initiate search method, after I get the result from database, remember that it can return an array list. So for every item in that array list, I'm going to increase the point for grocery item. Item inside my items, let's say utils that increase user point, item, and 3 for the points. The next logic is previous purchase category. I can do that in my successful payment fragment. Let's go to that fragment. In this fragment, we are sure that user has successfully paid for the items that he or she has purchased. I can get the array list of grocery items by their IDs with the help of utils.get, and I can pass my item IDs. Then once again, for the grocery item inside my items, utils.increase user point for item and increase it by 3. For the next logic is minutes looked at an item. I'm going to create a service and track the time that user has been looking at our item. Let's create that service. It needs to be extended from service. We need to override or implement this on bind. I'm going to start a service whenever I'm creating my grocery item activity, and I need to destroy it or stop it whenever I'm exiting that grocery item activity. So the proper service that I can use in here is a bind service. So let's create that. I need an integer in here. Let's say private integer. Seconds. I'm going to initialize it to 0. I need my grocery item. Later on we will see why. And also I need a boolean called should_finish, and we will see why for this one as well. Let's create our inner class, public class. Let's call it local binder. You can call it whatever you want. It will extend from binder class. If you remember from previous sessions, this class will handle the binding our service to the parent activity. I need to create a public method in here, which its return type is the class itself, the service. Let's call it getService. Inside this method, we are just going to return track user time like this. Also, I need an iBinder object in here, private iBinder binder is equal to new local binder, the class that we created below in here. We need to return this binder in our iBinder onBind method. Let's return it. Okay, these are the basic building blocks of every service. We are going to track the time that user has been spent in our item. So let's create another method called private void. Let's call it track time. Let's add a logging up in here. Inside this track time method, I'm going to create a new thread. I can say thread is equal to new thread. I need to pass a new runnable. Inside the run method, I need to create a while loop. while not should finish, we are going to sleep our thread. I can say thread.sleep for 1 second. Let's run it with a try catch because it can cause interrupted exceptions. And after sleeping it, I'm going to increase the seconds by 1. We just need to start our thread. Thread.start. The proper time for calling this method is in this onBind method. Whenever we are binding to our activity, we are going to call this trackTime method. But where is the proper time for changing this shouldFinish boolean? We are going to stop our thread, our service, whenever the onDestroy happens. So I can do that in my onDestroy. We need to override that after the super statement. First of all, I can say shouldFinish is equal to true. So whenever this boolean is true, this while loop won't be executing anymore, and we are going to stop our service. But in onDestroy, I need to save these changes in my database. For that, I can say utils is equal to new utils. If you remember from previous sessions, I said that services themselves, like activities, can be context, so I can pass this for my context. Then I can count the number of minutes is equal to integer dot value of our seconds divided by 60. After that, I can say utils dot increase user point for our item for, let's say, minutes time 2. For every minute that the user is looking at our grocery item, I'm going to increase the points by 2. But right now, this item is null, and we haven't passed the item, the grocery item that user is looking at, to this service. For that, I need to create a setter method for that item. As simple as that. Later on, we will call this method from our grocery item activity. Let's just add a few logins for debugging purposes. One in here and one in my binder, in my onBind method. We also need to declare this service in our manifest file. So let's do that as the final thing. Outside of this activity and inside the application tag, just type service and pass your service name. That's all we need. Let's switch to our grocery item activity and bind to our service from here. In here, first of all, I need to create an instance of my service. Track user time, let's call it mService. And also a boolean for bound situation. Initialize it to false. Next, we need to create the connection. I can say private service connection, which is an interface. Let's call it connection. It goes to new service connection. In this onService connected, like before, I can say local binder. Let's call it binder is equal to, let's cast it to our local binder service. After that, I can instantiate my mService object. I can say mService is equal to binder.getService. Next is bound is equal to true because we are bound to our service at this point. And also, I need to pass the item to my service, which is incoming item in this case. In onService disconnected, I just need to unbound it. I can say isBound is equal to false. Also, let's finish this sentence. Let's minimize this service connection and let's override onStart and onStop methods because we are going to bind and unbind in our service in those two places. I need to create an intent which will navigate from this activity to our service. Track user time.class. After that, I need to bind to my service by using this bind service, which I need to pass my intent, my connection, and also a flag, which is auto create, bind auto create. In my unstop, I need to unbind from that service. But before that, I need to check that if we are bound to this service. So if this bound is equal to true, then unbind from service. We just need to pass our connection. That's all the logic that we need in order to track the time that user has spent on this grocery item. Let's give it a try and see if everything is working fine. Let's test for this Axe body spray. By clicking on it, we know that we should increase the user point. Let's take a look at the logcat. Let's delete everything and call it once again. Axe body spray. Let's search for points. As you can see, the first thing in here is related to the stars because the stars hasn't been changed. So we are not going to add anything, but because we have clicked on this axe, we are increasing it by 1. If I wait here, for example, let's say for 1 minute, we should add 2 more points to our axe body spray. So let's wait for a while in here. But if you remember, I have added the points to the item in my onDestroy in that service. So I need to go back to see the logging in here. Let's go back. And as you can see, 4 points have been added to that item because I have waited for something like 2 minutes. Our service is working fine. For the stars, let's check. For example, this clear shampoo, I can add 2 stars. And as you can see, 4 points has been added to my item. And if I go back and take a look at the suggested list in here, you can see that the axe has the most point, so it's showing at the beginning. Let's test the other situations as well. For example, if we search for an item, we should see that 3 points is going to add to our item. Let's search for cucumber. You can see that 3 items has been added to cucumber. Now let's add a review for this cucumber. 3 points should be added in here. 3 points has been added. Also 1 point for clicking on the cucumber. Let's test the purchase process as well. Let's add it to cart. For Kleenex and cucumber, I should see 4 points added to both of them. Next, let's just add something in here. I'm going to pay with PayPal, finish. Our payment has been accepted. 3 points has been added to both Kleenex and cucumber, but I'm going to add 3 points for every item that has the same category as these two. So let's fix that in our success payment fragment. In here, inside this for loop, I can initialize this same category by saying same category is equal to utils dot get item by category, and I can pass my item dot get category. This way we are receiving all the items with the same category. Then I can create another for loop for grocery item. Let's call it J this time. Inside same category array list. Then I need to move this utils dot increase user point inside that one. This way, this 3 point will be added to all of the items with the same category. Let's run it once again. I think our cart is empty for now. Let's add some items. This Axe body spray and also a food. For example, this cheese. Okay, next, fake address, fake zip code, fake number, and fake name. Next, finish. My payment has been accepted. Let's take a look at Logcat. Seems like it's not working fine because it has added points to cheese 2 times and for Axe body spray 2 times as well. And that's because I have passed item in here, but I needed to pass J. Let's run it one more time. Let's add this cheese to our cart. Add to cart. We know that cheese is in food category. Let's hit next. Next, finish. We have a successful payment. Let's take a look at Logcat. And 3 points has been added to all of items inside the food category. But I think this 3 should be 4. That doesn't really matter, but I'm going to be loyal to my initial logic. So let's change this one to 4. Okay, seems like everything is working fine. In the next video, I'm going to go through a debugging for our application and also maybe improve it a little bit. So stay tuned for the next video, and as always, I have uploaded the source code in my both GitHub page and also in my website at mako.org/code. So check them if you need. See you in the next video.
This is going to be the last video of this session, and I will try to keep it really short. In this video, I'm going to debug my application and maybe improve it a little bit. First of all, in my search activity, I figured out that I never defined an unclick listener for cart activity in here. I'm going to delete this toast message. Let's copy the intent from here, and let's navigate the user to cart activity. The next thing that I'm going to change is that for my search bar, which is an edit text, I'm going to define a new event listener. We have an unclick listener for our search icon, which when we press on that icon, we will search the database. But I'm going to search the database every time that we change the text. For that, I can come to this onCreate method. After everything, I can say search bar dot add text change listener, and inside this parenthesis, I can pass new text module, which is an interface. It will override 3 methods for me. The one that I need is the middle one on text change. And here I can create my array list. Grocery item. Let's call it items is equal to utils dot search for item. I can pass a string dot value of s, which is a char sequence, which is essentially a string, but it needs to be passed to a string so we don't have any problem. Next, I can say adapter dot set items to items. This way, whenever we change the text, we are searching for items in the database. Let's give it a try. In my search activity, if I press I without clicking on this icon, it will show me some items. The next thing that I'm going to change is inside this cart activity. But before that, let's add an item to our cart. Add to cart. Let's go to second fragment. In here, if I click next, right now it won't do anything. I'm going to show a dialog in case at least one of these edit text is empty. So let's create that dialog in my card second activity, or card second fragment, I should say. By pressing next, let's find that button. We are validating the data in here. And we can put an else in here and create our alert dialog. Let's check and see if it's working or not. Let's go to card, next fragment, next. I can see the dialog. The same problem in our grocery item activity. If I try to add a review in here, if my fields are empty, by pressing on add, it just dismisses our dialog. I want to show a warning. I believe that I have put the warning there, but I never used it. Let's go to grocery item activity, txt warning, I believe that was. Let's go to our dialog, add review dialog. This txt warning, we have defined it, but we never used it. Let's find the proper time. We have button. Let's find the button, add review. We should validate in our data in here as well. I can say if validate data, we will create that method in a minute. Private boolean, validate data, if name dot get text dot to string. If it's equal to an empty string, then return false. Also, if the review itself, the text review, just get text dot to string that equals empty string, return false. If we pass it from these 2 points, just return true. Next, in here, I need to move all of these inside that if validate. But else, I'm going to change the visibility of txt warning. Set visibility to visible. Let's check and see if it's working or not. Add a review. If I try to add a review without filling these items, the warning should be added in here, should be visible, but seems like we have a problem. I believe that it should work. Let's take a look at our dialog review. I think we put an empty string for this warning, yes. Let's give it the text. Let's say, please fill all the fields. Also, I need to change its visibility to gone at the time of initializing. Next, add a review. Let's add it. We can see our little warning. Also, let's add a little animation in our cart activity for these fragments. I don't want just to appear and disappear these fragments. I want to add a little animation. In order to create an animation, in your resources folder, you need to create a new directory called anim. Let's go to that directory. In here, you need to create your animation. For the first one, I'm going to create in. I need to change this one to translate. It needs a few attributes, for example, from x delta, let's say negative 2080. You can put whatever number you want, but I have tried this number and it worked fine. Let's say 2x delta 0, and with duration equals to, let's say, 500 milliseconds. Copy all of these, create another animation file. Let's call it out, paste everything, and switch the two numbers. Negative 280. Okay, and in your fragments, for example, this card first fragment, let's find that. Whenever we are trying to navigate to the second fragment, for example, in here, after this begin transaction, before replace, I can say set custom animations, and I can pass the address of those two animations. And the first one was r.anim.in, and the second one r.anim.out, and dot replace after that. Before we move on from this point, let's delete this to do because we have done it in our second fragment. We do need to add it in two places. One for the next button and another one for back button. Let's find those inside this pass data method. When you are using transactions, I can say that set custom animation r.anim.in and r.anim.out. Do the same for your back button. Let's find that as well. Begin back. Let's see where it has been highlighted. In here, we are going to navigate back. So I'm going to put those to animation backward. r.anim.out and r.anim.in. Let's do the same for our third card fragment. We had two buttons between next, go to payment result. Yes, that's it. That's a custom animation. r.anim.in and r.anim.out. For our back button, or I think we should do it in three places. Let's copy this one in case we had a failed payment. Also for the back button, we can back inside this go back method. I need to do the same, but of course I need to change the places of this language. I think I have covered everything. Let's see how our animation looks. In our cart activity, let's go to next fragment. Seems like a nice animation. Back. Yes, that seems fine. Let's test the third navigation. Next, we can see our navigation. Let's say playpad. Go back. Next, once again playpad and finish. Yes, our animations are working. Okay, our little application is finished. You can use it in your portfolio if you want, but if you want to do so, I suggest you wait until the database session so that we could change the shape preferences to an actual database. Also, in future sessions, we will learn about PHP and probably we will create the backend for our application. So if you want, you can wait until then. And I also suggest that if you are going to put this application in your portfolio, wait until the architecture session so that we could have a clean and more reliable code. In the next session, we are going to finally start talking about databases. We will be talking about basic SQL commands and we will learn how to create a simple database by using SQL helper class, and also we will learn how to create databases using a Room database. It's going to be a really fun and exciting session, so stay tuned for that session, and as always, see you guys in the next session. Hey guys, my name is Maysam, and in this session we are going to talk about databases, what those are and how we can use them and implement them in our Android application. Databases are permanent data storage that we can rely on them
For example, we won't lose them if we close our application. But databases are not just used to save data in a local storage like in your device. They are also used to save data in, let's say, a web server or cloud. The database that we are going to use in Android is called SQLite. It's the most common database that is being used, but there are a lot more of databases like Oracle, like IBM, like Microsoft Web Server for your server side. SQLite is a database that works on SQL language, or some might call it SQL language. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. And in this video, before jump to Java code and implement a database, we are going to get to know SQL a little bit. By the term a new language, you might be scared, but really SQL is not that hard, and we probably would cover the most common thing that you would need from SQL in this or maybe next video. So let's start. In order to work with SQL, you need to define your SDK path to your computer. You can do so by right-clicking on your My Computer and go to Properties, then go to Advanced System Setting. If you are running a different version than me, you can go to your Control Panel by going to Start menu and typing Control Panel. Then from there you can search for, let's say, Advanced System Setting. You can open your Advanced dialog. In here you can click on Environment, Variables, and you should define a new variable. You should call it Path, and for the value you need to paste the path that your SDK has been saved, or software development kit, as some say. You can find that by going to your Android Studio by clicking on File, Setting, this Android SDK, or if you can't find it, you can go to your tools up in here and open SDK Manager. Then you can copy this one. This is the path that your SDK has been saved in your system. Yours will probably be different than mine. You can copy that by pressing Ctrl C, and then in this dialog you can paste that, and after that another backslash. You can type platform-tools. Make sure to add this one after your path and press OK. Press OK once again and OK from here. You can check that if your system has recognized that path or not. You can do so by opening command prompt. You can go to your start menu and type cmd command prompt, and in here you can type SQLite 3. By pressing enter, you can see that we are now inside the SQLite environment. Or alternatively, you can do that from your Android Studio environment as well by going to this terminal down in here and typing SQLite 3. But sometimes, like here, because I just defined that path, I need to restart my Android Studio. When you restarted your Android Studio, then you can go to your terminal, and by typing SQLite 3, if you have put the right path in that value, now we are inside this SQLite environment. SQLite 3 is a relational database, but there are other types of databases which we will talk about in, let's say, Firebase session. For now, let's talk a bit about relational database. In a relational database, data will be saved in different tables. Let me show you an example. For example, if we consider this table as a table that has been saved inside our database, it's representing some information about 3 students. We have different columns in here, for example, this name, number, and email, and also we have different rows. Each row in a table represents a student, or as we call it in database terms, a new record. Each row is a record. But why does it called relational database? Well, for example, if we have multiple tables in a database, we can link them, or in a database term, we can join them on different columns. For example, if we had another table like this, we can join this table by its student ID column to this table by its ID column. Let's minimize these two. For example, if this is a tuition table, we could have add two more columns inside this student table, one for tuition and one for due date, and that would work fine, but that could cause a lot of duplication and also some security warnings. For example, information about what lessons the student has took so far. We don't need all of those to be accessible to everyone. For example, if we had a password table, a username and password, we don't want all of those to be accessible to all the persons, maybe for admin only. For that and many other reasons, we create multiple tables, and later on we will join different tables by one column. For example, in here, this ID column to this student ID column. We could join them together, and we could retrieve or read different information or data related to every student. Okay, now let's see a few commands in SQL language. In our Android Studio, in the terminal, we could type .open, and we can specify a name for our database. For example, let's say university.db. DB stands for database, of course. In SQLite, whenever your program works fine, it won't show you any success message. It just moves on. For example, in here, we can try another command called create. We can say create table, let's say students. We can specify the columns by saying, let's say ID, or let's move on from this ID for now. We can say name. We should specify the type of data that is going to be saved inside this column. For example, name is going to be text. For number, it should be text, but I'm going to use integer in here. And also, we had an email. For email, we are going to use text. Like Java, you should finish your sentences in SQL by a semicolon. After typing this specific command, by pressing enter, my table has been created. If something wrong happens during the creation of this table, I would definitely get some warnings from SQLite, but no warning means that we are doing okay. We can check the list of our tables by typing .tables. We can see that we have one table in here called student. Let's increase the size of this window. Also, it's important to know that the terminal that we are working with, the database that we are working with, as it says in here, is in-memory database, and it's not permanent. As you can see, my code has been changed, and that's because I have quitted the SQLite and run it once again. You can do so by typing .quit and by typing CLS in your terminal environment. It will clear your terminal. Let's go to SQLite once again by typing SQLite3, by typing .openuniversity.db. I'm inside my university database. By typing tables, I can see a list of my tables. I can insert data into my students table by typing a command like this. I can say insert into students, the name of the table, values, and I can define my values. For example, for the name, we can say Mesam. For number, let's just put a random number, and for email, mesam@mako.org. Another parenthesis and a semicolon at the end. No warning, we are doing fine. We can check that. we can retrieve this data from our students table by typing something like this. Select star. Star means all from students. I need to finish my sentence. Whenever you put a wrong command in your SQLite will give you another chance to correct your command. For example, I here forgot to put a semicolon, so I will put my semicolon in. And as you can see, the data has been retrieved. I can type something like .headers on to see the name of the columns as well. Once again, if I type select star from students, I can see both the name of the columns and also the value saved inside each column. If you want, you can insert data into your table, but ignore, let's say, one column. For that, I can type insert into students. I need to specify the columns. For example, let's say name and email. I just want to add these two. And after that, I can say values and put my values in here. Let's say Brad and an email. Parentheses and semicolon. Let's run our select statement once again. Select the star from students. This time I have two records in my database, which the second one doesn't have any number. This select statement in here is a query command in SQL. You can modify this one as well. For example, if I just want the name of a student, I can type select the name of the column, which is name is in this case, from students. I can see just the name. I can be even more specific. For example, let's get the email of Mesa. For that, I can say select email from students, where this where clause is a condition clause, where let's say name is equal to inside single or double quotation, let's say Mesa. This time I'm getting the email of the record where the name is Mesa. You can also delete from your table. For example, I can say delete. In here you need to be careful. If you type delete a star, it will delete all the records in your database. I can say delete a star from students, where name is equal to, let's say, Brad. Sorry, I don't need a star to delete a record. I just need to type delete from students, where name is equal to Brad. By typing no warning, we are good to go. Let's take another look at our table. Select star from students. And this time we have only one record. And also I put the wrong email address, .org.oed, but that doesn't matter. Let me clear the terminal. I can type .quit, cls, SQLite once again, SQLite 3, .open, university, .db. We can also update the records in our database. I can say update students, the name of your table, set the name of the column, for example, email equals to, let's fix our email, maysam@maycode.org. But if you finish your sentence and press enter in here, it will set all the records, all the emails in your database to this email. You need to define a where clause, where, for example, name is equal to Mesa. Let's check our database. select star from students. Now you can see that our email has been fixed. We have seen insert into command, which will create a new record in our database. We have seen delete, which will delete, of course, from our database. We have seen update and also select for querying our database. In the next video, we will talk more about SQL commands, things like join and maybe alter and things like that. See you in the next video. Let's continue with our SQL commands. But before that, let's quickly create another table. In my terminal, I can type SQLite 3. In order to go to the SQLite environment, I can type create table students, the columns, which once again is going to be name, which is a text, the number, which is an integer, and also the email. And if I want to check the list of my tables, I can simply type .tables. By the time it's only one table. There is a command in SQLite which is called .schema. If you type .schema and press enter, you can see the structure of your table. Or if you have multiple tables, the structure of your tables. You can see the exact code that I write above in here in order to create this table. There is also another command in which you can back up your database. For example, if I type backup test backup.db, if I press enter, now I have a backup of my database. And later on, if something happened to my database, I can use .restore to restore this backup. For example, there is a command in SQLite called drop, which you can use in order to drop an entire table. In here, I can say drop table students. Now, if I check the list of my tables, you can see that the list is empty. You need to be extra careful with this drop command because it's very powerful and you can drop an entire table by using just this command. Now, if I want to restore my database, I can type .restore and the name of my test backup, which is testbackup.db. If I press enter, my database would be restored, and to make sure, I can say .tables to see the list of my tables, which is students by the time. I can also change the existing tables. For example, if I want to add another column to this students table, I can say alter table students, add column. Let's add a grade column, which its data type is going to be integer. Now my table would have a grade column as well, and if you want to check that, you can always type that schema. You can see that the grade column has been added. There are some slight differences between different versions of SQL. For example, if you are using MySQL for a web server database, in those versions of SQL, you can remove a column, but in SQLite, that's not allowed. You can't use the alter command in order to remove an entire column. Let's quickly insert some records into our table. I can say insert into students. You can see that I'm using the capital case for all the SQL command, but it's not necessary. I just want you to differentiate between the SQL commands and all the names that I'm using. Basically, whenever I'm using the uppercase, it means that it's SQL command. Insert into students, values. Let's add some values. In the previous video, you have seen the simple select command, which would query the database and return the result that we wanted. For example, I could have typed select star from the name of that table, students. you can see all the records inside my database, inside my table. Let's also turn the headers on. Sorry, I have a typo. Headers on the select command once again. I can also limit the number of records that I'm going to receive. For example, if I type select star from students, I can say limit to 2. For example, it will return 2 records for me. You can see that it has only returned 2 items. I can also have my records ordered. For example, if I want to order them by their grade or maybe their name. Let's try the name. This time I should say select the star from students, order by the name of the column, which is name in this case, and let's limit our records to, let's say, 3 this time. You can see that our records have been ordered by their name alphabetically. I can try the same for the grades as well. I just need to change the column name. Let's also order the students by their number. I can say select star from students, order by number, limit to 3. As you can see, the records have been ordered, but they have been ordered in an ascending manner, meaning that the lowest value would be the first value. If I want to order them in a descending manner, I can type order by number and DESC standing for descending, and then limit my records to 3. This time the record with the highest value would be the first record. Also we have ascending in here as well, which is the default case, ASC. It would order the records in an ascending manner. There may be some time that you are not sure of the value of some record and you only know some part of that value. For example, if I want to search for a student named Mason, but I'm not sure about his name, and I only have the first 3 letters of his name, I can search with those 3 letters as well. For example, the command that I'm going to use is select star from students, where once again we have seen where command in the previous video, where name, instead of saying name equals to Mason, I can say name like. Inside the double quotation I can enter the first 3 letters, and after that I can type a %sign and another double quotation. This time you can see that even though I have put the first 3 letters of my name, it has returned the whole record for me. This %sign in here means that we are sure of the value of the record up until this point. For example, in here the first 3 letters of the name would be May, and we are not sure about the rest of it. So return me whatever name has been started with these 3 letters. Also, I can put another %sign at the beginning of this value. For example, I can say the same thing with another %sign in here, and let's type Sam this time. If I press enter, I can see my name has been returned. 2% sign means that I'm not sure about the beginning and ending of the value. I just know that the value contains SAM. So the SQL would return all the values containing these 3 letters. If you are sure about the ending of your value, you can delete this %sign from the end of your value, but I don't think that's necessary. I'm sure that you got my point. There is another concept in SQLite tables called primary key. In every table, you can have one column that would be unique for that exact record, and that's called a primary key column. Let's drop this table and create it from beginning. I can say drop table students, Let's also clear our terminal. I can say .quit in order to quit the SQLite environment, and by typing cls, it would clear my terminal. Once again, SQLite 3. I can say .open university.db in order to create my database. Also, this is not important. If you don't open a database, it would work fine, and basically you don't need to create a database in order to create a table or maybe multiple tables. I'm just doing it to show you have this option. .open university.db. Let's quickly create our table. This time I want my ID column to be a primary key, so I can say ID. Like before, I can specify the type of my column. I can say integer. And this time, after the type of my column, I can say primary key with a space between primary and key. And after that, I can say auto increment with no spaces. I will explain what this auto increment is. For now, let's just move on. And after that, I can have my other columns. For example, name text, number integer, and email text, and also grade integer, like before. If I press enter, we have our table created. This primary key auto increment part in our ID column would take care of our ID to be unique in every record. Means that if I don't put an ID when I define a new record, when I insert a new record, it will automatically increment its value. Let's try adding two values to our table. I can specify my columns. For example, I'm going to only enter the name and email. And for the values, let's add another one. You can see that I didn't put any ID when I insert two values to my table. But if I try to retrieve the records from my table, I can see that the ID would be different. Before that, let's turn the headers on. Let's say select star from students. You can see that we have an ID column which has the unique value. This auto increment part would take care of the incrementing of the ID whenever we define a new record. Also, it's important to know that the primary key column couldn't be null, means that no matter if you put a value there or not, it would always have a value. In every table, you could only have one primary key column, and later on, you can use that primary key column in order to identify different records. There is also another concept in SQLite called a foreign key, which we will talk about that in a few minutes. If you remember from the previous video, I said that SQLite is a relational database, means that we can relate different tables by some specific columns. Let's create another table in here, and let's relate these two tables together. I'm going to call this table tuition. It would have three columns. First one is a student ID column, student ID, which is an integer. Also, we would have a column for the amount of tuition, which would be a double. We can use double as a data type in our SQLite tables. And also another column for the paid amount. Let's call it paid amount. It would be a double as well. Let's change the name of this tuition command to tuition amount. Let's insert two records inside this table as well. Insert into tuition values, student ID 1, tuition amount, let's say $4.99, and the paid amount, let's say 200. another one. Now that I have these two different tables, I can relate these two, or as we might call it in database terms, we can join these two tables by, for example, these two columns, this student ID column in here and the ID column inside my students table. We know that these are the same in both of these tables. I can say select star from students, join this new command, tuition table, on. We basically join some table on some column. For example, in here I can say students.id. By typing this dot, after that we need to specify the column. We are joining tuition table on students.id equals to tuition. You can guess it, dot student ID. By joining two tables together, SQL would create a new table for us and would return that table, and by selecting all the columns from that new table, I will receive all the values inside both of those tables related by the columns that I specify in here. If I press enter in here, you can see all the columns has been returned. ID, name, number, email, grade from the students table, and also student ID, tuition amount, and paid amount from the tuition table. I don't want all of these values. I can specify the column name in here. Instead of typing select star from students, I can say something like this. Select students.name, a comma, tuition amount, and also paid amount, tuition dot paid amount. Let's say from students, join tuition table on students dot id equals to tuition dot student id. You can see that this time I'm only receiving the columns that I specified up in here. The name, the tuition amount, and the paid amount. This is the beauty of relational databases. You don't have to save all of your values inside one table. You can create multiple tables. For example, if you are creating a database for a company, you can create a database for the employees, you can create one for their loans, you can create one for their incomes and maybe salary, and whatever you want. Later on, by using this join, you can join those tables together by some column that you want. Also, it's important to know that in different versions of SQL, you have different join commands. For example, by default, when you type join, it's using an inner join. There are other types of join as well. For example, an outer join and a full join. But all of those are not supported in SQLite. You can only use inner join and also left outer join in SQLite. I don't intend to go to details of different type of this join command. Let's just see how it works with inner join. I can type inner join in here and it would work the same. If I press enter, I can see the same result has been returned. Basically, when you use inner join in your SQL command, you only need the common records between two different tables that you are comparing with these two columns. You can use something like a full join in order to retrieve all the records despite the commonality between two tables. You can receive all the records that are inside both of those tables. You can use left outer join to not only retrieve the common records but retrieve the whole records from the first table. Similarly, for right outer join, you can retrieve not only the common records between two tables but retrieve all the records from the second table. But right outer join is not supported in SQLite, and I don't intend to go to details of all of these concepts. and probably in all of your SQL commands you would use join or maybe inner join. Once again, to review how we can write a join command, you can type select as before, the name of the columns that you need from each table, and after that from the first table name, join the second table on the first table dot the name of the column that you are going to compare or join two tables on equals the second table dot the name of the column that you are comparing or you are joining the two tables together. That's all you need to know in order to use a join command. Okay, let's move on. Let's clear our terminal. cls SQLite3 .open university.db. You can also have different operators inside your SQL command. For example, I can say select star from students where name is equal to Mason, or this is the or command, name is equal to, let's say, Brad. You can see that I'm receiving both the record that have these two names that I specified inside my command. The other one is and I'm checking two conditions. For example, in here I can say the name is Mason and ID is 1. You can see that I'm receiving this one record. Both of these conditions should be true in order to retrieve some record from your table. Also, we have comparison operators in here as well. For example, I can say select star from tuition where paid amount is less than, let's say, 300. You can see that I'm receiving all the records which their paid amount is less than 300. We can have arithmetic operators in here as well. For example, in here I can say tuition amount is equal to, let's say, 399.99 plus 100. It's meaningless in here, but you can use the arithmetic operators in here as well. You can see that I'm receiving the records which its tuition amount is 499. Different operators can be useful in SQL command, so I introduced them. There is one last concept which I'm going to talk about, and we will wrap this video up, and that's called a view. Imagine you have a table which would save the details about different users, for example, their username, maybe their password, email, and everything. In some cases, it's not safe to return all the information about that specific user. For that matter, you can create a view and after that, return that view to some specific user. For example, I can say create view. I should name my view in here, let's say summarize the student. I can say as select, and after this select I need to specify the columns that I need, for example students.name and also students.email in this case. Then I need to specify the table that I'm going to select these columns from, let's say from students. Also, you can have different conditions in here as well, but I'm not going to define any condition, just a semicolon and hit enter. Now you have created your view, and you can treat this view like a table. For example, I can say select star from summarize student. You can see that I'm receiving all the information inside that view. Basically, view is like a temporary table which could be useful, for example, for security reasons. You may not publish all the information of your users to every user that is trying to retrieve some information. It can be useful from time to time. Okay, I think that's enough about SQL commands. In the next video, we will move on from this part and we will create a database in Android. See you in the next video. I know that at the end of the previous video, I said that we are going to start implementing SQL database in the Android environment. But I think it's a good thing to have a quick challenge to make sure that we are all at the same page about the SQL command themselves. Here is the challenge. I want you to create these three simple tables: the employees tables, income report table, and the employee details table, and add all of these columns to them. After that, insert some values to them. Then try to retrieve some data from each one of these tables, maybe limit the records, and also maybe order the records that you are retrieving, for example, by the amount of loan they have. And as the final challenge, I want you to join these three tables together and retrieve all or maybe some of the columns from each table that you want. We haven't seen multiple join command, but I think you can do it. Okay, pause the video in here and come back when you have done the challenge. Okay, let's start by creating our tables. First of all, let's maximize the size of this terminal. By typing SQLite 3, you would go to the SQLite environment, create table employees. The first one was ID, which is an integer, which is a primary key, which is auto increment. The second one was name, which is a text. After that, we had email, which is text, and also a phone number, which once again is a text. The second table is income report. Create table income report. For the columns, the first one is employee ID, which is an integer. Then we had income, which is a double. After that, we have loan, which once again is a double. And another one for total received, maybe the salary of the employee itself. Total received, which once again is a double. The third table is employee details, which its column are employee ID, which is an integer. The next one was age, which once again is an integer. Then we had address, which is a text. We have marital status, which once again is a text. We had image URL, which once again is a text. You can see that I'm using the image URL of some person to save into my database and not the image itself. You can save large objects like an image into a SQLite table by specifying its type to a BLOB or binary large object. But in fact, that's not a good idea because it can make the work of the SQLite very much hard, and it may take a lot of time to retrieve data from your database. Instead, you save your images into some data storage. If you are using a cloud storage, you save your image there, and after that, save that image's URL into your SQLite table, like I'm doing it in here. One last column, which was hobbies. Once again, it's text. And if we want to make sure that we have our tables, by typing .tables, I can see that 3 tables have been created. Okay, let's insert some values to each one of these tables. For the first one, insert into employees. I'm not going to insert the ID part, so let's specify the columns. For example, I'm going to enter the name, email, and phone number. As the values, let's say Maysam, email maysam
makecode.org, and as the phone number, because we specified its type to text, we need to put it into a double quotation, some number. For the second table, I can say insert into income report. This time I'm going to add values to all the columns. So let's say employee ID 1. For the income, let's say some number. For the loan amount, let's say 10,000. And for the total received, let's say $65,000. Sorry, I forgot to put the value keyword before these values. Okay, let's insert two more. Let's insert some values to the third table and insert into employee details, values. The first one is employee ID. The second one is age, address. For the age, let's say 28. Address, let's say Miami. Marital status, let's say single. Image URL, I'm not going to put some real image URL in here. Instead, I'm just going to add a text, a fake text, some image URL. For the hobbies, let's say metal music. Okay, now that we have created our tables and inserted some values to each of those tables, let's try retrieving some values from each one of them. But before that, let's turn the headers on. For the first table, let's say select the star from employees. We have three values. Okay, let's be more specific. Let's say select name and email from the first table from employees. We have these two tables, these two columns. Let's try limiting the number of records that we want. We can use the previous command just by adding limit to, let's say, 2 this time. We have 2 records. Okay, now let's join the first two tables together and retrieve the name of each employee plus the amount of income and maybe the loan. Let's say select employees.name and also income report.income and also income report.loan. From employees, inner join. We know that it doesn't matter if we use join or inner join, those are basically the same. Inner join the second table's name, income report, on employees.id. You may be wondering why am I using this syntax for saving the IDs inside the tables. I will be talking about this in I think 2 videos later, but for now let's cope with me. Employees.id is equal to income report.employee ID. Let's also order our records by the amount of their income in a descending manner. Let's say order by income report.income. We have the columns that we wanted and the records are ordered by the income column in a descending manner. That's fine. Up to this point, we haven't seen any new commands. But what if we want to join 3 tables together? For example, if we want to, let's say, retrieve the name from the first column, maybe income and loan from the second column, and also some details about the employee itself from the third table in a single command. Well, the way to do that is like this. We basically use multiple join. We can say select employees.name, employees.email, Also, let's say income report dot income, maybe the total amount that the employee has received, income report dot total received, and from the third table, from employee details dot age, and also employee details dot address, and also employee details dot hobbies. All of these we are going to select them from the first table, which is employees. Once again, inner join the second table, income report, on the first table's column, employees dot id is equal to income report dot employee id. Up until this point, it's like the previous command, we are joining two tables together, but at this point we have a table. We know that when we join two tables together, SQL will create a new table and will retrieve that table for us. We can pursue this code like this. We can say inner join once again, because we are joining the existing table, the third table, on the table that SQL created for us. Inner join the second table, which is employee details, on the first table's column, which is income report.employee ID, equals to employee details.employee ID. Let's see if we can retrieve any result. It seems like I have a typo in here. I put double D in here, but when I define the address column in here, I have added 1D. Let's fix that in here. This is in here in the second line. I need to delete one of these D. You can see that we are receiving all the columns that we need: name, email, income, total received, age, address, and hobbies. We have successfully joined three tables together. This is by far the most complex SQL code that you have seen, and you probably wouldn't need it very often, but it's a good thing to be challenged. Okay, our simple challenge is done. In the next video, we are going to start implementing a SQL database and create SQL database into Android environment. See you in the next video. Connecting to a database sometimes may be time consuming, and if you do it in your main thread, it can block the user for a few seconds, or even if it's more than 5 seconds, it may cause crashes. For that reason, it's always better to do all the connections to your database inside another thread. In this case, I'm going to use a simple async task. So let's first of all create our async task. Private class, let's call it database async task. We know that we need to extend from async task. In this case, I'm going to pass void as the three parameters, or maybe a string as the result, just to indicate that we are finished with our async task. We know that we need to override this to a background. Before everything, let's just create an instance of our SQLite database helper class. I'm going to save it inside a member variable, SQLite database helper. Let's call it database helper, and I will initialize it in my onPreExecute method. In here, I can say database helper is equal to new SQLite database helper, and as the context, I need to pass main activity.this. Now that we have an instance of this class, we can have access to our database inside, for example, in this doing background. But working with SQLite databases always can throw all sorts of exceptions. For example, if for some reason our app loses the touch to the database, that can cause exceptions. For that reason, it's always better to do all sort of connection inside a try catch. The exception that we need to catch in here is SQL exceptions. There are two kind of exceptions in here. The first one comes from Java, and the one that we need is coming from Android. So let's import that. In case something happens, some exception, I'm just going to print the stack trace of that exception. Inside the try block, I'm going to create my SQLite database. I can say SQLite database. Let's call it database is equal to SQLite open helper, or database helper in this case, the class that we just created, dot get readable database. I have two options in here, get readable database and get writable database. The names are descriptive. The first one is to just read data from database, and in case you need to write something to your database, you may need to have an instance of get writable database. For now, I'm just going to use get readable database. Now that I have an instance of my database, I can do all sorts of operation upon that. For example, I can call my database helper .insert method, the method that we just created in our class. I'm talking about this one in here, in order to insert data into our database. The first thing that we need to pass in here is our database itself. The second one is the name of our database, or the name of our table. In this case, it's students. Then we need to pass the name of the new record, which I'm going to say Sarah, and also an email. Let's say sarah@maycode.org. As simple as this, I can insert data into my database. And also, if I want to retrieve some data from my database, I can create a cursor object. This is an interface. Let me create it once again. Cursor, as you can see, the icon in here is this green eye. It means that it's an interface which has some methods. Let's create, and I will talk about it. Is equal to our database dot query. You can see that we have different options for the query, and there are a lot of them, and all of them are helpful, but the one that I'm going to use is the first one, which I need to pass the table name, which is a student in this case. In the previous video, I have passed null as all the 6 next elements in here, but we have multiple options. The second of these elements is the name of the columns that I want. For example, in here I can create a new string array list, and inside that array list I can pass the name of the columns that I want. For example, let's just receive the names. The next one is the condition that we want to define. For example, in here I can say where ID. I don't believe we have defined an ID in our SQLite database. Let me take another look in here. Yes, we have an ID. Let's say where ID is equal to a question mark, and we know that this is a placeholder. We define the question mark in another string array list, new string, and because ID is an integer, I need to cast it to a string. I can say string.value of, let's say 1 this time. Let's go to another line so that we could see everything. The next two pieces of information in here are a little bit tricky, and we didn't talk about them in the SQLite command videos, but basically they are group by and having. I will show you what these two are in a few minutes, but basically when we use group by, we want our different rows to be grouped by different columns. For example, if we have a table of different months' salary, and we want to retrieve the salary for different years, we can use group by on year column in order to retrieve all the incomes in different years. And the having is like the where clause inside a regular SQL statement. It will define the conditions. Don't worry about all the jibber jabber I'm just saying. I will show you in a minute. But for now, I'm just going to pass null for both of them. Null means that I'm not going to use group by and having at all. So I will retrieve all the data as I did previously. In here, you would pass the name of the column that you want to order your rows upon that. For example, in here, I can pass ID, the name of that column. Let's add another inter in here so that we could see everything. This is one way of using this query method. You will pass the name of the table, the name of the columns that you want, the conditions that you want your records to have. First of all, you define the name of the column, and after that, you define the value of those columns. After that, this group by and having, and the last of all, the column that you want to order your records upon that. All of these will be saved inside this cursor. Basically, this cursor will contain all the records that have been retrieved from your database, and later on you can read data from this cursor. For example, in here I know that I will receive the name of the column which its ID is 1, so let's print that name. The way you do that is by saying if cursor dot move to first. This method in here, this move to first, will move our cursor to the first element of the records that have been retrieved, and also it will return a boolean if the job has been successful or not. So if it returns true, it means that we are at the first record. If cursor dot move to first, then let's say string name is equal to cursor dot get string, and we need to pass the column index in here. Because we have defined only one column in here inside the query method, our cursor has only one column, so its index would be 0, because we know that indexes would start from 0 in Java. Now that I have this name, I can return it as the result of this doing background. If you remember, up in here, I have set the result type of this async task to a string. So if I say return the name, it would pass it to onPostExecute method. Let's override that method as well, onPostExecute, and in here let's simply toast a message, main activity, and the S that we are receiving in here, which is basically our name. We have written a lot of code, and it's time to check that if we have written them correctly. So let's test our application. Sorry, I forgot to execute my async task inside my onCreate method of this main activity. I need to create an instance of my async task, new database async task, and database async task dot execute. Let's run it once again. And as you can see, the little toast has been popped up. It means that we have correctly saved data into our database and also correctly retrieved data from our database. This is one way of using this query method in here. If you pass null as each one of these arguments in here, for example, these columns, it will return all the columns. But basically, you probably all the times need to specify the columns that you want. Or if you don't want any condition in here, you can delete both of these arguments in here. For example, this selection and selection arguments, and pass null. Now that I have changed my query statement to retrieve all the columns and without any condition, it will return all the columns from all the records that I want. For that, I need to change this if statement in here, and let's say close all of the records that I have retrieved from that cursor. For that, let's create a do while loop. But before that, let's create a return string in here, a string return a string, is equal to an empty string, and after that inside the do while loop, let's write the while as well, while cursor dot is last, or while cursor is not the last one. We are going to loop through all the records that have been retrieved via the cursor until it's not the last one. In here I can create a for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get column count, which you can guess it will return the number of columns that are inside the cursor, and I++. Inside the for loop I can say return a string plus equal the cursor dot get column name with an index of I plus maybe a column plus maybe the cursor dot get a string with an index of I. This way we will print all the column names and values. And after the for loop, I'm just going to add some stars to our return string. Let's say return string plus equal some stars in order to indicate between different records. And after that, we need to move our cursor to the next record. For that, I can say cursor dot move to next. And after everything, after the do while loop, I can return my return string. Let's try running our application and see what would be the result. You can see that I'm getting all sorts of results, but that was a quick look. Let's save them inside this text view. Let's switch to our main activity.xml file. Let's give an ID to this text in here. Let's call it text view. Inside our main activity, up in here, private text view. Let's call it text view. Inside the uncreate, let's initialize that text view. Let's say text view. Find view by ID r.id.text. And in our onPostExecute method, instead of toasting a message, let's change the text of that text view to whatever the result of this doing background is. I can say text view dot set text to s. Also, I think it's a good point to add some \n in here in order to have some differentiation between different records. Maybe one in here. Okay, let's now see what would be the result. You can see that I'm printing all the records from my database, but as you can see, Sarah has been added like 10 times to my database, and that's because I have run this application 10 times for different debugging purposes. And every time I ran my application, this doing background and this insert method in here has been executed, and Sarah has been added to my database multiple times. But you can see the result, and I'm retrieving all the records that I need from my database. Okay, I think that's enough talking about databases in this video. In the next video, we will go deeper and maybe use some other forms of this query method in here. And also we may use the update, delete, and all the methods that we have created in the previous video. Also, we may use the onUpgrade method inside our SQLite OpenHelper class to see how we can update our database. See you in the next video. In order to create a SQL database inside the Android environment, we need a new Java class. I'm going to call it SQLite Database Helper. It needs to extend from SQLite OpenHelper class. SQLite OpenHelper, this one that comes from Android package. When you extend from this class, you need to
implement two methods by pressing Ctrl I inside the class declaration. You can see those methods on create and on upgrade. Also, we need a constructor in here. By pressing Alt Insert, we can create our constructor. We can see that we have three options in here. The one that I'm going to use is the first one, but I will change this constructor a little bit. Let's also create two fields up in here. I will talk about them and we will see how they can be useful. Private static final int, let's call it database version. I'm going to initialize it to 1 and also another one for the name of our database. Private static final string database name. Let's call it university. The second one is obvious. It's going to be the name of our database, but the first one is the version of our database. Initially, it should be 1, and whenever you want to update your database, for example, you have published your application and later on few months, you decided to change your database somehow, you will increase this number, or maybe at some times you may want to decrease this number. We will see how we can handle the changes of the database in different versions. But for now, I'm just going to initialize it to 1, and instead of passing this number and name and also this cursor factory, I'm going to delete all of them. For the name, I'm going to pass my constant, which is database name. For the factory, I'm going to pass null. It's somehow related to cursors, which I'm going to talk in the next video. And for the version, let's change it to our constant, database version. Let's also rename our class so that we don't have any typo. By selecting the name of our class and pressing Shift plus F6, we can change its name. I'm just going to capitalize the SQL part. This onCreate method would be the initial point of our database creation, meaning that if it's the first time that user is installing our application, this onCreate method would be the method that will be executed in order to handle the creating and maybe inserting some values into our database. As you can see, it's receiving a SQLite database as its input, and later on we can use this database in order to create and maybe insert some values into that database. Okay, the way that we create a table in SQLite is like this. First of all, we will create our SQLite command inside a string. Let's create that string. I'm going to name it SQL command. We put our SQLite command in here. I can say create table students, and as the columns, let's add an ID, which is integer, which is primary key, and also is auto increment. For the second one, name text, and maybe an email. Don't forget to put a semicolon at the end of your SQL command, because it's going to be exactly the code that will be passed to the lower level of the compiler. Then it will create our database. After that, we can use this database by calling it and by pressing dot and say execute SQL. This method in here, we can pass that string, which is SQL command in this case. By passing this string to this method, you can see that the color of the text has been changed somehow. It's somehow useful to know that you are writing the right SQL command. If I leave it like here, our table will be created inside our database. But let's also insert some values as the initial values of our table. There are multiple ways to do that. For example, one way is to create another SQL command. Let's call it SQL insert. I can type exactly my SQL command. I can say insert into
students, the columns, name and email, and values. For the name, let's say Mason, but as you can see, the strings in Java don't accept any weird characters like double quotation. The way to overcome this is by adding a backslash and add your double quotation like this. Let's say Mason, another backslash, another double quotation. This way it will be ignored by the Java compiler. For the email, we need another backslash, a double quotation, maysam@maycode.org, another backslash, another double quotation. And after that, we can simply say db.execute SQL and pass our SQL insert command. It will add these values into our students table. But there is another one. You need to create an object called content values, the one that comes from android.content package. Let's call it content values is equal to new content values. It's like a key value pair. You can add different values inside your content values like this. You can say content values.put. The key should be the name of your column, for example, name, and the value, whatever you want. For example, let's say Brad this time. You should put different values inside your content values for every column that you want. Content values.put. Let's say email this time and Brad's email. After creating your content value object, you can say db.insert. You need to specify the table name, which is the students in this case. The second one, I'm going to pass null. Once again, it's related to cursors, which I'm going to talk about in the next video. And for the third element in here, I need to pass content values. This way, our values will be inserted into our table inside our database. It's supposed to be an easier way to insert values inside your SQLite database, but basically it will be changed into an SQLite command like this up in here at the runtime. Also, it seems like I have an error in here, and that's because I forgot to put a closing parenthesis in here. Okay, that has been fixed. Once again, you initialize your database inside this onCreate method. You can create as many tables as you want in here. You can insert initial values to those tables, and also whatever change you may want to do with your tables. Let's also talk a bit about this onUpgrade method. It will be useful whenever you want to upgrade your database. For example, if you change this database version to 2, the current user that are using your application, when they update your application, this onUpgrade method would be called, and you can change your database from here. For example, you can add a column to an existing table if you want. You can see that you are receiving a database, a SQLite database in here, also the old version and new version of your database. You can have all sorts of control by using this old version and new version. For example, if your current version of database is 5 and you are upgrading it to 6, maybe some users still have the third version. You may want to create a switch statement on old version in here. And in case it's, let's say, 1, you can upgrade it however you want. Basically, you have all sorts of control that you want. But I'm not going to complicate things in here. I'm just going to assume that later on we will change the database version from 1 to 2. So I'm going to add another column to my students table called grade in here. Let's create our SQL command, a string SQL statement is equal to alter table students add column grade, let's say double as its data type. Later on, I can call my database dot execute SQL and pass my SQL statement. Beside this onUpgrade method, we have an onDowngrade method as well. Let's override that as well. You can see that once again, we are receiving the old version and the new version of our database. This method will be executed whenever you downgrade your database version. It might be useful in some cases that you have made a mistake. For example, in New Year version of your application, you have added some columns to the current, let's say, tables, and after 1 month or 2, you have regretted those changes. So you may want to use this onDowngrade method in order to downgrade your database, but I'm not going to use that in here. Like any other Java class, you can have different methods in here. For example, you can have a method in order to insert values into your database. I can say public void insert. First of all, I need to receive a SQLite database in here. Let's call it DB. And for the values, maybe I would receive a content values, or maybe the values of the columns themselves. For example, a string for the name, and also a string for the email. Now I can create my content values object, new content values. I can say content values dot put to the name column whatever the value of name is, and also content values dot put email whatever the email is. Later on, we can call this insert method from different part of our application in order to insert some values to our database. I think we need the database table in here as well. Let's receive that table name. After that, I can say db.insert the table name. The second one was null, and after that was content values. Like insert, you can have another method for reading the data from your database. Let's call it read, but this time the return type shouldn't be void, it should be a cursor. I will talk about cursors in the next video, but for now let's just use it. Public cursor read. First of all, we need the SQLite database. Let's call it DB. And also we need the name of our table. I can create an object of kind cursor. Let's call it cursor is equal to DB our database dot query. This query method will look up into our database, and depending on the conditions that we define inside this method, we will receive some records which would be saved inside the cursor, and then we will return this cursor, and whenever we call this method, we would have this cursor. This query in here have multiple inputs. The one that I'm going to use for now is by passing my table name and put 5 more nulls in here. We will talk about all of these nulls, but basically it means that if you are passing null as the value of all of these, it means that you are trying to retrieve all the values from this table. You can see that IntelliJ is helping me with the naming. For example, this first null is about the columns that I want to retrieve. Maybe some of them is about the condition that I want to my record have, and also how I want to order them. I will talk about all of these. I think these are 6 nodes. Sorry if I said 5 nodes. And after that, I can return my cursor. We will be talking about all of these cursor and null values in later videos. I just wanted to create this read method. The other method that you can create in here is the update method. Private void update, in case you want to update some values inside your database. Once again, I need a SQLite database. I need the table name, string table name. For example, if I want to update the name of some student in my database, I need to receive the old and new name of that student. For that, I can receive a string old name and also a string new name. Let's also change the name of this method to update name, because we are just updating the name. Then I need to create a content value object in here, new content values. I just need to put the new value of the column that I want to change. For example, if I want to change the name, I can pass my new name in here. After that, I can say db.update the table name I need. After that, I need my content values. These two parts are a little bit tricky, the third and the fourth one. For the third one, I need to define my where clause or the condition. For example, I can say where name is equal to a question mark. This question mark is somehow a placeholder, and we pass this its value inside the next or the fourth value in here. For that, I need to create an array of string, new string, where the name is equal to the old name. This update method is a little bit tricky, so let's review everything. First of all, we create a content value object, and then we put only the new value for the column that we want. For example, in here we are going to change the name, so with the key name and the value new name, we put that in our content values. Then we use this db.update method. We need the table name and the content values. And after that, we need our where clause or our condition. In here, we are going to change the name of the student where the name is some value. This question mark is the placeholder, and in the runtime it will be replaced with whatever values comes inside this string array list. For example, in here I'm putting the old name. Generally it will be changed to something like this at the runtime. Let's create another string in here. Let's call it SQL statement is equal to. It will be something like this. Update the table name, which is students in this case. Set the name column value to the new name that we are going to receive up in here. For example, let's say Tom, where the name is equal to the old name, which is Mason in this case. I need to put backslashes in here. And also I need a double quotation in here as well. At the runtime, this db.update would be executed to something like this SQL statement in here. Okay, that's enough about update. The last method that I'm going to talk about is delete. Let's say public void delete. We need a SQLite database. We need the table name and also the value for our condition. For example, let's say name in this case. We are going to delete the records that has this name. I can simply call db.delete method. This time we don't need a content value. First of all, we need to pass the table name, and after that our where clause like this in here. I can say name is equal to a question mark, and after that I need to create a new string array, and inside this array I need to pass my name. Remember that whenever you are defining the condition like I'm doing in here, it needs to be a string in here, because you are defining a new string array list. And for example, if you are trying to delete some values by their ID and that ID is an integer, you need to pass that ID to an integer by saying integer.value of that ID. But in this case the name is a string, so I'm going to pass it simply like this. Okay, this video is getting a little bit long. I just wanted you to create these 4 simple methods. Basically, in database term, we call them CRUD, or create, read, update, and delete. Insert for create values, read or retrieve as the R part, update, and also delete, CRUD. In the next video, we will see how we can call all of these methods and also initialize our database, for example, from our main activity. See you in the next video. As you remember from the last video, you can see that Sarah has been added multiple times in my database. So it's a good point to try use that delete method that we have created in our SQLite database helper class and delete Sarah from our database. But before that, let's comment this line out so that we don't insert Sarah once again. And before creating this cursor, let's try using that delete method. I can say database helper.delete. If you remember, we need the database in here and also the table name, which is students. And after that, we need the name, which is Sarah in this case. Make sure to use the right letters. If they are in lower or capital letters, you need to exactly put them in that way. Okay, let's try running it once again. This time we shouldn't see Sarah in our database. As you can see, Sarah has been removed successfully from our database, but in here I'm just receiving 1 record. If you remember from the previous video, we have added Brad in this onCreate method of this class in here as well, but for some reason we are not seeing Brad in here. And the reason is this do while loop have some problems. We are setting the condition to while the cursor is not at the last record. So it won't do all these operations for our last record in our cursor. For that reason, I'm going to delete this do while loop, and instead of that, I'm going to create 2 for loop. For int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get count. This method in here will return the number of records that have been saved into our cursor, I++. Another for loop to save all the column names and values into this return string. I can say for int j is equal to 0, j less than cursor dot get column count, the second one, and j++. I can say return a string plus equal the cursor dot get column name for the jth element plus a comma plus the cursor dot get string with jth index. Also, when you are using this cursor dot get string method, you need to make sure that the data that you have saved inside your database is a string and not a double or integer or something else. If that is an integer or double, you need to cast it in here. And after this for loop, I need to move my cursor to the next element. I can say cursor.move to next. Now let's try running our application. This time we should see Brad printed in our text view. And as you can see, we are receiving Brad, but it needs some modification. For example, I need to add a \n in here. And also after each record, I need to add some stars.
I can say return string plus equal and some stars and also a \n. Let's try running it once again. This time we are seeing Brad. We have successfully used insert and delete method from this SQLite database helper class, but also let's use this update name and this read method. For example, let's change the Brad's name to Tom. Before creating the cursor, I can say database helper dot update name, the method that we created. We need to pass our database. We need to pass the table name, which is students, the old name, which was Brad. Also make sure about the case sensitivity and the new name, which is Tom. Also, we don't need this database helper.delete because we have successfully deleted 0. Okay, now let's run our application. This time we should see Tom instead of Brad. And as you can see, Tom has been replaced with Brad. Let's also use that read method that we have created in our helper class. I'm going to delete this cursor and use that method. I can say cursor is equal to database helper dot read. We need to pass our database. We also need to pass our table's name. Nothing else because we didn't define any condition in here. Now if I run my application, I should see the same result. Once again, Maysam and Tom has been printed. Beside the query method that we have used in our main activity, in here, there is another option. Let's comment this line for now. I can say cursor is equal to database.raw query this time. You can use this raw query to directly pass your SQL statement. I will create that statement for now, and the second argument is the condition or selection argument. I will talk about that in a few minutes. But before that, let's create our command. I can say a string SQL statement is equal to, let's say, select star from students, the name of our table, also maybe a semicolon, and after that I can pass my SQL statement in here. We don't have any selection argument in here, so we should retrieve all the results from the students table. Let's try running our application. You can see that it's working the same way. But what about this selection argument in here? Well, for example, if we define a where clause in here, for example, where name, I can put a question mark in here, and later on in this selection argument, I can define those conditions. For example, I can create a new string array, and as the element of that string array, I can put my name, for example. Let's try running it. This time we should see Maysam only. You can see that Maysam has been printed to our text view. Personally, I prefer using this raw query because I have all the options that I want from basic SQL commands. But it's no preferential. You can use whatever you want, query or raw query. Besides reading records from the cursor this way by creating 2 for loops, I have another option. Let's comment this line for now. And also in our main activity.xml file, let's create a list view instead of this text view. Let's switch to our text view. Instead of constraint layout, I'm going to use relative layout. Let's also delete this text view in here. And instead of that, let's create a list view. Match parent and match parent and ID. Let's say list view. And center in parent to true. Let's define this list view in our main activity. We now don't have any text view, so we need to delete this one. Let's say private list view list view. Let's initialize it in our onCreate. List view is equal to list view find view by id r.id.list view, and down in here I need to delete this. Now in our doing background method I can create an object called simple cursor adapter. I will talk about it in a minute. Simple cursor adapter, let's call it adapter, is equal to new simple cursor adapter. As the argument in here, first of all, I need to pass a context, which would be main activity.this. This simple cursor adapter is like an array adapter for lists, but instead of reading files from maybe a string array, it's reading files from our cursor. Like an array adapter, I need to pass a layout in here. I'm going to use the default and pre-built layout in here, android.r.layout.simple list item 1. After this, I need to pass my cursor. Then I need to pass the columns that I need from this cursor. For example, I can create a new string array. Let's define the name of our columns in here. For example, I just need the names. After that, I need to create a new int array list, which I need to pass the formatting of the text for our adapter. Once again, I'm going to use a pre-built one, android.r.id.text1. It's just the formatting and nothing important. Up until this point, if you use this constructor, you can see that it has been deprecated in API level 16. But if you put another comma in here and add a flag, which I'm going to pass 0 in here, you can see that you can use it safely. I need to finish my sentence, and after that I can say list view.set adapter to the adapter that I just created. Let's also delete this where clause from here so that we could retrieve all the records from our database. And also I need to pass null as the selection argument in here. Let's try running our application. We should see only the name of our records inside that list view. As you can see, I'm getting a crash. Let's check the run panel in here. And the crash that I'm receiving is saying that you need to define a column with this syntax. Right now I have this ID column in capital case in here. It says that it needs to be exactly this way. This is the reason that I told you need to have at least one column with this syntax in your database, because your cursor adapter needs this ID in order to read data from your cursor. Right now I can't change my database, only I can delete or uninstall my application, and we will fix our database later. My project name is SQLite in Android, so let's find that application. SQLite in Android, uninstall your application. And after that, in SQLite database helper, when you define your table, instead of saying ID in capital case, I need to put it in lower cases. Now if I run my application, I should see it working. You can see that I'm receiving Maysam and Tom. Now that I have created my list view, I can have an unclick listener for it as well. For example, in here I can say list view.set an item click listener, new on item click listener, and inside this on item click method I can create my cursor once again and let's say read the data depending on this position and the ID, and after that do some operation upon that, but that seems like a lot of work and I'm sure you get my point. Let's delete this unclick listener from here. Another important point in working with database is that always you need to close database and cursors that you are working with after you are done with them, because those can cause memory leaks, and if you don't close them, all sort of things can happen to your application. The right place to close the database and cursor is inside the onDestroy method of your main activity. So let's do that in our onDestroy. But for that reason, I need to change the declaration of this database and cursor to the member variables of my main activity. For that reason, I need to declare them in here, private SQLite database, private cursor, and I need to delete this declaration from this doing background method for the database and the cursor itself. Then in my onDestroy, I can have access to those two database.close, but before that, I need to close my cursor.close. Let's try running our application and see if everything is working fine. You can see that our application is working fine. If you remember from the previous video, I was supposed to talk about two more concepts, group by and having. Let's talk about those a little bit. First of all, I need to go to my SQLite environment, SQLite 3. Let's create a table. I'm going to call it income. It's a simple table that would help us to save the different months as income. Let's also insert some value to this table. Now, if I want to retrieve only the incomes of the June in different years, or maybe summarize of these two, I can write this command. I can say select month. I haven't mentioned it before, but in SQLite we have some methods as well. For example, I can say sum. It will give us the total amount of all the columns that we are going to retrieve. For example, sum of the amount from income table. Then I can say group by the month, for example. Let's try that. You can see that I'm receiving all the incomes from different months, despite the years they have inserted into my database. For example, for June, because I have a June in 2018 and one in 2019, it has been summarized to 7,500. Also, in my SQLite command, I can have a condition as well. And the way you define a condition when you use group by is by saying having instead of where clause. I can say having amount, let's say 2,500. This way, it will only retrieve all the records that have the amount more than 2,500. You can see that I'm receiving the same result. Basically, group by and having might be useful sometimes, but probably you wouldn't use them at all. So I'm not going to implement these kind of commands in Android environment. I just wanted you to see them by yourself. The last thing that I'm going to talk about in this video is on upgrade and on downgrade methods in my SQLite database helper class. This method in here. I have written the command for upgrading our database previously. For example, in here we are adding a column to our students table, and I just need to increase this number, this database version, to another number, for example to 2. And also in our main activity, let's make sure that we are receiving all the informations. Yes, select star from student, and also down in here, instead of just showing the names in our list view, I'm going to once again print them in our text view. So I need to create my text view once again. Let's quickly do that. Now that I have updated my code to set the text of our text view to whatever is returning from this cursor, if I run my application, I should see that a gray column that has been added because we have increased our database version. You can see that grade has been printed in here, but its value is null because we haven't added any value to our grade column. In this onUpgrade method, you can do all sort of updates to your database. For example, you can add another table and everything. You may just need to be careful about the different versions. For example, it's always good to have a switch statement in here depending on the old version or maybe the new version. And depending on each version, you may want to update your database relatively, but I'm not going to do that in here. Likewise, in your onDowngrade method, you can do all sort of changes to your database. For example, you can drop an entire table, but if you remember from previous videos when I talked about SQLite command, I said that in SQLite you cannot delete a column. In other versions of SQL that is allowed, but in SQLite you are not allowed to, or you are not able to delete a column. So make sure that you don't have any extra columns in your table when you create them. Okay, I think that's enough talking about databases. I think you know all the basics about databases. I'm also uploading this exact code in here that you can see on both my GitHub page and also my website at the links that you can see on the screen. So feel free to check them if you need. In the next video, we are going to have a quick challenge to make sure we are all at the same page with the concepts of database. See you in the next video. At the end of the previous video, I said that we are going to have a challenge in this video, and here is the challenge. I want you to create this simple application which contains a recycler view, which is showing a list of books, and if you click on each of these books, you navigate to another activity which you can see the details of that book. And also there is this little star in here in which you can like a book or dislike it. Also, we have an option up in here which will open a dialog which you can enter the details and add a new book. All of these data are being saved inside a SQLite database inside one table called books. Okay, pause the video in here, go try creating this simple application and come back when you are done. I'm going to start by creating my book model. Inside your package, create a new Java class called book. My book would have an ID, a name, the name of the author, the language, also an int indicating the pages, a short and long description, an image URL, and a boolean indicating if the book is the user's favorite book or not. A quick constructor, getters and setters, and our toString method. Also, I'm going to create an empty constructor. I believe it will be useful. I'm going to use recyclerview and cardview in my application, and also glide for showing images. For that reason, I'm going to implement those libraries in here. I have copied the dependency versions from the related web pages. You can find them easily by searching, or you can use this one from here. Let's sync our project and download those libraries. Let's start by creating our main activity layout file. I'm going to change this constraint layout to a relative layout as always. And also let's delete this text from here and let's create a recycler view. Wrap content as the width and match parent as the height and ID. And also center it horizontally. That's all we need from our main activity layout file. Now let's create a layout file for our recyclerview adapter list items. I'm going to call it list item books. In order to save your time, I have already write this code in here. It's pretty much easy to write. It's basically a card view with an ID, with corner radius and elevations, a relative layout, a text view indicating the name of the book, an image view for the image of the book, and also the short description. Nothing magical in here. Now that we have this layout file, let's create the adapter class. Because we have created this recyclerview adapter 1,000 times before, I'm going to fast forward everything. If you have problem creating your recyclerview adapter, you can watch the previous videos on how to create a recyclerview adapter. Just to have a quick review, first of all, we create our view holder object. After that, we have extended from the recyclerview.adapter. Then we have created this context. Because we are going to show images and Glide needs this context. Also, we have created this books array list. We have created two constructors, one for receiving the context and another one to avoid null pointer exceptions. We have implemented these three methods. The first one on create view holder. We are creating our holder and returning it. In onBind view holder, we are setting the values for different views, and also we have two unclick listeners in here. And a simple unclick listener for the parent, the card view, to navigate the user to the book activity, which we will be creating in few minutes. And another one for long pressing on the card view so that the user could be able to delete a book from his books list. But these two unclick listeners, we are going to create them later on. Then we are going to show our image. In getItemCount, we are returning the size of our array list, and another method for setting the books array list. And don't forget to notify the dataset has been changed after setting the books array list. Let's use this adapter in our main activity. First of all, I need to initialize my recyclerview. Seems like I have a typo in my adapter name. Let's fix that. I can say refactor and rename. Let's add a K in here. Do refactor, and it has been changed. Now that we have our recyclerview and its adapter, let's create our database. First of all, I need to create a database helper class. It needs to extend from SQLite and open helper. It needs these two methods and a constructor. But once again, I'm going to change this constructor a little bit. I need the database version and the database name. I need to delete all of these from here. And for the name, I can pass database name, null, and database version. In our onCreate method, let's first of all log something. Then let's create our SQL command. Create table, let's call it books. For the columns, let's say ID, integer, primary key, auto increment. Next one, name, which is a text, author, or maybe let's go to the next line so that we could see them better. Name text, author, text, language, text. I'm creating a table which its columns are equivalent to the book model that I created previously. Just this is favorite one is an integer for no reason. I'm just going to show you how you can have different data types than your models inside your Java file. After this, I can say db.execute SQL statement. I'm not going to initially insert any values to this table, so that would be all. Let's just quickly create two more methods, one for inserting and one for deleting the books from our database. Public void insert. I need to receive a SQLite database and also a book object. Then I need to create a content values object. I can say content values.put. For the name column, I can say book.getName. Similarly for all other columns, just for the isFavorite column, because its data type is different, I can say if book.isFavorite, then content values.put isFavorite to, let's say, 1. I'm just going to say 1 for true and a negative 1 for false values. Else, let's copy this line. And after everything, I can say database.insert, the name of the table, which is books, and null value, and also our content values object. That would be all for the insert method. The other one is delete, public void delete. We need to receive the SQLite database and also the ID of the book that we are going to delete. I can say db.delete for database.delete from books table, where ID is equal to a question mark, and after that we are going to pass that question mark. But ID is an integer and I need to cast it to a string. I can say string.value of book ID. As simple as that. Now that we have created this helper class, let's go to main activity and create an async task for connecting to our database. Private class database async task. The parameters would be void for the three of them. The doing background method, and also let's initialize our database helper and our cursor. Later on, I'm going to use this database helper in different part of this class, so I need to create it as a member variable, database helper, and also I will close the cursor and the database themselves from on the storing method. So I need to create them in here. SQLite database, and a cursor. Let's initialize them in our onPreExecute method. I can say database helper is equal to new database helper, which needs a context, main activity.this, and also database is equal to database helper.getReadable database. Later on in my doing background, first of all, I need to create a try catch block for catching the SQL exceptions, the one that comes from Android package. Now I can initialize my cursor object. I can say cursor is equal to database.query. For the name of the table, I can say books, and because I'm going to receive all the books, I'm not going to pass any condition in here. So 6 null values. Like in the previous video, I can create a for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor.getCount, and I++. Then I can create a book object with an empty constructor. After that, another for loop for int j is equal to 0, j less than cursor.getColumnCount, j++. In here, I'm going to create a switch statement depending on the cursor.getColumnName with an index of j. And depending on different scenarios, I'm going to add some values to this book object from up in here. In case it's name, the name of the column, I can say book.setName to the cursor dot get a string with j as the column index. Similarly for all the other columns. Do the same thing for all the columns until you have a complete book object. But be careful about this isFavorite one. You are receiving data from a database. Basically, this isFavorite is an integer, and in your model, you are saving a boolean. Depending on the value of that isFavorite, set the true or false for the book.setFavorite method. Also, don't forget to put a default in here. Let's minimize this switch statement for now. After this statement, we know that we have a book object. Let's create an array list of all the books up in here. Private array list of book. Let's say all books. And also don't forget to initialize your array list. All books is equal to new array list. Then in your doing background method, after this for loop, you can say all books dot add the book that you just created. Don't forget to move your cursor to the next element. Cursor dot move to next. Then in your onPostExecute method, you can set these all books as the array list of your adapter. Let's override onPostExecute. I can say adapter.setBooks to all books. Let's also override the onDestroy method for our main activity and close our cursor and database in here. Database.close. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we will continue on with our simple application. See you in the next video. Let's create that add button so that we could be able to add books to our database. I'm going to create the dialog layout first. Once again, in order to save your time, I have copied this code in here. As you can see, it's a simple text view. After that, a nested scroll view, a relative layout as its child,
and a bunch of edit text for different information, and after all of these edit text, another relative layout for 2 buttons. Nothing special in here, but if you want to check the code, I will upload the whole application in both my GitHub page and my website. Okay, now let's initialize all of these into a Java class. First of all, let's create our view. I can say view is equal to get activity dot get layout inflator dot inflate or dot layout dot dialog add new book, and null as the view group or as the root. Then let's call that init view method. I need to pass my view. Then I need to create an alert dialog dot builder object. Let's call it builder. New alert dialog dot builder. Get activity as the context. Let's set its title to add new book, and also set view to the view that we just created. Let's set an unclick listener for add button. Add.set unclick listener. New unclick listener. First of all, I'm going to create a book object. New book with an empty constructor. Then I can say book.set name to the name edit text dot get text dot to string, and also for all the other features of the book, because we know that at the time of initializing or adding a new book, it's not the user's favorite, so I'm passing false in here manually. Let's create a callback interface so that we could pass this book to the parent activity. I can say interface add new book. It will have one method, void, on adding new book result. And we will pass the book in here. We need to create an instance of this interface. Private add new book. Inside the unclick listener of this add button, I can create a try catch block, which will catch the class cast exceptions. And inside the try block, I can say add new book is equal to add new book get activity. After that, I can say add new book dot on adding new book result. I can pass my book object. It's important to dismiss your dialog after doing your job. Let's also create an unclick listener for the cancel button. In here, I'm just going to simply dismiss the dialog. Also, after everything, I need to return builder.create as the result of this method. That's all we need from this dialog. Let's implement that interface into our main activity. Implement add new book. Implement the method. Let's log the information about that book. Let's say new book plus book.toString. Inside this method, I can create a try catch block and catch SQL exceptions. And inside the try block, I can say database helper dot insert the method that we created. I need to pass my database and book object. After this, I need to update my recyclerview adapter. I can call the async task that we have created down in here in order to update that, because we know that on post execute the adapter is updated. So let's call that async task from here. Database async task, new database async task, and database async task dot execute. Also, I need to call the async task from my onCreate method as well. Down in here, after the initializing of the array list, I can call that async task. Let's also add that menu item so that we could be able to add a book to our database. I need to create a new directory in here called menu. I need to create a new menu resource file. Let's just call it main menu. As the items in here, I'm going to simply create one item, which its title is going to be add new book. Its ID, add new book. And also, let's have an icon here. But before that, let's add the icon into our drawable folder, new image asset, select the action bar and tab icons. Let's search for add. This one seems fine. Change the name to IC add, and also the color to a dark one. Next and finish. Now I can pass the icon here. IC add. And also, let's say, show as action to never or always, so that we could only see the icon. Let's inflate this menu item in our main activity. Down in here, I can override on create option menu. Before the return statement, I can say menu inflator is equal to get menu inflator.inflate r.menu.main menu, and menu as the second argument. After that, I can override on options item selected if item.getID is equal to r.id.addNewBook. We need to show our dialog in here. I can say add new book dialog, new add new book dialog, and add new book dialog dot show. Get support fragment manager and a tag. Else, just return this statement. Also in the if block, I need to return true after showing the dialog. Let's add the internet permission into our manifest and try running our application. We are adding this internet permission because we are using glide and image URLs, so we need this permission. Let's see if we can add a book to our database. At the time our recyclerview is empty, let's click on this add button. We have the menu populated, it's working fine. For the name of the book, I'm going to say Killing Commentator. It's a book by Haruki Murakami. Its language is English. Its pages are 688. A short description. Let's say it's a great book. For the long description, I'm going to use the information from this Goodreads website. Let's copy all of these. Paste them. For the image URL, I'm going to simply use Google Images. Let's select this one, copy image address, and paste it in your application. Make sure that it ends with .jpeg or PNG or something valid. Okay, now that we have added all this information, let's try adding it, and we are getting crashes. The error says that cursor index is out of bound. Let's take a look at our async task. In here inside the doing background, I think that the reason that we are getting this is because we never moved the cursor to the first element. So I'm going to say if cursor.move to first. If you remember, this method will take the cursor to the first element, and after that return a boolean indicating if the job has been successful or not. I'm going to put all of these inside that if statement until down in here. Let's try running it once again. As you can see, the book has been added to our database, and the reason that it has been added is that we have called this database helper.insert method before calling our async task. Let's try adding another book. I have put all the information that are needed. Let's try adding these. And as you can see, a Norwegian root has been added to our database. And if I close the application from here and run it once again, because we are using databases, it should be there. And here it is. But right now I haven't defined any unclick listeners, so if I click on them, nothing will happen. Let's define the unclick listeners in our adapter. In here we have two to-dos. First of all, let's add this set online click listener. I need to return true as the result of this method. In here I'm going to simply show an alert dialog. Let's set title to deleting a book. Let's set message. Are you sure you want to delete this book? Let's set positive button as the text. Let's say yes. New unclick listener. I need to create a callback interface and navigate back to main activity and delete the book from there. I will do that in a minute, but for now let's set a negative button as well. Let's say no, and an unclick listener, we are not going to do anything for this unclick listener. After creating this builder object, I need to say builder.create.show. Let's create the interface for deleting. Up in here, I can create one public interface delete book void on deleting result. In here, I'm just going to pass the book ID. Let's create an instance of this interface. Private delete book. Down in here inside the online press, I need to create a try catch block. Class cast exception e.print stack trace. Let's say delete book is equal to delete book our context. Then after that I can say delete book dot on deleting result. I can say books dot get with an index of I dot get ID. Let's continue this into our main activity. First of all, I need to implement that interface. Delete book. I need to implement the method. Let's log something in here, trying to delete book with an ID plus the book ID. From here, once again, I need to create a try catch block, SQL exception. I can say database helper dot delete. I can pass my database and the book ID. After this, we need to set the array list of our adapter once again because we have just deleted one. I can call my database async task like I did, in here once again. Let's also create another activity for showing the book details, and after that set an unclick listener in our adapter, a new activity. I will continue creating this activity in the next video. For now, let's just leave it like this, and let's create our intent inside our unclick listener. Let's say intent is equal to new intent from context to book activity. Intent.put extra book ID and books.get i.get ID. After that, context.start activity, our intent. Let's also delete these two to-dos. Let's run our application and see if those unclick listener is working fine. First of all, if I click on one of these, we are navigating to the book activity, pressing back. This time, if I try deleting a book, it's still not working. Let's check our logcat. In here, it says that we are trying to delete a book with an ID of 0. But we know that IDs in SQLite start from 1, and there is no book with an ID of 0. And the reason that the ID is 0 is because in our cursor, we never defined a case with the ID column. I can say in case the column is ID, book.setID to cursor.getInt with jth index. This way, the ID of our book would be equivalent to the ID of the book inside our database. Let's try deleting it one more time. Long press, yes. It seems like it's deleting the books from the database correctly, but it's not refreshing the database. And the reason that you are not seeing the first book is because I have rerun my application once again. We will talk about that problem in the next video, but for now, let's once again try to delete a book. If I press yes, you can see that the book is still here, and if I try to rerun my application, recyclerview now would be updated and would be empty. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we will work on the book activity and the issue with our recyclerview. See you in the next video. Okay, let's fix the issue with our recyclerview. In my recyclerview adapter, I'm going to create a new method down in here. Let's say public void clear adapter. We don't need to receive anything. Inside this method, I'm going to clear the books array list. I can say this.books.clear. And after that, I need to notify the dataset change. Later on, by calling this method from different parts of my application, the array list of books would be empty and the adapter would be empty. But where should I call it? Well, on pre-execute method of this async task. Before initializing the database, I'm going to say adapter.clear adapter. This way, our adapter would have 0 elements in it. Later on, after retrieving the data from the database in this doing background, and after that in this onPost execute, we are setting the books that we have received from the database. And after that, in this onPost execute method, we are setting the books that we have received from database to the adapter. This way, our adapter should be live at every time we execute this async task. Right now, the adapter is empty. Let's try adding a book. Let's try adding it to our array list. It is updating the recyclerview, which is fine. Let's try deleting it by long pressing on it. Let's say yes this time.
and as you can see, the book has been successfully deleted from our view. Okay, now that we have resolved this issue, let's continue on with our code inside our book activity. First of all, I'm going to create this activity book.layout file. First of all, let's add two icons for an empty star and a filled star for indicating if the book is the user's favorite or not. New image asset. Okay, let's continue on with our layout file. I'm going to paste the layout in here. Let's enable this preview. As you can see, it's a simple layout file which contains a book name, two stars in here. I'm hiding the field star for now. Later on at the runtime, I'm going to change its value if the user clicks on the star. It's containing an image view and some text views related to books information. Also, all of these are inside this nested scroll view because this long description can be too long and the user may need to scroll the window. If you want to check this layout file, I'm going to upload the code at both my GitHub page and my website, so feel free to check them if you need. Let's initialize all of this in our book activity Java file. Now that we have initialized our UI elements, let's get the incoming intent. I'm going to say intent is equal to get intent. Inside the try catch block, we are going to catch null pointer exceptions. I can say int book ID is equal to intent.getID or get int extra with the book ID key and 0 or -1 as the default value. Later on, I'm going to check if book ID is not equal to -1. It's just a number. I'm going to create a new async task and retrieve the book with this specific book ID from my database. So let's create a to-do for now in here. Also, let's create a member variable for the incoming book, private book, incoming book. Also, we need the database helper. We need the database itself, SQLite database, and also a cursor. Okay, let's create our async task. Let's minimize this one for now. Private class, let's say get book by ID async task. It extends async task. We need to pass the book ID in here, so the first element is going to be integer. But for the second and the third one, I'm going to pass void. Doing background, on pre-execute. Let's initialize our database helper. New database helper. New database helper. I need to pass book activity.this as the context. Then I can say database is equal to database helper dot get readable database. Later on in my doing background method, I can create my cursor object. Cursor is equal to database dot query from the books table. Null as the second argument because we are going to retrieve all the columns. For the condition clause, I'm going to say where ID is equal to a question mark, and after that the condition itself, new string arraylist, string.value of the integers that are being passed to this method with an index of 0, and after that some other null values for having and group by and order. Now that we have our cursor, I can say if cursor dot move to first, We know that our cursor would have only one item in it, so let's create a for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get column count, and I plus plus. Let's copy the switch statement from the main activity. Inside the doing background method from here, let's copy the switch statement. But of course I need to change these J's to I and also book to incoming book. Now that we have successfully received this incoming book, inside my onPostExecute method, I can set the values for the UI elements. OnPostExecute, I can say name, which is the text view, dot set text to the incoming book, dot get name. Similarly for all the other features. For the book image, I can use glide dot width, our book activity dot this dot as bitmap dot load from incoming book dot get image URL dot into our image, book image. Okay, let's figure out the situation of those two stars. I'm going to check if incoming book dot is favorite, empty star dot set visibility to gone, field star dot set visibility to visible, and also we need an unclick listener for field star so that if the user clicks on it, we change the is favorite to false. Set unclick listener, new unclick listener, what we will handle with this unclick listener later on. For now, let's deal with the other condition. Field star dot set visibility to gone, empty star dot set visibility to visible, and also empty star dot set unclick listener, new unclick listener. For handling the liked situation of every book, I'm going to create a new async task, and from there I will update my database. Private class, let's say update liked situation async task, extend async task. In here as the parameter, I'm going to receive a boolean, and later on we will see why. Void as the second and third parameter. Inside this doing background method, I'm going to create a content values object, and depending on the boolean that I'm receiving, if the booleans with an index of 0 is true, then content values dot put is favorite. We are going to update our is favorite column to 1. If you remember, I saved the is favorite to an integer inside my database. Else, let's copy this sentence. We are just going to set its value to -1. And after that, I need to try catch block, which would catch SQL exception. Inside this try block, I'm going to say database.update from books table. I need to pass my content values object the condition where the ID is equal to a question mark, and after that the selection argument, which is new string arraylist string dot value of incoming book dot get ID. After updating the value of this is favorite into my database, I need to change the UI so that we could see the field or empty star. This update method is returning an integer if you take a look at it, and the integer is the number of rows that has been affected in our database. I can save this integer int row affected is equal to database.update, and later on I can use this row affected to update my UI. Let's create a boolean up in here inside the member variables of this class. Let's say private boolean has changed, initialize it to false. Later on in here I can check that if row affected is greater than 0 or not. I can say if row affected is greater than 0, then change the value of has changed to true. Later on in my onPost execute, I can check that if has changed is equal to true, then update the UI. The way that I'm going to update the UI is once again by calling the async task from up in here, this one, get booked by ID async task, because in its onPost execute, we are handling the situation of this field or empty star. So if I call and execute that async task, it would update the UI. Get all book async task dot execute. I need to pass the incoming book dot get ID as its parameter. Okay, now that we have created this async task, I need to call it from these two unclick listeners. Inside the field star unclick listener, I can say update like situation async task, update async task dot execute, and as its parameter, I'm going to pass false, because if the field star is visible, so the user has already liked the book, so he's going to dislike the book. Then I can pass false. Similarly, for the empty star unclick listener, just instead of false, I'm going to pass true. I think that's all we need from this async task. I just need to initialize this incoming book from up in here, because right now it's null and we are trying to set its value. So we would get a null pointer exception. In this on pre-execute, I can say incoming book is equal to new book. Let's call this get book ID async task from here. We can delete this to do, and I can say get book by ID async task, new get book by ID async task dot execute, and as its parameter I can pass book ID, which I have received via the intent. Okay, let's check if it's working fine. Once again, the adapter is empty. Let's add a book. We have our book. If I click on it, I can see the book details. Let's check the situation of this star. If I click on it, it's changing the UI. If I go back and come back once again, it's still filled. That seems fine. And even if I close the application, it shouldn't change that field star. Let's try running it once again. By clicking on it, it's still a favorite book. Let's handle some final things in our application. For example, in this book activity, let's close the cursor and database. Let's minimize all of these. On destroy, I can say cursor.close, database.close. Also, in a real-world application, you would want to avoid memory leaks from this async task, because if you remember from background task session, these async tasks can cause memory leaks, and you should avoid them. You need to change the declaration of this to a member variable, and later on from this undestroy, check if it's not cancel them, both from this book activity and also main activity. Okay, this was our simple application. I just wanted you to see the SQLite database in a real life application. I will upload this application on both my website and my GitHub page at the links that you can see on the screen. Feel free to check them, and I would love to see your comments on them. Up until this point, we always have used image URLs to show the images, but In the next video, we are going to check how we can use the phone's camera to capture an image. See you in the next video. As I said at the end of the previous video, in this video we are going to see how we can use the device's camera in order to capture an image and show it in our application. For that reason, let's create an image view in our layout file. But before that, let's delete this one and let's change this constraint layout to a relative layout. Image view, let's say 250 dp. Let's also initialize this image view in our main activity. Before everything, in order to have access to the user's device's camera, you need to have camera permission in your manifest file. Let's add that permission in our manifest. Down in here, I can say uses permission. This one in here, android.permission.camera. For internet permission, this was enough and you didn't need to do anything further in order to have the permission to have access to the internet. But for camera, it's different. Generally, normal permissions like internet and Wi-Fi are not dangerous, and Android system automatically grant those permissions to your application. But for dangerous permissions like camera, you need to ask them at the runtime from the user. And user can decide if he or she grants this permission to your application or denies the permission. And the way you ask for user's permission is like this. In your main activity on create method, you can say if activity compat, this one that comes from android.support.v4.check self permission. You need to pass a context, which I'm going to pass this, and a string for the permissions that you want to ask. For example, I can say manifest.permission.camera. Let's minimize this project pane for now. If this sentence in here is not equal to package manager dot permission granted, this flag in here, with the help of this check self permission, you are checking that if your application has the permission to access the camera or not. And if it does not have that permission, you can say activity compat once again dot request permissions this time. Once again, you need to pass activity and also a string array for all the permissions that you want to ask for. I can say new string, let's say manifest.permission.camera in here. You can ask for multiple permissions at the same time, but for now, let's just leave it as one. And as the third argument in here, you need to pass a specific code, and later on, depending on that, you can check if your application has successfully received the user's permission or not. We will see how we can use this request code in a minute. Later on, you can override another method in your main activity called onRequestPermissionResult, and you can check if user has granted this permission to your application or not. And the way you do that is by coming down in here and create a switch statement. Depending on the request code that you are receiving up in here as the inputs of this method, you can say in case it's 1, the number that you had entered in here. Let's also write the default case. In case it's 1, I can say if grant results, this one in here, this integer array list dot length is greater than 0, and if grant result dot first element is equal to package manager dot permission granted, then it means that I have the permission. Let's put an else in here. Let's just toast the message. Permission denied. It's also better to use constants instead of numbers manually in here, because there will be a lot of numbers, a lot of requests, and it might get confusing sometimes. So for that reason, let's create a private static final int. Let's change this one to private. Let's call it camera request code is equal to 1. Later on I can pass this constant in here. Let's say camera. And also down in here I can say, in case it's camera request code, then check if we have the permission. Before we go on, let's run our application and let's see what have we done. If you have an Android device, this little dialog might be familiar for you. And you can see that Android system has popped up this dialog and is asking for the camera permission. I can deny it and allow the permission. Let's deny it for now. You can see that permission denied. In your application, you need to handle different situations for denying and allowing permissions by the user. And in the next video, we will see how exactly we are going to handle different situations, not just allow and deny, but if I run it one more time, this time the dialog is a little bit different. We have this checkbox in here. If the user check this checkbox and deny the permission for our application, next time we run our application, we wouldn't get that pop-up dialog, and the permission has been denied permanently. The user can only grant the permission to our application in the settings. In the next video, we will see how we can handle this situation as well. But for now, let's just uninstall our application so that we could see that dialog next time we run our application. Okay, let's continue on with our code. But in case the user grants the permission to our application, how we can capture an image? Well, the way to do that is by coming to this if block where we are sure we had the permission. I can create an intent in here. Intent is equal to new intent. I can say android.provider.mediastore.action image capture, this first flag in here. But as you can see, IntelliJ has changed my code to MediaStore. It really doesn't matter at this point. Up until this point, all the intents that we have used were used to navigate the user from one activity to another activity. But this in here is a different format of defining a new intent. By this way of defining an intent, we are setting an action for that intent. And the action in here is to capture an image. There are a lot of actions for different intents, and we are going to know a lot of them in this course. But for now, this mediastore.action image capture, as the name is descriptive, is going to capture an image for us. But another difference in here is that up until this point, we always set start activity and passed our intent. But in here, we need the image that we are going to capture. So we need the result. For that matter, I can say start activity for result this time. This one down in here. Start activity for result, and I can pass my intent this time. But that's not enough. You need to pass a request code as well, because multiple intent can trigger multiple actions, and later on all of these would be handled in one single method. Let's add another constant up in here so that we could differentiate between different actions. Private static final int, let's call it capture image, is equal to 2, let's say. Let's pass this constant in here. Right now, if I open the application, if the user grants the camera permission, it would open the camera for the user. But there's no way of handling the image that comes back from the camera. And the way to handle that image is by overriding another method in your main activity called onActivityResult. This one in here. In here I can say if the request code
is equal to the camera request or capture image, whatever that is. And also if the result code, this one that we are receiving from here, is equal to result OK, or basically activity.result OK. It's an inner constant just for indicating if we have any result or not. If these two conditions are met, then we can use this data item in here in order to save the image or maybe show that in our application. And the way you do that is by creating a try catch and catch null pointer exceptions, because a lot of things can happen during capturing an image. For example, our application could be interrupted by a call or something. Then we want to avoid these null pointer exceptions. v.print stack trace, and inside this try block, I can say bitmap. Bitmap is equal to data, this intent that we are receiving up in here, dot get extras, dot get with data string in here. But right now, this onActivityResult method has no idea of what this data could be. We need to cast this one to a bitmap in here as well. Then we can use this bitmap object in order to, let's say, show it in our application. For example, I can say imageView.set image bitmap, this new method, we haven't seen this before, to the bitmap that we just created. Let's run our application and see if we can capture an image and show it in our application. Once again, it's asking me for the camera permission. Let's allow it this time. You can see that camera has been opened. But this is an emulator and it doesn't really have a camera. It's just simulating a camera. You can plug in your real device and run your application in that device. In that case, it would open your real camera. I can capture a picture in here, and if I confirm it, it will navigate back to our application, and the image that we just captured is being shown to that image view that we defined here in our activity main layout file. But now that we have granted camera permission for this application would always have that permission unless we uncheck or revoke that permission from the settings. For example, if I try running it once again, it's not going to ask any permission, but because we want to open the camera in that case as well, we need to define an intent in here. In this if statement, we are checking that if we have the camera permission or not. And if we don't have that, we are going to request that. Else, if we have that, we are going to once again create our intent in here. New intent, media store, dot action image capture, start activity for result intent, and our capture image constant. Let's try running it once again. Our application is opening the camera without asking for the permission. That seems fine. There are a lot of new topics in here. For example, this media store.action image capture. It's basically coming from a content provider. We will be talking about content providers in 2 sessions from now, and we will talk in details about content providers, what those are, how we can use them. Also, this bitmap down in here, it's a file and it can be up to 2 or 3 megabytes. And if you aren't careful about this bitmap, about the usage of it, it can really occupy all the cache memory and maybe cause memory leaks. We have dedicated an entire session about working with files as well, how we can use them, how we can convert them, rename them, maybe convert them to a byte array, later on maybe upload them to our web server. But for now, we just are going to use this one bitmap. It's not going to harm our application in any way. And also, the other topic is these permissions. In the next video, we are going to see the best way that we can handle the different permissions for our application. If the user grant a permission, if deny a permission, if deny permission permanently, and if our application depends on that permission. We are going to handle all of those situations. See you in the next video. In the previous video, we have talked a little bit about permissions in Android. Let's talk a bit more about them. As I said at the previous video, for some permissions like internet permission, you just declare them in your manifest file, and Android system will automatically grant those permissions. These are called normal permissions. If you want to take a look at all the normal permissions, you can check this webpage at Android developers official website. Basically, things like Bluetooth, NFC, even network states, and all sorts of permissions that you can see in here all are normal permissions and will be automatically granted by the Android system. And the reason that Android system automatically grants the user and doesn't prompt anything to the user is that because these are basically safe permissions and they don't endanger the user's privacy. Make sure to check this list at all times because they keep updating this list. They sometimes delete some of the permissions from this list and also add some to this list. So make sure to check it regularly. It's also a good time to say that permissions in API level 23 and lower were asked at the installation time, but since API 23 and higher, you ask the permission at the runtime, like we did in the previous video. But no need for you to be worried about that. By using that activity compat that we have used in the previous video, Android system will handle the compatibility between different versions of API. But let's talk about how exactly we are going to handle permissions in Android system. Well, this is the kind of behavior that we might want for our applications. For example, when I click at this take photo, simply we are going to ask for the user's permission. If we deny the permission, we will keep asking the user until the user grants the permission, or check this checkbox in here and deny the permission for our application. But we are not done. This element in here is a snack bar. We haven't seen this in the course up until this point. It's basically coming from design support library and we are going to use it in this video. When the user check that checkbox and deny the permission for our application, we are going to show a snack bar which has a button in here. If I click on this grant permission, it navigates us to this page in the application setting, which you can click on this permission and grant the permission from here. If the user don't grant the permission from here and goes back to our application, once again we are going to show the snack bar. And if the user grants the permission from here and go back, then we are going to open the camera. This is the exact kind of behavior that we need for our application if our application depends on the permission. Okay, let's implement this behavior in our application. First of all, let's create the layout file, resources, activity main, constraint layout to relative layout. Also, I'm going to give an ID to this relative layout. Later on, we will see how we can use this. I'm going to simply give it an ID of parent. Let's delete this text view and add our image view and our button. Okay, let's initialize all of these in our Java class. In the previous video, we have checked and asked for the permission in this onCreate method, but that's not a good point in this application because you only want to ask for the permission when your app needs it. And in this application, we want the permission when we click on the button. So let's check and ask for the permission in the button onClick listener. I can say btntake dot set onClick listener, new onClick listener. Like in the previous video, I can say if activity compat dot check self permission as the context, main activity dot this, and also manifest dot permission dot camera if it's not equal to package manager dot permission granted. In here I'm going to use another method called activity compat dot should show request permission rational in here. Let's pass the argument and we will talk about it. First of all, we need the activity, main activity dot this, and also the permission, manifest dot permission dot camera. Let's also add an explanation mark in here. If not, should show request permission rational. But what is this long named method? Well, the request permission rational is that exact dialog that we have seen. We are checking that if we can show that dialog or not. For example, we have seen that if the user checked that checkbox and denied the permission, we wouldn't be able to show that request permission rational or show that dialog. If we are not able to show that dialog, we are going to show our snack bar. But first of all, let's create the else in here. If we can show, simply we are going to say activity compat dot request permission, main activity dot this, new string, manifest dot permission dot camera, and also a request code. Let's create the request code up in here. Private static final int. Let's say camera permission request is equal to 1. Down in here, let's pass that constant. So to have a quick review, if we can't show that dialog, we are going to show a snack bar, but if we can, we are going to request for the permission. For the snack bar, we need to implement design support library in our application. So let's do that. You can find its dependency from Android developers official website. Let's copy it in our Gradle file. The way that you create a snack bar at the runtime is like this. In here I can say snack bar dot make, and here is the part that this parent is going to be useful, the ID that we have given to our relative layout. We need to pass it in here as the parent view. Then I need a text in here, which simply I'm going to say this app needs camera permission. Then after this, I need to specify the time that I'm going to show my snack bar. As you can see in here, the first one is length indefinite. It will indefinitely will be on the screen unless we set an action for our snack bar. Like toast, we have long and short in here as well. Okay, let's select this indefinite. Let's also set an action for our snack bar. I'm talking about that pink text that you have seen a few minutes ago. As its text, I'm going to say grant permission, and also we need a new unclick list now. First of all, let's show our snack bar. Inside this unclick, I'm going to create an intent that would navigate the user to the application setting page. And the way you can do that is by creating a new intent and set its action to settings dot action application detail settings. Once again, it's coming from a content provider. We will be talking about content providers in future videos. Also in here, we need to say intent.set data, and we need to pass a URI in here. We will be talking about URI in the content provider session, but basically URI is the address of our application in the Android environment. Actually, if you want to have a better idea, URLs like different web page addresses are a kind of URI, and it contains different parts like the HTTP part. But of course, in the URI that I'm going to pass in here, we don't have a HTTP or something.
Don't worry about the concept of URI. We will be talking in detail about this URI in content providers session. I can say URI.parse. We are going to parse a text in here. First of all, I'm going to say package with a column and plus get package name. This text in here will be parsed to the URI that will contain the address of our application and will navigate the user to the settings page in the devices setting. Then I can say start activity and pass my input. Let's also override the onRequestPermission result method and test our application. OnRequestPermission result, like previous video, I can say switch on the request code in case it's camera permission request. We can say if grant result dot length is greater than 0 and also grant result with a 0 index is equal to package manager dot permission granted. It means that we have the permission. We can create our intent and navigate the user to the camera or open the camera application. Media store dot action image capture. Start activity for result and pass our input. And also we need a request code in here. Let's create that request code up in here. And also let's pass it down in here. But if we don't have the permission, in else case, once again we are going to check that if we could show the request permission rational or not. If we can't show that, simply we are going to request for the permission, but if we cannot, we are going to show our snack bar once again. So I can copy this logic from here and copy it in the else case. Okay, let's override the onActivity result method and set the image for our image view in there. Like the previous video, I can say if request code is equal to image capture request code and also if the result code is equal to result OK. Sorry, I need to change this one to result code, not request code. If these two conditions are met, I need a try catch in here, which will catch the null pointer exceptions. e.print stack trace. I can say bitmap. Bitmap is equal to data. I can say data.get extras.get. I can pass data as the key. And also I need to cast this one to a bitmap. After that, I can say image view.set image bitmap to the bitmap. The final step in here is to add the permission in our manifest and run the application. Uses permission, camera permission, and let's see if we are doing fine. This is the first time that I have run this application, and if I click on take a photo, I think I have the wrong condition in here because it should show us the dialog. In here, I think I need to delete this explanation mark. I'm sorry about that. Take a photo. Yes, it is working fine. We just needed to change the condition in here. We didn't need the explanation mark up in here. Okay, if I deny the permission in here, we are seeing the grant permission snack bar. If I click on this grant permission, we will be navigated back to the application setting permission, and I can grant the permission from here. If I grant it and go back to the application, if I click on take a photo, seems like nothing would happen, and the reason is in this bit and take I never created an intent to open the camera. In here we are checking that if we have the permission. If we don't have it, we are asking for the permission, but I need to write an else block in here and create my intent to open the camera. Start activity for result, intent, and our image capture request code constant. Let's try running it once again. Now our application has the permission, so it shouldn't request for one. Take a photo and it's opening the camera. It seems fine. But if your application don't have the permission and you don't request for one and try to open the camera, you will get something called a security exception, and your application would definitely have crashes and everything. Okay, this was good for our application, but there are some times that you want your application to request for the permission in the onCreate method, like we did in the previous video. For those times when you come back from the settings, it's better to override the onStart and check all of these logic. For example, this should request permission rational and activity compat request permission in the onStart as well, so that it wouldn't be dependent on the clicking on the button. Okay, this video is getting a little bit long. In this video and the previous video, I just wanted to talk about capturing an image and how to handle permissions in Android. In the next video, we are going to start talking about room database. See you in the next video. Up until this point in this session, we have learned about different SQL commands. Also, we have learned how to implement the SQL database in our Android application. We have learned how to insert data to the database, how to read data, how to update and delete data. And also we have learned how to upgrade our database. But now let's talk a bit about something called room database. Room database is a part of something called Android architecture component. Those are a set of libraries that would help you to have a solid, understandable, and bug-free application. We will be talking about the architecture in an entire session in a few sessions later, but for now let's talk about room database. Room database is a wrapper around the SQLite database, and it has a lot of benefits compared to SQLite. One of its benefits is that if you make some mistake at creating tables and also inserting data at the wrong table, you would get a compile time error and not like SQLite at the runtime error that would cause your application to crash. The other benefit is that room database works greatly with other components of Android architecture components, and later on in the future sessions we will see how we can integrate with different components of Android architecture components. And also room database works greatly with live data. We will be talking about live data in few videos later, but for now you just need to know that live data is very useful when, for example, some changes happen to your database. For example, if you update some records in your database, you don't need to listen for those changes in your database. With the help of live data, the views that are using those live data would automatically update. Also, live data is lifecycleable, and you don't need to be worried about things like different configuration changes like rotating the device and everything. Let's talk about live data in few videos later in its own place, but for now let's talk about room database. In a room database, instead of tables, you create new entities. Basically, entity is a Java class which is annotated with the keyword entity. You define an entity exactly as you defined a POJO object. Also, in every room database, you have an interface called DAO or data access object related to every entity that would handle the operations that you want from your database. For example, if you want to insert, update, delete, or query your database, you can use those DAO or data access objects. All of these interfaces and entities would come together in a class that would extend from room database, and that would be our applications database. Okay, instead of talking, let's implement the room database in our application. Let me close this project and start from the beginning because we are going to need Android X in this video. In the latest version of Room, you can only work with Android X. Close this project, create a new one, empty activity, check this Android X. First thing, let's call our project Room Database. When your project is successfully built, it's time to get the room dependencies. You can find them by saying room database dependency. The first link is probably our needed link. You can see the dependencies in here, but all of them are not necessary. For example, this one is for Kotlin, this one is for integrating with RxJava, this one for Java, and this one is for testing. But the ones that we need is these two in here, the room itself and its annotation processor. Also this variable in here, we need that as well. Copy them into your Gradle file and sync your project. Let's start by creating an entity, which I said that is equivalent to a table in SQLite database. New Java class as always. It's like defining a new model. I'm going to call it a student and leave everything else as default. First of all, let's come before the declaration of this class. In here, we need an annotation. I can create annotation by typing @ and the one that we need in here is called entity. I'm not sure if I talked about annotations before, but basically when you use annotations, behind the scenes there are a lot of codes that has been produced. For example, in here this student class, with the help of the codes that this entity annotation is going to create, will be converted to a SQLite database. Like any other Java class, in here we can have fields. For example, private int ID, private string name. Instead of defining the columns, in here we define the fields for a class. Let's add two more fields in here, private string email and private string phone number. By default, the name of the table that is going to be created would be this student. You can change it, for example, in here, after this entity, you can open and close a parenthesis. You can type table name, and in here you can specify the name that you want. For example, I can say students in here. Of course, you know that SQLite databases are case sensitive, so make sure to don't do any mistakes. Every entity in room database needs at least one primary key column, and the way you define that, before creating that ID, that column, you can say @primary key, this annotation in here, and inside the parentheses, you can say auto-generate to true. This auto-generate is like auto-increment in SQLite commands. This way, our ID would be a primary key. And also, you can have multiple primary keys inside a table. If you want your Java class to have different field names than the column names in SQLite database, you have that option. For example, in here, I want my phone number to be written like this, but in my SQLite database, I like it was previous. I can do that by specifying another annotation in here called column info. I can specify the name that I want in here. For example, let's say phone number. Also, room database needs a constructor for every entity that you create. You can create your constructor as you did for every other classes in Java. But in here, because this ID is auto-generate, I don't need to be worried about it because I don't know what it would be in my database. I can ignore it for the constructor. But if you ignore this column in here, you need to create a setter for that column. For example, in here for the ID, I need a setter, or room database needs this setter. And also, room database needs you to create getters for all the other fields. If you want to have multiple constructors in here, for example, a constructor that would get only the name and email, you can have that, but you need to annotate it with ignore. Let's do that in here. You can say @ignore. At the time of creating your table, this constructor would be ignored, as this annotation in here says. But I don't need this constructor, so let's delete it. That's all you need to do in order to create an entity in Room database. Let's create that DAO object that I was talking about, data access object. I said that it's going to be an interface, so let's say new Java class and change the kind to interface. You can have one DAO for multiple tables or multiple entities, but it's better to have one DAO for every entity in your Room database. I'm going to call it a student DAO. First of all, I need to annotate this one like entity to DAO. Inside this DAO, I can define all the operations that I want to do on my database. For example, if I want to insert records into database, I can create an abstract method in here. Let's say void insert, and let's receive a student. Later on, from different part of your application, you call this method and pass the student that you want to insert to your database, and everything else is being handled by the Room database. But before that method, you need to annotate it with this @insert annotation. Like insert, you have other options for deleting. Let's annotate deleting here. Let's say void delete the student that you want to delete. That's all. Later on, you just pass a student and it would be deleted upon the student IDs. It will look at your database in your tables and it will delete all the students with the IDs that you pass to this student. You have the option for update in here as well. Void, let's say update, and once again you need to pass a student. Like delete, this update would work upon the ID that this student has. Also, like SQLite database, this update would return an integer indicating the number of rows that has been affected. You can use this integer and you can return it, but for our application that wouldn't seem to be necessary. But the main part of every DAO object is annotated with this @query. This is where the magic happens. You can say a list of the student, the return type. Let's call it get all students, call our method. We don't need to pass anything in here, just inside this query annotation, I need to specify the exact SQL command that I need. For example, I can say select star from students. And as you can see, as I'm typing, IntelliJ is suggesting me. And that's because I'm using a Room database. We didn't have this option in SQLite Open Helper class. If I type the wrong table name in here, I would get a compile time error and my application would go to the running stage. It's always better to have a compile time error than having a runtime crash. You can have multiple queries in here. For example, let's create another one. This time, let's say, select a star from students, where the ID is the ID that we are interested in. And once again, as you can see, it's suggesting me the column names, where ID is equal to the placeholder in a Room database is this column in here. I can say ID, and later on when I create my method, I can say student as the return type of my method. Get student by ID. I can pass my integer in here, int ID. This way, this ID in here would be replaced by the ID that we pass to this method. You can also have an array of integers in here. For example, let's say IDs, and of course I need to change this one to IDs. This way, at the runtime, Room database would look for all the students with the IDs that has been saved inside this integer array. Also for these insert, delete, and update ones, you can insert multiple students at the same time. For example, student 1 and student 2 at the same time. Or even you can have an array list of students. If you do that, all of those students would be saved or inserted into your database at the same time. Similarly, you can use them for delete and update. As I said before, it's useful to have a DAO object for every entity that you have in your room database. I'm done with this DAO in here. Let's create our database itself. Let's create that class. Let's call it University Database. But the database class in room database needs to be abstract. And also it needs to extend from room database, the one that comes from androidx.room. Every class that is going to be represented as the room database needs to have 3 conditions. First of all, it needs to annotate with this at database, the one that comes from androidx.room. In here, you need to define the entities for your database. If you have only one table, like I have in this application, you can say student.class. Or if you have multiple entities, you can put them inside an array, like in here. Let's add the student class in here as well. And after that, you need to define a version for your database, like in a SQLite database. For now, I'm just going to put one in here. The second condition is that your class to be abstract and extend from room database. The third condition is that in every database, you need a public abstract method that would return the DAO for every entity. I can say public abstract student DAO. Let's call it student DAO. It needs to be a method, so we need 2 parentheses. This is the third condition of every database. You need this as well. Also, probably in most applications that are being executed at one process, you want your database to be singleton. I'm not sure if I talked about singleton pattern, but it's useful when you want to have only one instance of your class in your entire application. And this is the way that you implement the singleton pattern in your class. First of all, you need to create a private static member variable of the kind of this class that you are in. For example, university database in here. Let's call it instance. Then you need a getter for this instance. Let's create one. But you need to change this getter a little bit. In here you can check if instance is null. It means that if it's the first time that you are calling this getInstance method, if instance is null, then create your instance of the database and after that return the instance. But if it's not null, you are just going to return the static instance of the object. And because it is static, it would be same at all of your application. But right now, this method in here is not safe if 2 operations from 2 different threads call this method. And for your method to be thread safe, you can add a Java keyword in here called synchronized. We haven't seen this keyword up until this point. It's basically useful when you want your method to be thread safe. Also, in this getInstance method, we need a context. Let's receive that, and we will see in a minute why we are going to need this. In order to create an instance of your database, you can say instance is equal to room.database builder. We need to pass our context in here. Then we need to pass this class itself. For example, I can say university database.class. And after that, I need a name for my database. I can say university database. Then you can simply call .build on this, and you have an instance of your database. But there are a lot of options that you have in here.
For example, one thing that I'm going to talk about in this video is called fallback to destructive migration. It's a weird name, and basically migration means that upgrade and downgrade that we have seen in SQLite database. Whenever you change your database somehow, for example, add a column or maybe add a table to your database, you would upgrade or downgrade your database. This is basically the migration. But what is this fallback to destructive migration? Every time that you upgrade or downgrade your room database, you need to define a migration, which we will do in the next video. But if the room database don't find the migrations, if you don't add this method in here, it would throw some exceptions. But if you do use this fallback to destructive migration, it will delete all your database and create it from the beginning. It's useful for the times that you want to avoid crashes and also you are not sure about your migrations. But it will delete all the user's data in the database. It means that it will drop all the tables and will create them from the beginning. So be careful about this fallback to destructive migration, because if the user is saving sensitive data into your database, if you use this, and if the user update the application and you had changed this version, all of the user's data would be deleted. So be extra careful about this one in here. There are a lot more functionalities in here. For example, you can add some values or insert some records to your table at the time of initializing. But this video is getting a little bit long. Let's talk about all of those in the next video. See you in the next video. If you want to insert some data into your database at the time of its initializing, you can create something called a room database callback. And the way you do that is by creating private static room database.callback. Let's call it initial callback is equal to new room database.callback. In here we can override the onCreate method for this. Basically we have two methods in here, onCreate and onOpen. The onCreate would be useful when we want to insert data at the time of creating our database. For example, in here I'm going to create an async task and I will insert the data inside that async task. Let's create that private static. I'm using this static keyword in here in order to avoid memory leaks, because if you remember, I'm receiving a context in here in this getInstance method, and this context can be different whenever we call our university database. Okay, let's create our async task. Let's call it initial async task. It needs to extend from async task, and we don't need any parameter in here, so I'm going to pass void as the three parameters. Doing background, but in here I'm going to create a constructor for this class, and later on we will see how it can be useful. Let's say public initial async task. I'm going to receive the university database itself. Let's also create a member variable for our student DAO in here. Let's say the student DAO, let's call it the student DAO. And inside the constructor, let's initialize that DAO. I can say student DAO is equal to database.student DAO. If you remember, we have created this abstract method up in here, and I'm using it in order to initialize my DAO object. Later on, inside the doing background method, I can call that a student DAO object, and I can insert whatever data I want. For example, a student DAO.insert. Let's add a new student. We need a name in here. Let's say Maysam. An email, maysam@maycode.org. And also we need a phone number. Now that I have created this async task, I can call it from here, from this onCreate method of this callback. I can say new initial async task. For its constructor, I need the database. I can pass
the instance that we have created up in here, then .execute. Now that I have created this callback, I can pass it to this room database builder. For example, in here I can say .add callback, and I can pass my initial callback. This way, at the time of creating this database, these two students will be added to the students table. There are a lot of other things that you can do with your room database, but for now let's test and see if we can create our database successfully. In my main activity, I can create an instance of my university database. Let's call it university database. I can say university database.getInstance. I need to pass a context, which I'm going to pass this. Now that I have instantiated this database, I can use its DAO to, let's say, retrieve the data from the database. I can say list of all students, let's call it all students, is equal to university database dot student DAO dot get all students. For example, let's toast the name of all the students that are being saved in our database. I can create a for each loop for a student S inside all of our students. Let's create a string before this for loop. I'm going to call it a toast message. Later on inside the for each loop, I'm going to say toast message plus equal the student dot get name plus maybe a \n. After the for each loop, I can simply toast that message. But right now, if I try running this application, it will cause a crash. And the reason that it's going to crash is because I'm doing a database operation inside the main thread. Room database by default don't allow any database operation in the main thread, but you can overcome that default behavior by adding another attribute in here, allow main thread queries. If you add this, now you can query your database inside the main thread. But as I said previously in this session, it's not a good thing to do database operation inside the main thread. It's always better to create something like a async task and do the database operation inside another thread. Okay, I think our application is ready to test, so let's run it. And as you can see, I'm receiving the names of the students that are being saved inside my database. You can do all sorts of operations on your tables. For example, if you want to insert a new student into your table, you can say university database dot student dot insert, and from here you can add a new student. Let's say Tom at maycode.org, and a phone number. You can also delete students from your tables. But right now, if I try and delete instead of inserting here, it's not going to delete anything, because if you remember, when I created this student DAO, I said that this delete and update are going to work upon the student's ID or the primary key in your tables. We are not setting any ID in here, and this student in here don't have any ID. If you want, you can search for different students by their name. But instead of using this delete annotation, you can create another query. For example, in here I can say delete from students, where, for example, let's say name is equal to the name that we are going to receive later on. I can say void delete by name, and I will receive that name. This way we can delete the student from our table by its name. And later on, instead of using this delete, I can say delete by name. And of course, I need to change this one to the name of that student. For example, Nisa. Let's change our application and use a text view instead of toast so that we could see the results better. Just add some constraints to your text view so that it would be at the center of your screen, and also maybe an ID in order to initialize it later on in your Java code. Let's say private text view. Now that we have our text view, let's set its text to the toast message. Let's say text view.set text to toast message. I don't need this one for now, but before retrieving all the data from our database, let's add two more students into our database. I can say university database.students.insert new student. Now let's run our application and see if we can see the Tom and Sarah's name. And here they are. Let's try deleting Tom from our database. University database.student.delete by name. Let's say Tom. And as you can see, Tom has been successfully removed, but because we are doing it inside onCreate, Sarah has been added 2 times. Let's comment these 2 lines for now, and also maybe this one. And let's talk about migration in Room database. If you remember from the previous video, I said that migration is like that upgrade and downgrade methods in SQLite database. Whenever you are going to change the version of your database, you need a migration. And the way you create a migration is like this. You can say private static final migration, the one that comes from androidx.room.migration package. Let's call it migration 1 to 2 is equal to new migration. Let's finish our sentence. Inside the migrate method, you can do all the changes that you need for your database. And also in here, inside the parentheses, I need to enter the old version and the new version of the database. For example, inside this migrate, I can add a column or maybe add another table. And as you can see, in here I'm receiving a SQLite database, which I can simply say database.execute SQL. And in here I can enter my SQL commands. For example, I can say alter table students, add column, maybe grade integer. I have tried this migration 1,000 times, and it seems like it's the weak point of the Room database. Migration is not still perfect in a Room database, and right now if I run this application, but before that if I change the version to 2 and also add the migration in here, for example, let's say add migration to the migration that we just created. If I run the application, it wouldn't work. As you can see, I'm getting crashes. And if you take a look at your run window or maybe logcat, you can see that in here I'm seeing some weird errors. It says that we need some columns and we are out of order for those columns. I have tried multiple ways, but migration doesn't seem to work perfect in Room database. At some websites, there are discussions about this. They say that you may want to create a new table inside this migrate and copy all of the values from your current table to the new table, and after that drop the previous table and rename the new table to the previous table. But I tried that as well, and that one doesn't seem to work either. So I'm not going to discuss migration any further. The version of Room database that I'm using right now, which is the recent version, is 2.1.0. And until this version, migration still has problems in Room database. Later on, if they fix this, I will make another video and I will show you how you can migrate in Room database. But for now, let's just ignore the migration. I need to delete this one, and also let's change the version of our database to 1.
If you remember from the previous video, I said that room database works great with live data. But what is this live data? Live data is great for the times that your data inside your database may be a local database or in a cloud database. It's constantly changing and you don't want to observe all the changes into your database yourself. You will give that job to the live data. The way you create a live data object is like this. Inside your DAO object, you can create another query. Let's copy this one, delete star from students in order to retrieve all the students. But this time, instead of list as the return type, I can create an object of kind live data, the one that comes from Android X.lifecycle, live data of kind list of students. I can name this method live students. We don't need to receive anything as the inputs of this method. We are just going to call it later on. Later on in my main activity, I can call this method. For example, in here I can say live data of type list of students. Let's call it live students once again is equal to university database.students.dao.live students. Later on, I can create an observer for this live students. For example, I can say live students.observe this method in here. In here, we need a lifecycle owner and also an observer. Most of the time, this lifecycle owner is the activity or the fragment, and it's useful because live data is lifecycle aware, and you don't need to be worried about the different states of your activities or fragments. For example, if you rotate the device while you are working with the application, you know that the activity would go to the onDestroy method, and also after that, it will recreate the activity. In those times, for example, when you use a text view, you need to be worried about the data that are being fetched to this text view. But for live data, you don't need to be worried about that because you are passing a lifecycle owner in here. It will handle the lifecycle configurations by itself. In here, I can pass this as the lifecycle owner, which refers to the current activity, and also a new observer. When I pass this new observer, it will create this onChange method. As the name applies, it will be used whenever the data inside your database will be changed. In this onChange method, I can create my for loop, and I will set the text of the text view inside that onChange method. Let's move it there. But of course, I need to change this all students to the students that has been passed to this onChange method. I don't need this all students list, so let's delete that. And also let's run our application and see if we can retrieve the data from our database. As you can see, once again, the data has been fetched to the text view. But later on, after observing the live data, if I insert some new data to the students table inside my database, for example, if I say university database.studentDAO.insert, without any further action, if I run my application, you would see that the text view will be updated and it will add the Madeline to our text view. You can see that it's adding it in here. Even at the runtime, if for some reason our database changed, this text in here will be changed as well. For example, let's mimic that action. I'm going to create an async task in here for mimicking the change to our database during the time. Let's say private class mimic updating database async task. In this doing background, I'm going to create an array list of students, and later on we will see why. Let's add some students to this array list. Let's create a for loop and add these students one at a time to our database. For a student S inside my students, let's freeze our thread for 1 second. I can say thread.sleep for 1 second, or maybe 2 seconds, just in order to see it better. But as you know, we need to cache the interrupted exceptions, and after that I need to say university database. But in order to access to my database, I need to change this one to a member variable. Later on, inside the async task, I can say university database.student.insert the student that we are looking at. Let's just call this async task in here, new mimic async task dot execute. Let's also comment this line out and test our application and see how live data can be useful. As you can see, my text view is updating every 2 seconds. That's the power of live data. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, I'm going to talk a bit advanced about room database and all the capabilities that you have in a room database. See you in the next video. Before we continue on to talk about more advanced things about room database, I would like to fix a little mistake that I made at the previous video. If you remember, in my student DAO interface, in here I said that you can pass an array of integers to your query of your database, but this is not how you pass the array of integers. You can say id in a parenthesis and the placeholder of the IDs that you are going to pass later on. Okay, now that we have fixed this, let's continue on with our code. Like in simple POJO files, you can use compositions for different entities in room database. For example, if you have a model for the student table and also that a student has an address which contains maybe the street, the country, the city, you can create a separate class for that address and later on compose that address class inside the, let's say, student or user class. Let's create our address class. I'm going to keep it simple. I just added 3 parameters for the address, city address and zip code. If you want, you can change the name of the columns that are going to be saved inside your database. Like before, I can annotate it with column info, and in here I can say name to, let's say, zip code. We need a constructor, getters as well. Let's create another class representing an employee. This is going to be the entity for my room database. So I need to annotate it with entity. Let's change its name to employees, the name of the table. Once again, I'm going to keep it simple, so an ID, a name and email would be enough. And I can use the address in here as well, private address. I'm using composition in here, but if you want to use composition in your entity, you need to add this annotation, this embedded annotation. This way, Roam database will create related columns for all the fields in here and also all the fields inside that embedded class. Okay, let's create the constructor. I don't need the ID because ID is going to be primary key and auto-generate, so let's annotate that. Auto-generate to true. But I do need a setter for the ID and also getters for all the fields. This was my entity. Let's create the DAO object. Let's call it employee DAO.
It needs to be interface. It needs to be annotated with DAO. Let's create a method for inserting employees. And also maybe one for getting all the employees. Let's create our database class. I'm not going to create a challenge video for the room database, so if you have any problem with room database, you can watch this video. I'm creating all the basic things that we have learned in the previous two videos. Let's call our class company database. It needs to be abstract. It needs to be annotated with @database. For the entities, I can pass my employee.class, and also we need a version here, which is going to be 1. Our class needs to extend from room database, and also it needs to have a public abstract method which will return the DAO object. So let's say public abstract employee DAO. Once again, let's create the singleton pattern in here. We need a getter for this instance, so let's create that, but of course I need to change this getter in here. For example, in here I'm going to receive a context, and also in here I need to be sure that instance is not null. So if null is equal to the instance, then let's create that. I can say instance is equal to room.database builder, the context, the class, which is company database.class, and also the name of our database, which I'm going to say company database. Okay, let's add the fallback to destructive migration, and let's build our database object. Let's quickly create a callback for initializing our database. Private static room database.callback. Let's say initial callback is equal to new room database.callback. We need to override the onCreate method. Also, we need an async task in here in order to add data to our database. Private static initial async task. But of course, private static class initial async task. Extends async task. We need the doing background method. We also need the DAO object in here. Private employee DAO. And also we need a constructor. Public initial async task. It needs to receive the company database. And in here we can initialize our employee DAO object is equal to database.employee.DAO. Okay, let's add few employees to our database. I can say employee DAO.insert new employee. I need the name Maysam. I never was an employee. Maysam@makewood.org. And also an address, which I'm going to say new address. For the city, let's say New York. For the street, let's say Houston, and some random zip code. I just added 2 more employees to my database. It's time to call this initial async task from here. Let's say new initial async task. We need to pass the instance .execute. And also we need to add this callback to our database builder.
Okay, I think our database is ready. Let's switch to main activity and continue from there. This time I'm not going to do database operations in the main thread. Instead, I'm going to create another async task in here. As the result of this async task, I'm putting a string, and we will see why in a minute. Let's initialize our database. Inside the async task, in pre-execute method, I'm going to initialize that database. For the context, I can pass main activity.this. Later on, in my doing background method, I can retrieve all the employees inside my database. But first of all, like the previous video, let's create an empty string. And after that, let's receive the list of the employees. Let's create our for each loop for employee inside our employee, all employees. Let's say employee string plus equal some text. After everything, you can return your employee string as the result of this doing background method. Employees. Let's override the onPostExecute method. Let's quickly add a text view to our main activity layout file. Or maybe we can use this one in here. Just I think we need to give it an ID. Let's initialize this text view in our main activity Java file. And let's set the text of the text view to the string that is being passed to this onPostExecute. Text view.set text to s. I just need to call this async task from my onCreate method. Let's say new database async task.execute. Let's run our application and see if we have created our database successfully. And as you can see, we are nicely receiving all the data about different employees. Until this point, there was almost nothing new in this video, just the composition that you can use in an entity. But if you are using composition, you need to annotate the class with this .embedded. In working with databases, there are some times that you don't want to retrieve the whole object. For example, if you are using the information about different users, you may just want to access to the user's name and maybe his password. For example, in here, let's try retrieving the data from the database, but only the name and the email of the employee, and not the whole object. For that matter, you need to create another object. Let's create our class. I'm going to call it abstract employee. I can define as many fields as I want in here, but this needs to be synonym to the columns that you have saved your data inside the room database. Constructor and getters. Then later on inside your object DAO, you can create another query. Let's create that. First of all, the return type is the list of abstract employee. Let's call it get all abstract employees. And the query in here would be select name and email from employees, and because we are getting all the abstract employees, we don't need a where clause, but of course you can do that. Let's test and see if this one works as well. Inside our main activity, inside the doing background of this async task, I can create another empty string. Once again, a list of abstract employees is equal to database.employee.get all abstract employees. Our for each loop and after this for each loop, I can return this new string just to see that this abstract class is working fine or not. Let's test our application. We should only see the email and the name of the employees. Sorry, I need to append all these name and emails to the abstract employee string and not the employee string that we have created above in here. This one. Let's run it once again. And as you can see, this time I'm only receiving the name and the email of all the employees inside my database. This was another topic that I wanted to talk about, the abstraction when you retrieve the data from database. If you remember from the first videos of this session, I said that SQLite is a relational database, meaning that different tables inside the SQLite database can have relationships. And if you remember from 2 videos ago, I said that room database is a wrapper around the SQLite database. But until now, we haven't seen the relationship between different tables inside a room database. Let's practice that as well. I'm going to create another entity in here called hobbies for different employees, and we will see how we can relate two tables together, the employee and the hobbies table. First of all, like before, I need to annotate it with entity, the name, which would be hobbies. We need an ID in here, maybe an integer indicating the hobbies popularity. It's just a DOM table. I'm not going to put any logic in here. And maybe the name of that hobby. A quick constructor, setter for the ID. Also, we need to annotate the ID with primary key and also auto-generate to true. We need getters for the columns as well. Let's quickly create its DAO, but before that, let's close all the tabs in here. Once again, add DAO. 2 quick methods, one for inserting and one for retrieving all the data from this table. Also, I need to change my database class as well. First of all, I need to add the new entity in here, which is hobby.class. And also, I need to create an abstract method for the hobbies DAO. Let's quickly insert 2 hobbies inside our database. In this async task, I need the DAO, so let's say hobbies DAO. I need to initialize it inside the constructor. Now that I have inserted these 2 hobbies into my database, let's create the relationship between 2 entities. In order to create a relationship between two entities, there are two ways. One, you can create the query in one of these DAO objects. For example, you can join different tables together inside this query that you create, and later on retrieve or save the data in maybe an employee or abstract list. But this is not very efficient because once your tables got too many columns and too many rows, this kind of queries can increase the pressure on your database. The better solution is to create an intermediate table just to link these two tables together. For example, you can create a table that will contain only two columns, one for the employee ID and another one for the hobby ID. You can define the relationships between these two tables inside that intermediate table, and later on, by the help of multiple joins, you can retrieve the data however you want. Let's create that intermediate entity that I was talking about. I'm going to call it employee hobby link. As I said, it would have two fields, one for the ID of the employee and another one for the ID of the hobby. Let's also annotate this one with entity. For the primary keys, I can declare them in here inside this annotation parentheses. I can say primary keys. If you remember, I said that one table or one entity can have multiple primary keys. Let's define them. The first one is the employee ID, and the second one is the hobby ID. We will see why in a minute, because both of these two needs to be unique. After the primary key, I'm going to define foreign keys. I believe we have seen the usage of foreign keys, but we never mentioned this exact name. Basically, whenever you join two tables together, the first table's column that you are joining is the primary key, and the second table's column is called the foreign key. For defining foreign keys, I need to have another annotation in here called foreign key. For every foreign key in here, I need the entity, one for the employee entity, employee.class. I need the parent column in here, which is going to be ID inside our employee table. And also I need the child column, which is this exact table that we are in. In here, we know that ID is going to be equal to the employee ID. So let's add that. We need another foreign key in here, but in order to add multiple foreign keys, you need to put them in a pair of curly brace. Okay, let's add the other foreign key. Once again, annotate it with foreign key, the entity, which is going to be hobby.class. Like before, we need the parent columns, which is going to be ID, and also the child column, which is hobby ID in this table, this one. It may seem a little bit confusing, but basically we are creating an intermediate table just to link two tables together. Inside this intermediate table, both of the columns are primary keys because they need to be unique. For the foreign keys, first of all, we need to define an entity. Then we need to define the parent columns, which is coming from the entity class, and also the child column, which is coming from this intermediate class. You can define as many foreign keys as you want. If, for example, you are linking maybe 3 or 5 tables together, you may have 5 different columns in here, and you can have 5 different foreign keys in here as well. Like any other entity, I need a DAO object for this one as well. So let's create that.
Before we continue on with this DAO, let's add this new entity to our database, and we will be coming back to this DAO object that we just created. Let's add this entity to this database in here. We need the abstract method in here as well to get the employee hobby link DAO, public abstract. And if we want to insert data into this table, we need to do it inside this async task as well. Let's insert a hobby for every one of these employees. But if you remember, I'm using the ID of the employees and not the name. And in order to get the ID of each employee, once again, I'm going to connect to my database inside this employee DAO. I'm going to define a new query which will select only the ID from the employees table, where the name is equal to some placeholder. The return type would be int. Let's say get employee ID by name. And also we need to receive the name here. This way we are getting the ID of the employee by its name. We need the same thing for the hobbies DAO as well. Let's quickly create that. Now that we have added these two methods to our interfaces, let's go to our database class. Inside the doing background of the async task, I can say employee hobby link DAO dot insert new employee link, employee hobby link. I need the employee ID first. Let's get that from the employee DAO object dot get employee ID by name for, let's say, Mesa. Let's minimize this project panel for now. And also we need the hobby ID as well. Let's get that from the hobbies DAO dot get hobby ID by name for, let's say, soccer. The same thing for the other two employees. Now that I have inserted the data inside this intermediate class, let's create our query inside this DAO object. For example, let's retrieve all the employees that their hobby is jazz concert. First of all, let's create a list of employees. Let's call it get jazz lover employees. For the query, I'm going to use multiple joins in here. Let's say employees.id, and also for all the other columns. And also you need to put the name of the columns inside that address class as well. It doesn't matter if you have used composition or not. The name of the columns are going to be the name of the fields that you have defined in your classes. Composition is just for you to have a better grasp when you are working with your Java file. Okay, let's continue in the next line. Let's say from employees, inner join employee hobby link on employees.id equals to employee hobby link dot employee ID. Let's continue in the next line. We are going to use multiple joins. Once again, I'm going to say inner join hobbies on employee hobby link dot hobby ID is equal to hobbies.id. And finally, my where clause, where hobbies.name is equal to jazz concert. That was a long SQL command, but Basically, we are defining the columns that we need from each table. After that, two joins after each other in order to join three tables together. And after everything, we are defining the condition, which is the name of the hobbies should be jazz concert. Once again, you can use a placeholder in here. For example, let's change this one to hobbies.name is equal to the hobby name, and later on pass it to this method. But of course, I need to change the name of this method. Let's say get employees by hobby. I think our database is ready, and we just need to call this method from our main activity. Let's try that. Inside this new background of the async task in my main activity, first of all, let's comment everything. And also for now, let's return null. Let's create our empty string. Let's receive the list of the employees that their hobby is jazz concert. Database dot employee hobby link dot get employee by hobby. We need to say jazz concert. Let's create our for loop. I'm just creating this text to show the name, email, and address of every employee that we have retrieved from database. After everything, I just need to return the string that I created. Okay, it's time to run our application and see if we have created our database successfully. But before running, I know that I'm going to get a crash, and that's because we have changed the schematic of our database, and for that reason, we need to use migrations. But in this video, I'm not going to use migration. Instead, I'm going to uninstall the application, and I will install it once again. And as you can see, we are receiving Tom and Sherlock, which their hobby was jazz concert. If I change this one to maybe soccer, we should only receive Mason. It's working perfectly. Okay, I think this video is getting too long. In the next video, I'm going to start working on a challenge. If you remember from previous sessions when we created our second major application, which was called online grocery application, in that application, I have used shared preferences instead of databases. In there, I said that when we have learned about database, we are going to have a quick challenge and change the shared preferences into database. In the next video, we are going to start work on that. If you don't have access to that project, don't worry. In the next video at the beginning, I will tell you how you can download and clone the project from my GitHub page. See you in the next video. I know that I said that this video is going to be a challenge video, and it is going to be a challenge video, but before we jump to our challenge, I would like to quickly talk about another concept. Normally, you can't save complex data like an array list of objects in room database. In order to save complex data like an array list of objects into your room database, you need to create something called a data converter. In this video, very quickly, we are going to create that data converter, and after that, we will jump to our challenge. For example, in this simple project, I have created a simple student object which has only a name and email, and also I have added the room database and also json library into my dependencies. We will see how we can use them in few minutes. In order to create a data converter, we can create another class in here. Let's call it data converter. Because room database don't allow us to save complex data into tables, the purpose of this class would be to convert the student class into JSON object, and later on at the time of retrieving, convert the JSON file to the student object.
In order to do such a thing, you need to create your methods in here. For example, the first one would be to convert the JSON to an array list of students. I can say public. The return type would be an array list, so public array list of a student. Let's call it JSON to a list. And the input type should be a string. Let's name it JSON. We need an instance of json library in here. Because we are going to convert JSON objects to an array list, we need a type in here. We have seen how to create a type before. This interface type. Type is equal to new type token of kind array list of the student, a pair of curly brace, and dot get type. After that, we can create our array list. Array list of student, let's call it the students, is equal to json dot from JSON. We need the text itself, which is coming via the inputs of this method up in here, and also we need the type. After that, we can return the array list, return the students. But also for the room database, to note this class as the data converter, I need to annotate my methods with add type converter. The one without as. We will see later on how we can use type converters, but for now we are going to use type converter. Annotate your public methods with this type converter. As I said, we need another method to convert array lists to JSON object. So the return type would be a string. Let's call it list to JSON. We need to receive an array list of a student. Once again, I need an instance of JSON library. After that, I can simply say return json.toJSON, the array list that we just received. Once again, I need to annotate this one to type converter as well. That's all we need in order to save array lists in a room database. Later on, we will pass this class as the type converter to our room database. You can pass this class in the entity declaration, into the database declaration, or even into the fields of every entity. Depending on the place that you are using it, it will convert the array lists of that specific type to JSON, or maybe the JSON to that array list. Okay, let's move on from here and let's clone our project from GitHub. If you have the online grocery application project, that's fine, you can work with that, but I suggest come to this GitHub page at github.com/maysamman and download this project from here, because I want you all to be at the same page as I am. When you go to this link, find the Android 2019-11, which is the number of session online grocery app, click on it, and click on clone or download from here. I suggest download a zip file. After you have downloaded the project, just unzip it, extract to, let's say, desktop, and you can import this project as an Android Studio project. This time, instead of starting a new Android Studio project, select this one, open an existing Android Studio project, and go to the path that you have downloaded the project. In my case, it's in my desktop. Select the folder and select this one with the green icon. This is our project. Click on OK and wait for the build to be finished. Because I have created this project like 1 or 2 months ago, it's suggesting me to update my Gradle. If you have this suggestion, please do update. It will be necessary. But if for some reason you wouldn't be able to update your Gradle file, come to this Gradle script in this Gradle wrapper properties and change this link in here, this distribution URL, to the newest Gradle version. You can find this link by searching Gradle newest version for Android Studio. Change this one and sync your project, and after that your Gradle will be updated. Just to have a quick review of what this application is, let's run our application and see what it does. This was a grocery application, which in the main activity we have 3 adapters, 3 recyclerview adapters, one for the newest items that have been added, one for the popular items, and one for suggested items. These suggested items would customize the suggestion for every user depending on different factors like clicking and watching every item. We had a navigation drawer in the left hand side, which you can see the different dialogues by clicking each one of these. If I click on every one of these items, I can add them to the cart. We had the whole shopping process. If I click next, I can add my address and everything. The next page would be to add a payment method, and after that we would go to a fake payment page and would come back with a success or failure message. Also, for every item we had some options to add a review. For example, in here, if I click on this add review, we can add a review, and if we click on add, it would instantly update the recyclerview adapter in here and would add the review. We could have rate our items from here by clicking on each one of these stars. And also we had a search activity in here as well, where we can search for different items or different categories. In this application, we have used shared preferences to save data in a permanent data storage. Shared preferences is fine if you don't have a lot of data that are structured. But in this application, you can see that we have different models in here, one for grocery item, one for orders, I believe, one for review and everything. These are all structured data. We want to add them in a local database. All the connections to the shared preferences is happening in this utils class. If you remember, I said that we are going to change this class and only this class if we want to connect our application to database instead of shared preferences. So the challenge in this video is going to change this utils class to connect our application to the database. And this is the structure that I have considered for this database. I'm going to create 3 tables, one for grocery items, which has all the fields of that model, one for the reviews, and also one for the cart items. Depending on different methods inside the utils class, we are going to create different methods in, let's say, DAO objects, and we will retrieve the relative data. I'm going to use Room database for this challenge, for this application, but feel free to use a simple SQLite database if you want. Okay, pause the video in here, go solve the challenge, and come back when you are done. We are going to solve it here together. The first thing is to add Room database dependencies into your Gradle file. Let's add them in here. Click on Sync and your project will be built. If you remember, we have used Android X for this project, so we shouldn't have any problem because we are using a Room database. If for some reason you haven't used Android X for your project, always you can come to this refactor and select this migrate to Android X. Okay, let's start by changing our models. We need to define them as the entities for our Room database. We have a model folder in here. Let's start with grocery item. We know that it needs to be an entity, so let's annotate it with entity. The name would be grocery items. I'm going to annotate the ID column to a primary key, which its auto-generate feature is true. And also I'm going to change the name of it. I can say at column info, let's say name to _ID. Let's change the name of some other fields, for example, this image URL in here. Let's say image URL. It's always better to not put uppercases letters in your column names, because in some databases it can slow the speed of querying data. So I'm going to change the name of all the columns that have an uppercase. You can see that our model has an array list of reviews as one of its fields. At the beginning of this video, I said that we can't normally save an array list into a room database. For this, we will create a data converter, and only for this. I don't believe we are going to use data converters in any place in our application. But let's ignore this for now. Our constructor is fine, but for this implementation of the parcelable, I need to add an annotation in here, this ignore one. Basically, in your entity, you should only have the fields, the constructors, and the related getters and setters. Anything else should be annotated with this ignore. If you don't annotate it with ignore, room database won't create your database. This one in here as well. Down in here, we are using this toString. I need to annotate this one to ignore. We have two more methods in here. That's all we need in order to change this model to an entity, but the only thing that I need is to ignore this constructor, because we are not receiving all the fields in here. We are setting some of them manually. We need to ignore this one and create another constructor for the room database. Let's quickly create that one as well. We don't need the ID. ID is a primary key, but we do need all of other fields. Okay, let's change the other models. We don't need to change this order object because we haven't saved it into shared preferences. We just sent it to the web server, and after that we have received it with a failure or success message. So I'm not going to change this one. Let's check the review. We are saving reviews into our database. Entity, name, reviews. Let's change the name of some of these columns. And also we need an ID column in here as well. Let's change the name of some of these columns. We also need to add the primary key annotation for this ID. Then we need to create a getter and setter for this ID as well. Let's do that in here. And our constructor is fine. It's receiving all the fields, but the ID, and we don't need the ID. Let's ignore some of these parcelable implementation. We need to ignore the toString. We are done in this class as well. But for the cart items, I don't have a model in here. We haven't saved the cart items in a separate shared preferences, but we are going to save cart items into a separate table. For that, I need to create a model for the cart items. Let's do that in another package in here. Let's call this package database file. In here, we need to annotate it with entity. For the name, let's say cart items. We need only two fields in here, one for the ID of the row itself, and another one for the ID of the grocery item ID. We are not saving the whole objects into our table. We are going to only save the ID of the grocery items. Let's make this ID a primary key. A simple entity class, nothing more. Let's create our DAO objects. We need 3 of them. The first one for the grocery item. Let's say grocery item DAO. We need to change the kind to interface. Annotate it with DAO. For now, let's just add 2 methods in here, one for the inserting and one for retrieving all the grocery items. Later on, we will go to this utils class, and we will create all the methods that we need inside this DAO. The return type in here would be a list of grocery items. Let's call it get all grocery items. We don't need to receive anything in here. Okay, let's create the review DAO. For this one, for now, let's just create an insert method. Later on, we will complete it. Void insert review object. Let's create the DAO for the cart items. For this one, I'm going to create an insert method for now, but we can't use this insert annotation. Because if we try to do this, for example, if we say void insert, we just need to pass an integer of kind ID in here, because in our cart items, the ID of the row itself is auto-generate. We don't need to pass that, but the grocery item ID, we are passing it in here. And room database don't permit the primitive data types to be passed to this insert annotation. You can only pass classes that has been annotated to entity as the input types of this method in here. But you have another option in here. You can do it via this query annotation. In here you can say insert into cart items. You need to specify the columns. For example, in here it was grocery item ID. After that, you can pass your values. And for the values, I'm going to use a placeholder. I can say void insert. We need to receive the ID. Instead of using the insert annotation from room database, we are adding it manually via helping this SQL command. Okay, let's move on. We will come back to all of these DAO and we will complete them. But for now, let's create our database object. Let's call it shop database. Once again, it needs to be abstract. It needs to be annotated with @database. It needs to be extended from room database. For the database annotation in here, we need the entities. We have multiple of them, so I need to put them inside the curly braces. One is for the grocery item class. The other one was for the review. And also we had one for the cart items. We need a version in here as well, which I'm going to pass on. Let's create 3 abstract methods in order to receive the DAO object for each one of these entities. I can say public abstract grocery item DAO, grocery item DAO. We need to implement the singleton pattern in here. Let's create the instance of this object, public static shop database. Let's call it instance. We need the getter for this instance. We need to receive a context. Also, before returning, we need to initialize this instance. If null is equal to the instance, then I can say instance is equal to room.databaseBuilder context, the shop database class, and also the name of the database. After that, fall back to destructive migration and .build. Also in here, I'm going to allow the main thread, because if I try to retrieve all the data from database inside another thread, I need to create an async task for all the methods inside the utils class, but that would take a lot of time. This allow main thread queries would work fine for our simple application. But if you want, you can create all of those async tasks, but you can't create them inside your utils class. You need to create them whenever you are called those methods from different part of your application, from activities or fragments or different dialogues. But just for simplicity, I'm going to allow main thread queries. Let's also add an initial callback in here, private static room database.callback, initial callback equals to new room database.callback, override the onCreate. After that, call the async task. But first we need to create that async task. Private static, don't forget this static, it's very important for memory leaks. Private static class, initial async task, extends async task. Let's get the instances of different DAOs in here. Private, grocery item DAO. I think this is all I need. I don't want to add any review or anything to the cart at the time of initializing my database. I just want to initialize all of my grocery items. So that would be enough. Let's create the constructor for this async task. Public initial async task. We need to receive the database. Shop database. Grocery item DAO is equal to database.grocery item DAO. Inside the doing background, let's initialize our items. I'm going to use this utils class and get the items wherever I have initialized my items. Let's find that method. It seems these are the items that I have added them to my shared preferences at the time of initializing. So let's copy all of them. Let's copy this one from here into our shop database. I can say grocery item DAO.insert the text that we just copied. To save your time, I have added these 9 elements to my grocery item table. That's all we need from this async task. We just need to call it from here, from defining this callback. And also we need to add this callback to our room database builder. Let's create the data converter class and finish off this video. Once again, I'm going to call it data converter. I need 2 methods in here which will be annotated by type converter. Methods need to be public. The first one's return type is an array list of reviews. I'm going to convert the array list of review. Let's call it JSON to list. The input type would be a string. Let's name it JSON. JSON is equal to new JSON. I haven't added this JSON library. We have been using it already. We have converted the objects to JSON via using this JSON and added them to our shared preferences. So I can use it in here. We need a type, new type token of array list of kind review, a pair of curly brace dot get type. Then I can say return JSON dot from JSON, our JSON object, and the type would be the type that we just created. Let's quickly create the other method, type converter. Let's call it list to JSON. We need to receive an array list of reviews. Instantiate your JSON object. And after that, return JSON dot to JSON, our reviews object. As I said, we can pass this data converter class to different parts. For example, if I pass it to the declaration of my database, it would be applied to all the application, all the entities and everything. I can pass it to every entity. For example, for this review entity, I can pass it at the declaration in here, and also I can pass it, for example, in this grocery item above the declaration of this field in here. I can pass it in here as well, and it will be applied only to this field. For this simple application, I'm going to pass it after the declaration of the database, because I'm going to use it only at one place and it really doesn't matter where I put it. I can annotate type converters, this one, the one with S, and inside the parentheses I need to pass the class that I just created, data converter.class. Also, sorry for this get instance method. I think in the previous video I have made the same mistake. I need to add the synchronized in here as well in order to make this get instance method thread safe. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video we are going to start working on different methods in this utils class. See you in the next video.